nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Move on to item number 4, fire evacuation. There's egress outside right here, it leads directly to the outside. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Dawson? Here. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Daigle?
Here.
Mr. Kilty?
Here.
Mr. Kruzel?
Here.
Mr. White? Mr. McFellin?
Here.
Mr. Muller?
Here.
Mr. Nasuda?
Here.
Mr. Nelson?
Here.
Mrs. Osada?
Here.
Mr. Rippish?
Here.
Mr. Stoll?
Here.
Mr. Stritch?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Mr. Suzik?
Here.
Mr. Zeller?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we have no old business to go over, we're going to move forward from item 6 to item 7, to executive session. Does anybody feel we need to go into executive session at this point before we move on and before we invite the architects to begin our interview? Okay, very good. At any point that we do feel we need to be going to an executive session, we have several guidelines that we all know we have to follow in order to have it acceptable to be for executive session. Under new business, do we have the distribution of the score materials to the committee members? The score sheets. We'll be giving out 2 sheets per panelist. The first one, you guys can make your notes and comments. The second one will be the one that you hardline and ink, sign, and pass them and give it to me. Passing out 2 for each architectural firm that we're interviewing. It's based on our desk. I'll send them to you.
Yeah.
All right, are there any questions concerning the score sheet? I think we went over them.
As we do our note one, are we, again, I missed the last meeting, so are we going to be able to keep them and then just score them all at the end, or are we going to score them?
Yeah, I'll go over procedures again. During the interview, since we've all had a chance to review the RFP that they submitted to us, which would pretty much be the interview that they're going to be showing us. Some of us has already came up with some questions that we'd like to ask them. If they ask them during the interview, then we just simply check them off our question list. During the interview, if you want, you can jot down some notes. At the end of the interview, there will be an question and answer period between the interview panelists and the firms. Ask as many questions as you feel you need to in order to justify your score. After they leave, there will be an open discussion amongst ourselves to provide any first-hand information we may have. It has to be first-hand, no hearsay. We'll go through what we found in our proposal, in the proposal they submitted to us, and our interpretation of what they presented to us. You retain your sheet. We put that to the side, and at the end, we do that again for the next firm, and we do the same process. At the end of the day, you now take all your pencil scores based on each firm, and now you reevaluate them together. And the first one's still an A, or now a B based on the other 2 interviews. is now an A based on the other one. So, you don't want to ink them in on the first one, because if that firm does very good, you give them an A, the next firm comes in and they walk on water, you have no score to give them other than an A, so you have to penalize it. So by putting your notes down to justify your score, you can see at the end of the day if it still holds, if that's still an A for that reason, or if it now would be because the other firm might have stepped up and done something a little bit better. And then at the end of the day, we'll sign them, and then ink them, and then hand them forward, and then we'll tally them on the score sheet. Any other questions regarding the score sheets?
You were.
Yes, Walter?
You were supposed to put some evaluation from the state.
Yeah, we have evaluation forms I got from the state, from the firms. During the executive session, we'll disclose what ranking, what their performance evaluation they have at the state level. Any other questions regarding the score sheet and how we're doing it? All right. All committee members are present, so we don't have to invoke any of the alternate members to become a voting member. Sorry. You guys are still a very crucial part of the team. So.
But they may ask questions in the interview process.
Yes, they may ask questions. The public is not allowed to ask questions, and the liaisons are not allowed to ask questions. If the liaisons have a question they feel has not been answered, they could slip either the secretary, the vice chair, or the chair a note to ask that question. But the public will not be allowed to ask questions. But yes, the two alternates are, like we said, they're just as important as the rest of us. Okay, so we'll move on to item 8C, to interview the architect candidate. We have about 15 minutes before the first firm is invited in. They will be given a 15-minute time to set up. At that time, we can introduce ourselves to them, and they will take 1 hour for their presentation. 5 minutes before the hour, I will notify them and make them aware that there's 5 minutes left, and at that 1 hour period, they will be stopped. And at that point, you have 15 minutes for the question and answer period from the panelists. Again, that 15 minutes is just kind of a base, just to kind of give an idea of what the time frames are. If there's some questions that need to be asked, we will go over that 15 minutes. Like I said, ask as many questions as you feel you need to justify your score. Pretty much about it. Yes.
Just because they're an hour and a half apart, I want to make sure I get this straight. If we ask them in at 9, we give them 15 minutes to set up, we give them 1 hour to present, and 15 minutes for question and answer.
Then we
We're
go-
done, we don't have any time left for executive session, so do we really get an hour for the time to come in until we're done with their presentation? So we have 15 minutes for question and answer.
Well, we could, as soon as they're done, a lot of them can set up within a couple of minutes, so if they're done, we don't have to wait for that 15-minute period. If they're done and they want to get going, then let's get going. If their presentation isn't an hour, whenever they feel they're done, within that hour, they can stop it, and that'll get put on towards either question or the executive session time.
Would you like, am I able to see if they're doing out, if they'd like to get started setting up early?
Well, let's see if everybody's ready, and then if that's the case, then we can.
They are here.
They are here. Are there any gifts done?
Yeah, no, just based on our experience last time when we did the 10 schools, and you were there, and Art and everybody too, this is kind of like the final go at it. Once we make this selection, they're going to be joined at the hip with us for the next few years. So I guess what I'm getting at is it's really important. If you got any questions, don't feel they're stupid questions. I know most of the people here aren't construction related and stuff like that. So don't feel sitting back, oh, that's a stupid question. Ask it, because this will be it. Once we select this company, they're it. And we'll be joining with them and their staff for a long time. So.
Sorry about that.
everyone.
Yeah, you guys can wait to put them on until they come in and start setting up, because then we'll all their down.
Okay, all right, I didn't know, sorry. All right, are there any other questions? All right, what I'll do is I'll go invite the first people here, the first firm here, explain, to have them sign in, and then from that point on, Wendy will be doing the invitation to have them come in. I will be right back. If everybody can sign in and set up, when you're comfortable and ready to start, we will do our introductions. There are mics here, if you can get it on and so we can hear you. Great. Thank you very much.
So we have a pen? Not sure.
I have one.
That was the first pen.
Cooperation.
Remind them, so we will know when they're asking, the points ask questions, that we have to use the mic, otherwise they go over how much.
Okay.
Because he took in some nice.
Okay, so when they're answering questions.
When your staff, or your committee is asking questions, they have to stop.
Okay.
So I can just pass them around and get right in
Okay,
front of them.
everybody hear that? When you are asking questions to the firms, please slide the mic in front of you. And then we go around this way, up here. And then when we get to the question and answer period, we do the same thing. When you start, just go around, come back, and that will be the last one. But for introductions, we'll go that way. Just give your name.
We also have a clicker with a transmitter we can try. Here's his word.
You know, that's what he just said. He's working to use it. I'm going to change that.
Could be all the lights on.
Mine was just the battery. Yeah.
What I'll do when I'm done is pass mine to you. I think we're all gonna stand on this side, that's what he suggested. Okay. I think we do, Kevin suggested that we should be along here, so we don't have a feedback problem with it. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought he was Kevin, my mistake. I'm David, you and I talked a few times, yeah, okay. So, yeah, he said stay around here so we don't have the feedback problem with the mics. Okay.
You guys all ready yet, or? Okay, you tell me when you're ready.
If the committee members want to turn the mics on at this point, I got it all turned down, so it won't interfere. Should go green light for the ones on the sides. Mandy, Susanna's got theirs on. Okay, I'm ready. I'll adjust it for you.
Are you guys ready? You guys set?
We are.
Okay. All right. Hi there. My name is Randy Daigle. I'm the chairman of the high school building committee for the consolidation of the Enfield High building. You will be given 1 hour for your presentation. 5 minutes left of the 1 hour, I will notify you. There's 5 minutes left, and at that 5-minute period, you will be stopped. We will go into a 15-minute question and answer period. If we have some more questions, we may go over in that time. Thank you very much for coming, and at this point, we'll introduce ourselves.
Hi, good morning. I'm Wendy Osada, Vice Chairman.
Hi, Laura Bella.
Greg Stritch, committee member.
George Fisher, committee member.
Jason Kilty.
Joe Miller, committee member.
Walter Cruzell, committee member.
Doug Maxell, committee member.
Jim Nasuda, committee member.
Jenny Austin, a committee member.
Tina Sullivan, committee member.
Liz Stahl, secretary.
All right, thank you very much. If you would like, we'll begin your interview.
Okay.
1 hour starting now. Thank you.
We'll proceed in the same fashion, introducing myself. I'm James Finney, I'm a president of Joint Partnership and principal in charge of this project.
I'm Dawn Bariello, I'm the design architect.
My name is Robert Bell, and I'm the project architect, and also project educational planner along with the team.
I'm Dan Colley, I'm the project manager. I'm Chris Cardney with Langman Engineering. We do all the services outside the building, so that's civil, landscape, environmental, and geotech, traffic.
And I'm Greg Danduzen with BBH Integrated Services, and we represent the engineering systems inside the building.
So, first of all, thank you for having us here. We're glad to be here, and we're excited to talk about your project. We've done some thinking about the particulars of your needs and how we might approach it. We've shown you some of that in the submissions we've given you, and we're going to show you some more of that today. But I will start by saying a few words about the design team. First of all, the people you see here are the people who will do the project. We're the key people for this project. The firms that we represent are major firms that have done a number of similar projects working together for public schools. Most of the firms that make up the team are Connecticut firms. All of us have substantial Connecticut school experience with renovations and new construction. To say a few words about Design Partnership, we're a 32-year-old firm. We've been doing schools for all those years. It's been the mainstay and the focus of our work. We're passionate about it. We've done more than 125 school projects. More than 30 of those have been high school projects. A large number of those have been renovated as new projects. Sometimes we call those transformational renovations or transformational renovations and expansions. One example is the Reading project you see here, which in the before form looks like this, and our after form looks like this. You can see that the project is totally changed. There's a lot of the building that remains, a lot of the building that does not remain. This, like a great many of our projects, in fact, 2/3 of our projects are additions and renovations that are phased. This was a phased project, and the diagram below shows you the sequence of construction phases that allowed the school to remain occupied during construction. So this is the bulk of the work we do. It's something that we specialize at, and we take it. It's a challenge we very much enjoy working with. I want to talk about what design partnership can bring to this particular project, and I want to start by just acknowledging what you've already accomplished. First of all, the town of Enfield has come up with a plan to consolidate its 2 high schools at the existing Enfield High School. It's a good plan, and you've been very, I'll say fortunate, but I think it shows a tremendous amount of accomplishment that you've been able to win the town support that you have for that. This is an opportunity to create a cutting-edge 21st century school for the town of Enfield. We think the opportunity exists to create a school that has a great many improvements over the plan that you took to the referendum, and we want to show you how we think that can be done. And I also want to mention that to do that means bringing a fairly substantial amount of work and service to the process that may be beyond what others bring. I know you're looking at fee proposals this afternoon. Our fee may not be the lowest, but it represents a comprehensive scope of service that we think is important to realizing the project that you need, which is the best school, the best value, and a project that represents the best return on the investment that the town has committed to make. Some of the elements that are part of our services are a focus on 21st century education, and we'll talk a bit about that. A refinement of the educational space needs so that your ed plan is tight to your needs and flexible. An improved schematic design that incorporates flexibility, that provides maximum value for the dollar, and that is buildable within the schedule. A cost-based design process that ensures that the project is giving you the maximum for the money and stays within the budget. A partnering process with your construction manager to make sure that their services, their capabilities and ours are dovetailed to give you the maximum benefit within the design period as well as construction. And a comprehensive, all-inclusive team that's represented by the proposal that we're giving you. So with that, I'm going to turn this to Dan to start talking about your project.
Thanks, David. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that we undertake to turn something that looks like this into this, and something that looks like this into this. This is the design schedule I envisioned for your job. I know that you're all pretty familiar with it. You've seen it in your RFP, and I've handed out another copy of it so that you have a quick reference that can go along. At the top of this chart is a series of dots, and these dots represent meetings. I'm not going to talk about all these meetings. I only want to talk about the frequency of the consultant coordination meetings. That's the way that we keep track of the consultants and what they're doing during the job. We make sure that they stay on track and they stay on your job, and they don't fall off track. We want to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. This also gives us an opportunity to integrate the design process. What we'll do is, if we're looking at, say, the auditorium one week, we'll ask that the auditorium designer, structural, mechanical, electrical, fire protection, plumbing, all of those consultants go to that meeting so that everyone's on the same page and leaves with that same information. Therefore, we can make sure that we give you the best product possible at the end of the job, and everyone's on the same page as is in the design. Once we start getting going into the actual job, the first thing we're going to do in this building, being an ad rent, is existing conditions. I've done about 20 of these big existing condition ad reno projects, and I can tell you that there's no amount of existing, you can't do enough of this existing conditions. You have to go into every single crevice and every single hole and every single place in this building and draw every item, every ceiling, every floor, every outlet, everything to make sure that we know exactly what's in this building, so when we start the renovation drawings, we know what we're dealing with, and we know every single condition. That'll take us a good 2 weeks, and at the same time, I just want to get the hazardous materials people in and all the consultants so that we can keep our eyes on them while they do that work as well. Right as that's going on, we set the drafters out to start drawing. Bob and Dawn will start the process of interviewing. You've already had a very nicely done report that shows where your project wants to be. And we don't want to reinvent that report, but we do want to verify the findings of that report and make sure that the building that we're going to eventually finish with is what you need. So we're going to want to meet with the department heads and major stakeholders to go over that. Then we'll get into the regulatory agencies. This is another, just like the existing conditions, having done many of these jobs, I've started this process earlier and earlier and earlier, and now I want to start this before the pencils even hit the paper. I want to get in there and have a first meeting with them, kind of a meet and greet, get them to understand what we want to do, the scope of the project, and open those lines of communication so that they know that they can email and contact me at any time and have any concerns, and then we'll bring the drawings in periodically during the process of CDs and DD so that they can make their comments. If their comments are reasonable, we'll just incorporate them into the drawings. If they're not, we'll have to have a meeting and talk about them. Schematic design. So we're in schematic design, and we're going to have our first schematic design estimate. That's the estimate that we're going to set, that's going to set our project going in the right direction. You have an estimate already in your report, and honestly, those numbers are good. Those are good numbers. We've already checked them for this kind of project in the area it's in. You have a very well done budget, but we want to make sure that our design and our budget are correct too. About the same time, we're going to ask that you hire your CM. You need to get your CM in early. You want to have him early in the process so that he buys into our job, buys into the scope, buys into the budget, and he's with us along the way in the partnering. To get the most value out of the teaming between the architect and the CM and you want to have him in there as early as you can. So then we're going to get into DD submission. Actually, skip the slide. That's an existing condition slide. Shows that. Then we're going to get into DD. So in DD, we actually have our first round of interviews, or second round of interviews, excuse me. And that's where we'll check where we are and make sure that it's going the way we want it to go, and that its process is going and design, and that Dawn and Bob are getting the information they need from everybody. The CM, we'll ask the CM to do an estimate on our estimate drawing. This is the first thing we want them to do, and my experience with the CMs is that we want them to get a really good estimate, so they're going to check our work, get a construction cost, and to tell you the truth, most CMs in this process at this point are going to be a little bit above our budget. So we'll have a round of value engineering and a reconciliation, and the reconciliation is where we'll take our estimate and look at theirs and ours together and come up with a number that we all think is the number, and then we'll have value engineering, which will try to bring the job back down to the CM's number. So then we have a DD. After the DD process is started and we're in DD, we're going to get to the DD estimate. And that's a tandem estimate. That's us and the construction manager at the same time. After that happens, we'll have the same thing. Reconcile, and then the value engineering. Then we'll get into CD. So we'll deliver to you the DD final package and get into the CD process. Once we're in the construction documents, the second round of value engineering, there's a first construction document estimate, and that is right in here. The first construction document estimate is the most important estimate of the whole project. We have enough scope drawn, we understand where our job is at, we know what we want, and our scope is shown. Everybody should be on the same page, and we're going to be able to figure out exactly where the job should be when we bid it. So that's really the one we're going to deliver to you, that's to say this is what we really think this job's going to cost. And that happens right in here. Then we'll have another reconciliation to make sure the construction manager and us are on the same page with what we deliver, and another round of VE. Hopefully this is a smaller round of VE, not a very large one. Then we get into the end of CDs. We have a second estimate check there. That's really a check estimate. We want to make sure that we're still going in the right direction. We haven't ballooned in scope. Scope hasn't changed. And it gives us a little time if there's anything we need to tweak or adjust before we get the bid documents complete. The PCT, PRR, and the design for plan review. Your schedule right now shows that we're going to be getting this project into the Bureau around somewhere in December. And that's, right Christmas holidays. Not ideal, but that's kind of where it lands. My experience with that is that last 3 jobs we did, we had 23, 21, and 4 comments on our PCT for the PRR. We were able to get that back into them in 2 weeks and then get them going on their review. So I have 30 days for their review, and then we're going to start putting drawings out to bid early February. Once the job's out to bid early February, the construction manager will start to look at bidding site, civil, structural, and concrete, which will be the first 3 major people you need to start the job up. We'll also start putting fences up, get his trailers out here, site mobilization. Construction manager. Am I having feedback? You move a foot forward.
I don't know if it's you or me.
It's me. Construction manager. My most relevant experience with a construction manager on a project this size is this building here, which is the Taunton Middle School addition and high school. It's about a 500,000 square foot addition reno building. It has an $86 million construction cost and $104 million total project cost. And the Essex Aggie, which is a 337,000 square foot new building with 12 smaller buildings around the campus. That's $110 million construction cost and $133 million project cost. Is construction manager the right way for you? You have a schedule need, and I think that it is. I think it's the right way to go. It's not the least expensive. I think we all probably know design, bid, build is the least expensive method to go with. But I think for your needs, this is the right way to meet your schedule concerns. And if we're diligent about it, being me, we should be able to keep them on track and keep the budget where you need it to be and make sure that the scope matches it up. Some of the good things about the construction managers that I've dealt with, usually there's less claims. They're usually on schedule. And their quality is always better, and they're basically generally pretty good at keeping the job going in the right direction. Quality control. Quality control is important to what we do as well. And as you would imagine, since we have a process for managing the project, we have a process for quality control. As soon as construction documents start, the technical lead and myself will sit down and come up. We have a standard list of pieces of a job that we'll be reviewing before the job gets finished, before the drawings are finished. We'll add things to that list depending on your job that'll be specific. We'll go and take about halfway through CDs, some of the scopes start to actually land, they're getting completed, so we'll start to review them. And I'll ask that 3 people in our office, senior people, myself, the technical lead, and someone else, review every single drawing and make whatever comments are required, and then check their names off on here and say that when they reviewed it and the date and time and when it was completed. So that at the end, you'll have a document that'll say that we looked at these drawings very carefully and made sure they were done. As far as checking Greg's scope, I usually hire a mechanical engineer outside Greg's, a different firm who I work with often, to check the logic and the drawings for the mechanical side of it. I can check coordination, but I can't check mechanical logic. So I ask another firm to come in and check that for me to make sure that the systems are all going to function the way that we think and everything's going to tie together at the end of the job.
We have a similar in-house review process as what was described as well for the architecture.
Now, before I turn this over to Bob, I just want to say a little bit about myself. I put 100% in every job I do. And I work with Bob and Dawn a lot, and as two people, I couldn't trust them more, and I think that your design is in really good hands here.
You, Dan. What Dawn and I would like to talk about is a little bit, that's how we do it and how we have exhibit control and do a responsible job. I would like to talk about what it is exactly that we do, the heart of design and planning. And our process, or really our approach to design, is aligned very much with what is called 21st century school design. And what that is, really, in simplest form, as you may know, because you're working in a STEAM organized school, is it's a recognition that education has changed substantially since the 20th century. A lot of the school buildings that exist, that we see now, were built for a different model of education, and what's required now has changed substantially. At the heart of 21st century school design is a growing body of research. Some theories that have been out there for a while are now being really supported by what is being learned through research. Many of you may be familiar, this is Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. It's recognizing that students learn
differently, that we are different learners. And while that was a theory that talked about different, say, values, whether somebody was spatially smart, linguistically smart, kinesthetically inclined, what we now know is that there's a lot of research and data that supports that. It shows that there are learning style preferences, and if you can tap into those for young learners, all the varied styles, then you really can engage them at a higher level. We also know, very common, that we learn best by doing. I hope all of you can see this, it's low on the screen, but this is the learning pyramid, and it's from the National Learning Laboratory Research Center. And what it shows is the amount of retention at the top of this pyramid is the traditional lecture format. Not as much information is retained. Down the list we have reading, audiovisual, and demonstration. A little bit more information is retained when students are in this type of teaching and learning mode. Everything above this line is really a traditional model of education. And where we are moving toward now is more activity, discussion groups, practice by doing, and of course the best is to actually teach others. That's where you learn the most. And this has been widely understood and recognized and is part of what's changing in schools. There's also a very vast amount of information, and it's constantly coming in. There's been a lot of EPA and Department of Education reports and studies that are ongoing and continuing. But a key factor is stress and how that affects learning. And that's more than just social stress. That's also the environmental stresses, daylighting, air quality, acoustics. They matter very much. And if you can reduce those stresses in the classroom or in any learning environment, you will free the children up to learn. And it also improves retention and attendance in schools. So there are a whole bunch of studies. One of the most popular is the Hechong-Nesh Daylight Study. This has been out for a decade, more than a decade now. And it was a study that looked at the quality of daylight in classrooms and test scores. And there was a substantial increase, of course, in the performance from the students that had good natural light in the school. One of the places where there is actually a lot of new research happening is in studying brain activity. And there's real-time mapping of brain waves and how children learn and think. And what we are starting to understand, it's validating a lot of what we've talked about with the stress and how that affects learning. But it's also showing us that deeper learning can be obtained when you reach children through the senses, through activities, and through relevancy. Actually, the younger the child, you can reach them more completely through sensory. And as they get older, there's a level of relevancy that's required to help them tap in and understand at a deeper level what's being taught. One of the things that we also recognize is that there are new skill sets required in the workforce. And kids going on to college need to have more than just, in this diagram here, this is from the Partnership for 21st Century Skills. The inner green circle are the core curriculum, reading, writing, and arithmetic. And what we all know is that there's now an outer ring of skills the students need. The 4 C's have been coined, which are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Students also need to be very proficient with technology. That's a given, and most of them are, as well as life and social skills. So, we've really got to build on what the core curriculum was in the future, and this really points towards a different style of teaching and learning. So what I'd like to do now is to say, well, what does all this tell us? As architects, you didn't hire us to be brain surgeons, and we certainly aren't, but we are focused on how this can be built in environments for learning. So I'll submit what we recognize are 7 key elements of 21st century school design. And it starts with supporting activity and project-based learning. This is just a simple bubble diagram. It's kind of a diagram based on Enfield as we've seen it in the report, where it's heading. And it starts at the macro level, and setting up a STEAM wing and having a very clear STEAM and humanities organization, and what you do within there about interdisciplinary work sets up some of that activity and project-based learning. A good school is also organized so that there's a good separation of common activity areas as well as the academic side, and good after-hours access and use. If we were to zoom in a little bit closer on classroom clusters, the way you really want to support activity and project-based learning is to group rooms. So you might have a science lab here, and you have some adjacent classrooms, maybe additional classrooms with more flexibility for different sized groupings, maybe an art room down in this corner. But the idea is to really organize the cluster with good visibility and connectedness so that teachers, students are starting to identify clusters and interdisciplinary groupings. We very deliberately have teacher planning here. It's a preference to disperse it. Of course, we'd want to know how you would like us to work with the planning. But in doing this, what you do is you give the teachers a very convenient home, you encourage them to work together, and you have them open and visible, really kind of connected to the students. You want to encourage not only interdisciplinary work, but the student-teacher relationship, and make them more accessible. If we zoom in a little bit further, this is a prototype classroom that we've developed. It's actually being built on a project in Essex, which is in Massachusetts. But the classroom itself needs to be very flexible and adaptable. Not all of them need this level of flexibility, but some of the primary things that we would do in a classroom is to first work with natural daylight. Simple concept here, just to slope the ceiling, and that actually helps bounce daylight deeper into the room. It also has merits of allowing mechanical systems where there are larges coming into the room to be accommodated. And it's inexpensive. It's cheaper than building soffits and dropping down straight. So it's kind of an integrated design idea here. But this classroom also has dispersed teaching walls. This wall happens to be open. This one is covered by storage, but it's all mobile storage units. The idea is that if you disperse the teaching walls, you allow kids to break up into different groups for more of that project-based learning. You also give the teachers the flexibility to arrange or organize themselves however they prefer within a room. It goes without saying that this would be a completely wireless environment. The furnishings and equipment are very key to making a good, flexible environment and also reducing the stresses, having comfortable furniture, a place for backpacks. So this is all part of what you would see in a classroom. This happens to show an operable wall that opens out into the flexible learning area, and that just allows you to get 2 or 3 classes together, maybe to work on a project and then present it to a larger group. Sometimes we'll do this between classrooms, and we'll only do it every so often. I don't know if you have operable partitions here, but they're not what they used to be. The ones that were built back in the 70s tended to not work so well, and they had terrible acoustic separation. Now they make them as solid and performing acoustically as good as a solid wall. The second, I guess, of 7 would be to look at flexibility, again at a macro level. This is a school in Hopkinton, Massachusetts, and what we did here was have the ability to add on to the existing classroom wings, or the new classroom wings we were creating. What this did, it allowed their enrollment to grow from 1,000 to 1,200. And we know here that you have historically an enrollment in the 2000s. You might be heading down to 1,500, but 1,710 is the spike that the report was designed towards. Students may be leaving, they may be choicing into charter or magnet schools, but you do want to plan very long term for kids to come back. And so it's just a matter of, as you design the school, making sure you've got that room to grow and that it makes sense. You're not just adding something in the wrong place. So that would be something that we would work into any design. Again, same point, flexibility and adaptability. We look at the size and proportion of rooms and the furnishings to make sure that you can set these rooms up in a lot of different modalities. And that's just good planning. A couple of questions that we will pose to the committee, should you hire us, are do we want to plan for that potential spike, back up to maybe 2,000 long term? We looked at the report and we noticed that classrooms were a little bit small, but they varied in size. They were, I think, 650 to 800 or so. And there is some value in having a regularized classroom square footage, so they're very interchangeable, very flexible, but that making sure that you can also accommodate, different types of teaching. So those are some of the things that we would love to know more about. Technology-rich environments are also a key aspect of 21st century school design. What was built even recently is changing dramatically over time. These are renderings, but this is that school being built. It's the prototype, again, that was applied to the Essex North Shore School, prototype classroom, and we're going from seeing CPUs and computer lab spaces to fully wireless, flexible environments. even they're called cows, but the computers on wheels, the carts that people may have now, battery life were not good. There were some problems with them, the bandwidth when you have 25 kids opening up their laptops and trying to get wireless activity. Now, advances in technology are allowing a lot more of that capability. Battery life is much longer. So we're seeing textbooks and content being scanned and going all digital. This school intends to be fully digital. Every student has a computer. May not be there now, but you have to plan for it in the future. So you want to plan the infrastructure for this, and you want to make sure that you've got the proper amount of outlets and other capabilities, even the size of furnishings, so that tablets are very comfortable for the students to have on their desks and furniture. Social learning and connectivity, it's really just not sort of play and chaos. Students are learning everywhere. They've got a device attached to them, and little moments and pockets of space in corridors, having the ability for students to sit down, open up their laptop, have connectivity, and to work on things is critical. Every space within the school can be a learning environment, and it tends to be. We would also say that we want to encourage interaction, connectedness among the students. You don't want anonymity, and you don't want teachers and students to be too separate. So we'd like to design a space that has those interactions even between student and teacher, so they can pause and ask a follow-up question or continue their learning. Safety and security goes without saying. Our approach on this is, of course, ever-changing. We really want to know what your protocol is specifically, but we very much support both active and passive measures. And when we design a school, we plan very deliberately to have admin and teacher work areas, not only at the front entry where there's visible connections and you're not relying on technology, but also positioned so that you have good visual control and supervision over major junctions, social areas, intersections, stairwells, toilet rooms. This is a school in Manchester, Connecticut, where we've dispersed teacher planning at a major intersection. This was actually the big problem area within their school. We widened it, we relieved the edges, and the principal, Don Sirikowski, who actually moved on, reported back to us within the first year that the number of incidents were dramatically reduced in this area. But at the same time, by having the teacher planning there, you've got an adult presence kind of in all these critical areas of the building. School as community center is also something that is very important, and it's not just that the building should be an asset for the whole community. It's that there's a learning value in doing this, that students see lifelong learning, they see adult education, that there's an active vitality in life within the school, that students can see sort of a civic responsibility long term. Maybe there are programs that can use the school, not just sports, but maybe some cooking, Meals on Wheels, other things that students can really learn from. And we're seeing a lot more business partnerships. We're seeing a lot more of these civic and other types of things coming into schools. And lastly, I'll say that sustainability and green is an important part of it. It's inherent in what we do. Before we've had the rating systems of LEED, we've inherently built our buildings with a few core principles, and it's really our approach to green. We start with durability and quality because we want the buildings to last a long time. I mean, you're investing, the community's investing, it's got to be a 50-year building. So that's inherently green. We also look at what pays back quickest. Where is their immediate value? So there are a lot of exotic things you can do, but some of the most basic things you have to do now at the planning level. You have to orient your building so it has very good north-south light into classrooms. It's not only for the quality of daylight within the room, but it saves on energy costs to have that kind of an orientation, so that becomes critical. And even planning for natural and passive ventilation. These are things that we can do that just really help lessen the burden. We also want to know what other objectives you have. It may be that we can't get points for certain things that you would like to have. It's too costly up front, but there may be value as a teaching tool within a school. This is a school in Brookline where we were able to add a number of features, albeit small, but green roof at the front entry became a very visible symbol and kind of the character of the building as you entered it. Similar to your approach here, where you enter high and you kind of look down, and you get a lot of value out of doing something like that. We had outdoor learning labs, environments with composting, student gardening, rain barrels and rain chains so that the students could see and experience nature. There's a phrase that's coined now, or an acronym, Nature Deficit Disorder, NDD, which does exist with many children. So bringing outdoor opportunities as part of the school and part of the site, I think is also a great idea. So now we're going to get to your school and some of the thinking that we've put in. We've only just begun. We've obviously looked at the report, and we've started to see and get a handle on what's going on, looking at the program and looking at ways that we can even infuse some of what I've already talked about. And at a very macro or basic level, one of the things we look at, we're seeing your existing building here. You may remember from the study, there's a STEAM wing out here, as well as additions all through these areas, out on the back of the CAF. What we've done here are a few basic things. Number one, we've consolidated construction. All those small additions on a building are costly. And if you can consolidate and improve the school and the way it works, you'll save money and you can reinvest that money in other ways. So that was one of the key elements. Another thing we did is we took the STEAM wing and we shifted it. We split it here. Basically, one half is on each side of the existing wing. That does three things. It shortens the travel distance for students that would otherwise be way out here traveling a long way around the building. It kind of splits it. The other thing it does is it creates a humanities and a STEAM wing. That's really what you want when you set up this type of structure. They're still contiguous, so you still got the full school there together, all the academics, but by splitting it, you really show humanities and STEAM. The last thing is we've set it on a perfect north-south orientation. Again, conserving energy and creating a better quality. And I'm going to turn it over to Dawn and have her go into some of the details of all of these areas. She'll show you a lot more that we've done inside, just with a quick look.
Thanks, Bob. So, hi. As Bob mentioned, we're going to look a little closer inside the building now. So, having read through the report and done our homework, we realized there really were a few places where we could see improvement. Am I in your way? So, identifying the STEAM wing, as Bob mentioned, we've split it down the middle at the existing wing. We're also looking at the health and fitness addition. There's a need for some additional space there, so we'll look at that a little closer. And then lastly, the performing arts addition and the new cafeteria, a larger cafeteria for all the students with the consolidation. So starting at the STEAM wing, we looked at the existing report, the proposed design. We noticed a couple things. One, there were some humanities classrooms in this STEAM wing. In our experience and in our designs, a successful STEAM wing really incorporates simply science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. So there were some social studies and foreign language classrooms in there. So what we've done is, in the new edition, we've actually created this extension, if you will, of the existing humanities wing. And that really allows for English classrooms, social studies classrooms, humanities-based classes to exist in the existing wing as well as in this extension. And these are the typical classrooms. Bob spoke about regularizing your classroom sizes. This allows you flexibility. This could be an English grouping one year and social studies another. So having that flexibility within a typical classroom is really a benefit. Getting to the STEAM wing, you can see we've made some changes. The other thing we noticed in the report, there were quite a few classrooms without natural light, no windows, if you will. So if Bob mentioned earlier there was a connection to having natural light and test scores improvements, we really feel strongly that every typical classroom should have natural daylight. So we've taken all the classrooms, put them on an exterior wall. But the other thing we've done is created these clusters, similar to what Bob spoke about, where we feel like a successful STEAM wing really is about collaboration. It's about cross-pollination of these different disciplines. So in the proposed design, there were a cluster of math classrooms together, a cluster of art classrooms together, and we've really taken that and brought an art class, a couple math classrooms, science, and technology all off of what we call these flexible learning spaces. And these are really breakout spaces. These are spaces for, as Bob mentioned, students and teachers to really come together. Students from science coming together with students from math doing a physics project, something like that. So we've got 3 stories of it. There are 2 flexible learning in the STEAM wing per story. And then we also created one in the humanities because it's really a nice space to have amongst a cluster of classrooms. The other great thing is the dispersed teacher workroom and planning rooms that Bob spoke about. Gives some passive supervision.
And one other point on this too, it's down at the lower level, but we looked at the auto shop and we noticed that it was a drive in and out in the same direction. And we have a lot of experience with Voc Tech projects, and really for safety of students, the best thing you can do is have a directional drive in, continue out through so that students aren't backing up and reversing through there. So what we did is in shifting this, we also got the added benefit of being able to have that sort of through motion on the auto shop.
Something about 17-year-olds in an auto tech shop moving cars, right? So we have plenty of experience with that. So we took a look at that and did a little improvement there as well. Moving on to the health and fitness area, there's a need for some additional space. What we've done, and Bob alluded to this, was consolidated the addition. We've put it on this side. We've got some adjacent parking that Chris has allocated that allows for a public entry there. So you have public events at the gymnasium, you'd actually have the ability to come right in. What we've also done is allowed for the lockers to be 2-sided. In the proposed design, they really were only accessible through the gymnasium, which could be a problem if there's something else going on. So what this does is we are building this new addition first, and Dan will speak in a minute about phasing so you'll understand how these spaces get built out. But the new addition would come first, and then what it does is allows for a rotation of space while the renovation of the existing is all happening. So no one is without a place to change, a place to work out. So there's really an inefficiency to how we figured out the phasing in this area.
And one other thing.
Absolutely, Bob.
We also looked at the stairwells and how they're kind of tight to the door. You have a few options to go down to the gymnasium, and you're abruptly at the entrance of the gym. So what we're suggesting is actually to build a more generous grand stair, give yourself a little bit more relief so that people can come down and there's a bit more of a room in front of the gymnasium.
And it goes without saying there's a nice connection back to the fields from all of these spaces. So, some of the health and fitness areas that we've actually built. Let's give you an idea of those. This is the Reading Memorial High School. This is actually a renovation. This is in Massachusetts, Reading, Massachusetts. A renovation of a gymnasium and weight room. This is also the RIC Rec Center. That's also a renovation. And then lastly, the Medway High School, where there's a gym at the lower level and a jogging track above. So their program needs required the track, so we accommodated it at the upper level. This slide actually incorporates 2 of our concepts with the auditorium. I'll start there. We've got, in the proposed design, it looked as though there was an extension of the existing auditorium to make it a little larger. And proportionately and acoustically, it didn't, in our opinion, it's a little stronger to have a brand new state-of-the-art. We could get a 950-seat auditorium, new addition. So what we've done is the existing auditorium, as you're probably familiar, sits here. We will build this addition first, and then renovate the existing auditorium into a whole entire music suite. So you'll have a new band room, chorus, ensemble. It's kind of a nice tucked away at the end of that wing acoustically. They'll have their own privacy for singing and musical rehearsal. There's practice rooms embedded in here. So they have this nice little suite. There's an office for the instructors. So this addition really allows for this renovation to happen. Adjacent to that, we've got a public entry. As you're probably familiar, this is the front parking area. Got a lobby public entry with a new addition to the cafeteria. This also, from a phasing standpoint, becomes really important. What we're doing, again, we're building this new addition at one time. This will allow us to use this cafeteria. This existing kitchen that sits here will serve that new cafeteria, while the back existing cafeteria is blocked off and built out as a new kitchen. So you have a fully functioning kitchen after the addition is built and while the new kitchen is being built. So there's never any downtime with your serving. Once that kitchen is built out, this cafeteria will, the existing kitchen gets renovated into the additional cafeteria space required, again, for the consolidation of the students. There's just more students now. So it will be this nice social hub. These aren't necessarily indicative of built walls. These are really a defined space. But what we envision is a nice, big, open social hub, a place for students not only to eat lunch, but maybe gather in groups later in the day and do projects and that sort of thing. Also, a benefit is the direct connect to the auditorium. So you could do pre-functions and have, assemblies, meals and snacks before, and then go into the performance. So it really will become a nice public social area.
And one thing we often do is to really make cafeterias more functional and useful throughout the day and after hours. We can locate things like if there are community or PTO organizations or even student activity areas off of the cafeteria so that it becomes a natural extension. It's a place for poster making, building, and doing other things as well, so that it's got more purpose and it's kind of enlivened a bit.
I was just going to say it creates an undead space, and at times when it might otherwise be dead, just an empty cafeteria. So it really livens up the building. So looking at some some built spaces that we've created. Again, we're showing Manchester High School. This was a renovation, so maybe not proportionately ideal, but we did they're very happy with the job that we've done acoustically, and we worked with Robert Lorelli Associates, who's also on our team here, who does theater design. So he's able to give us feedback on our theater design. Then we've also got Medway High School and then Reading Memorial High School, and these are both new auditoriums. Getting back to the social hub, the cafeteria, the space that we hope to liven up a bit, you can see some of the spaces that we've built. We've got, again, Manchester. This is a perfect example of how you might take a new addition, butt it up to an existing renovation, and create a great space. And that's similar to what would happen here with the new addition next to the renovated space. But this is Manchester. You can see a little change in floor grade. Sometimes just creates a nice separation without actually putting up a wall, but it allows for openness to see and be seen. We've got natural daylight in all these spaces, which again is really important. That'll happen on the addition side of the cafeteria. And these are, again, Reading and Medway. So with that, I hope we gave you a couple nuggets to think about while you're contemplating your design. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan, who's going to talk about construction and phasing.
So other than I don't get any nice drawings, I get another chart. This is the phasing chart. I gave you a hand. I think this is also in our RFP, and I gave you a handout as well with this. Major points on this chart are this long yellow line, which is all the new construction. This is the new STEAM edition, the CAF, and the auditorium editions. And this is all going to happen so that you can move in there in September of 2015, and then we can start the renovation of all the rest of the building. There'll be other little aspects I'll go over as we go through it, but that's really the basic premise of it. And I believe you have enough room in this building right now that after the STEAM edition is built, you'll have enough classrooms there to move almost all the kids into there for the next year, so they'll allow us a lot of space for renovation. Dawn and Bob have done a really nice job in consolidation. They've consolidated the design into 3 major pieces rather than all these appendages, and they've actually allowed it so that we can build out the STEAM wing, these major pieces here, during the first year, and not have to worry about kind of taking all these spaces offline and then kind of going back and trying to build in these other spots. It's going to be much more convenient this way. And you can see this is just a 3D rendering of the steps, and I'll walk you through the steps quickly. This is the first step, first in April, when we start the construction, which will be the 5 weeks after the February and the bid period that we spoke about earlier. We'll be putting up fences, new driveways, and take off a few classrooms and a few other areas. I think the area we're in is one of the areas, to allow for the new construction to happen. So then we'll start the steam wing, and the auditorium wing. This is the first summer. We'll be doing abatement. I know that it's Connecticut law really requires that we do abatement during when the kids are not on campus. So I've tried to phase the entire project so that there's no abatement happening when there's any students here. This is the this is the phase when we start the construction back here. Excuse me. So we're still constructing this, but the concept is that when this area here, when these guys finish here with the concrete steel and the other and the site, they can roll everything back here and start on these additions while the skins and the envelopes go up on those additions. This is a locker room. This is the locker room addition. We found that the locker room build-ins they take longer. They just don't. You can't do them in the summer. It's just not enough time. So we've had to fade. Their design really does help with this a lot because there's only a one swipe move-in. So if the girls are moving out of an area, they move directly into the new space. But these are going to take about 6 months each. So we've phased it out, so they're going to be about 6 months. This is the ending of summer. We fit out these buildings, and we start in on the main gym renovation, try to get that done, and the abatement for the A-wing. This is the August to December phase. We're doing classroom renovations. You've now occupied all these buildings. All your new construction is occupied with the exception of the auditorium. There's an awful lot of construction happening here. You have 182,000 or so square feet of new construction happening in this project. That's a lot for 16 months. So we figured the best way to do this is to leave the auditorium as a leave behind so that when this is all done, the new construction is complete, that area will be in fit up. So it'll be done, it'll be closed in, but they'll be fitting it out. And that gives them a little extra time to make sure that the classroom wings and everything else is ready for the academic year, which is critical. And now we start in on the classroom renovation in the A wing and the kitchen renovation. This is all continuing here, same thing, classroom renovations, kitchen renovation. The way we're going to get away without having to make the kids leave the building, which we do not want to do, we don't want them to go outside, is we're going to renovate the upper floors of the A and the lower floor and leave the A wing main floor not under construction for a summer phase so that you can have transport between the new wing and the old building. This is us occupying, getting ready to finish up. Same thing here. New team rooms are being built out. Completing, these areas are complete now in the renovation. Finally, this summer we finish up pretty much everything. You move into all these different colors are all places that you moved into. The summer also is a cleanup. We actually finish, now that this kitchen is ready, we come in and demolish the server you have and then do the renovations in the admin and the corridor. Since we know that this area that we're in is a 2003 renovation, there's really not a tremendous amount of work to do in here. And here's the end of the job. Phase 4, demolish the D-wing, do any work out there on the site, and that's when you're all occupied and we're done. And this would be on your schedule, which would be September 7th, 2016. You would move into your complete building. This demolition would happen a little bit after that, but you would have complete occupancy and that piece would be severed. I'm going to ask Greg to talk about BIM now.
Sure. Advance, and that's
Advance is that button right there.
okay, great.
The button that goes red button is the button.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Building information modeling, or BIM, has really revolutionized the way we engineer buildings now. This is a three-dimensional representation of a renovation project that we did. And as most of you know, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be jammed in above the ceiling, ductwork, piping, wiring, and particularly in renovation projects, but also new, we found this to be a way to really smooth construction out. What ends up being designed, and we see this on projects where you could almost after it was built see the exact same thing that we had modeled in 3 dimensions ahead of time, and it also helps a lot with change orders. We also do something a little different with BIM that tries to address a concern I know you all have, which is after the school is built, how do we maintain it over years? And that's a real challenge, I understand, to budget it properly. And what we do is we actually take the facilities group through a virtual maintenance review ahead of time. So what this is this is an example of a renovation project that we did down at Quinnipiac University, but all that ductwork was all put into an existing attic space that had very complicated structural steel all over the place. And the facilities group down there wanted some assurance that they were going to be able to get to all their equipment and to properly maintain it later. And that yellow space, if I can get it here, that actually represents the size of a person or a space about 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall, where we built a system of catwalks and actually demonstrated that they could do that, actually get around the equipment. We can also show ahead of time how they can change filters. This is before it's ever built, and we actually took some of the input that we got from them and it was built into the design, and I think we came up with a better design because of that input. We've talked a lot about sustainability, just a couple more things. We do full computerized energy modeling at BVH, and this is really a very important tool which will help everyone decide what systems make the most sense. Some things sound good, some things are good for one project and not so good for another project. This tries to put numbers. This was an example. This is sort of an output, a summary output sheet of a project that we did that actually shows a three-dimensional image, and then also how each part of the system added up to reduced energy savings, or increased energy savings. Here's a list of many sustainable design features that we've used on projects, and some will make sense, some won't make sense. One I'd like to focus on now, because right now natural gas is so inexpensive that, in fact, historically so, that high efficiency, let's see if I can find where that is here on the list here. Well, it's got to be there somewhere. Well, high efficiency boilers, I don't know what, well, anyway. I'm not sure what's on the list, but condensing boilers, which are gas-fired and operate at higher than 90% efficiency, and that combined with the fact that natural gas costs are very, very low right now, lead to an extremely cost-effective way to reduce energy costs in the school, and it's something we would certainly be looking at, as well as some of these others, such as demand-controlled ventilation and others. So that's it.
Thank you, Greg. I just want to add a comment. The entire design team is BIM capable, and we work in BIM. And in fact, Design Partnership, our firm, and Greg's firm have 2 BIM projects underway, one at UConn that's in construction and one that's in design. So this is the basis of our design process, and it will affect all of the phases of work we do. I want to wrap up by talking about our work plan and our staffing plan for your project and our workload. The top half of this chart shows how we propose to staff the Enfield project with key people, those who are here and a few others, and there will be others beyond here. The 5-minute mark? Okay, I might actually finish early. Let's see. Showing assignment as a percentage by phase for each individual. The lower chart just shows our current workload and points out that we have a couple of major projects wrapping up. Assabet is about to go out to bid, and the Essex project actually went out to bid a few months ago. So we have a major team that's already on the construction, and a major team about to come off of a major design project. So we have a full team, not only the people you see here, but all of the support people necessary to do your project, ready to hit the ground running within a matter of weeks. I mean, we'll hit the ground running tomorrow if you tell us to. The others won't be far behind. So we're in good shape to take on this project. It fits our own work profile very, very well, and it means we can devote maximum effort from the get-go. So I'll wrap up very quickly about why we think we're the best firm. And there's not a whole lot I want to say, because I think if we've done our job, our presentation tells the story. We have the experience that's important for this project, particularly the experience in phased renovation for high schools and renovation with students in the building. We have the experience with CM at risk We bring the 21st century visioning to your project, which we think you want and we think is essential. We bring a very strong focus on cost benefit and delivering maximum value for the dollar. We know that's essential to you and your community. And we are, as I say, eager to do your project and ready to start. So with that, with maybe a few minutes to spare, we'd love to hear your questions and comments. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We'll start our questions, and we'll go around the room. Wendy, if you want to begin.
Yeah, I have two. I'm just actually trying to figure out which one I want to ask first. So you've laid out a considerably different design here. There's some significant changes from what we had budgeted for initially. So I'd like to ask, what is your feeling that the impact of these changes would be to our existing budget? Is this feasible within the budget that we have established now?
Yes, we think it is. We think we've brought about some economies by consolidation and by moving away from multiple small additions to a few larger additions. We also know that by completing the project a year earlier than the original budget anticipated, which is what you have told us is your goal, there will be a savings that comes with that.
When I originally looked at your report, we did do an analysis apart from it as a CAMR job in this area, what the square footage for a renovation and what a square footage for a new building would cost. So it was not even with your drawings. It was just a base cost of what this would be. This design is slightly smaller than the design that is in your study. Not really appreciably smaller. I mean, a couple thousand square feet. So, and measuring those two up against each other, we were pretty much, I was surprised to see, but we're pretty much dead on with each other's estimate numbers. So we do think this is more than within the range.
I would add the reduction in square footage comes from finding efficiencies, not from reducing program space. We think we're actually providing more effective program space than in the referendum.
Maybe I'll just add, we also, we've built in some additional features that we can also scale back from. The auditorium here is a little bit larger, better proportion, we think more efficient, but there are ways that we can also look at making other reductions.
We're going to try to allow everybody time to ask questions, so I'm going to say thank you very much for your answer. I appreciate that. No, I'll wait my turn if everybody else does that.
I have a question on your proposed moving around here. There is not much space behind this building, and you run into the hill. I can foresee, if you're planning on filling the area, a compound problem there with getting into a lot of excavation and possibly drainage issues. The space where your building runs to the end of the fence as far as fire issues with access around that side of the building, it's very, very tight. Your proposal, of course, and I understand that this is just a proposal or whatever, that huge parking area, you'd be bringing in an extensive amount of fill into that area in order to get that there, and then that'll impact with issues that we've had prior to this with the fields, with drainage. Any comments on that?
Sure, it's Chris with Langen, and we see that as a restriction or a condition that we need to work around. Certainly the grades drop off in the back, and as Dan said, one of the first things we do is map those existing conditions, both topography, utilities on a renovation job, that's a big deal, and to identify those regulatory authorities, whether it's DEEP or Army Corps, the local wetlands, and so on. So we definitely see that as a pinch point and something that we're going to work to maintain its current condition. Because of that slope, we really wouldn't want to affect it.
Jay.
This way,
I'm sorry.
There have been two spikes in natural gas prices, one in the late 70s, early 80s, and one around the year 2000. You made a comment about being heavily dependent on natural gas. Do you really believe for the next 50 years that the natural gas prices are going to stay where they are and not have any of those spikes occur again?
Well, it is hard to predict. I agree. If you look at the trend, though, since 2008, it has continued to fall. And just so, if you were to compare gas and oil, let's say, gas right now per BTU is about half the cost of oil. One of the other systems that I know is compared sometimes are geothermal systems, and we've done a number of those. I think there may be some interest in that. We certainly would study it. Right now, it's very hard to demonstrate energy savings, energy cost reductions by really anything besides using natural gas when it's available. So I just don't see it ever getting back up, and the alternative would be, in the case of geothermal, it really relies on electricity, and those costs haven't dropped as low. I guess the other way to think of it is, because natural gas is so much less expensive now, it's sort of like putting money into the bank for all those early years, and then at some point in the future, if fracking, and that's really one of the reasons it's dropped, the price has dropped so much, if that becomes a problem, it certainly is being discussed all the time. You could see the prices going up a little bit, but I think overall it would be very hard to think that natural gas is going to get that expensive again in the foreseeable future.
Well, I can say for sure that the utilities throughout the country, roughly 10 to 20% of the power generation that's presently coal and other things are being considered for conversion to natural gas. So that's going to put a huge stress on the natural gas prices as time goes on. So you kind of disagree that those prices are going to go up?
I think they'll go up, but they're so much lower than all the alternatives right now that I don't think they're going to get up to what it would cost to use to use anything else.
Thank you.
So there were two examples in the presentation of budgets on projects, and there was about a 20% cost differential between the estimated cost and the total project cost. So can you?
There actually isn't. The estimate, that's actually the construction cost of the building.
Okay.
The total project cost includes all the soft costs.
Okay.
So that's the total in cost, and then the other number is the raw price of the construction.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi. I was just looking through, and I noticed that in your presentation you referenced the Taunton School and the Reading School a lot, and then you also reference, I believe it was the Essex School that's under construction. And just looking at the SF330 sheet, I noticed that from those two schools, you haven't brought any of your consultant team with you in on this project. And I'm curious, is there a reason that you chose to switch up the team from the schools that you're highlighting in your presentation?
I mean, the fact is that with the exception of Essex, those projects go back a few years, and we're constantly forming, developing teams, forming new relationships. The people we have now are the people that we have been working with probably most recently on Yukon and the Prouty project, for example, and we're having a very, very good experience. And so for that reason, we felt that it was appropriate to bring them to this project.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I don't have any questions either.
All right, I got a few. One of them is I know you talked about your CM and CMR experience. Can you give us like a couple-minute overview of what your interface would be on the site side of it?
You mean during construction?
During construction, from design to CM, and what your staffing would be at that?
I can tell you exactly what it is. The Essex project's under construction right now, and we have 2 people on it full-time working in the office. a construction administrator on it full-time. So there's 3 people working on it, and then I'm working on it as well. So once once your project goes in construction, I don't ever leave a job. So you'll be seeing me pretty much from today until the day this job is done. So and I'll track it all the way through and make sure everybody does what they're supposed to be doing. And that's what's happening on the Essex job and all my other jobs. So we generally we'll staff it as appropriately as we need to, and the Essex job and that, there's also a bump curve in the way that CA happens, and when we start CA, our curve is much higher in the front end, where we have a lot of submittals, and then it'll start to even out. So we'll have probably 3 people on it, and then it may drop to 2, and then it may drop to 1. But there'll always be 1 person full-time, and there'll always be me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, could I add to that? One thing worth mentioning, one of the designers is always involved to some degree, not full-time, but to make sure that what we're specifying and the products we're picking are actually what is being provided or comparable to. So it's worth noting that Bob or myself or one of the project architects is always involved to some degree so that we can make sure that the building is what we promised you during design.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The other question I have in your proposal you had originally sent us, you list your change order costs, which seem to tend to, at least on those historical projects, seem to run a little bit on the high side. What's your RFI history? Do you have any percentages with that? Because that's a driving factor.
It depends on the size of the job, really. On the job like Taunton, we probably had about 800. That's an $86 million job, though. And on a job like Essex, we're probably up to about 300 right now, and we're about a year into construction. So, and that has an early bid package phase. So we had site and structural out early. So there's going to be an inordinate amount, because those drawings aren't done. There's going to be a lot of questions on the upfront for that, because you're setting out drawings that are 60% done. They're not 100% done when you do an early bid package. You have an expectation there's going to be a lot of questions. We did Holyoke High School, which is up the street. On the total job, I had 70. So it depends on the scope of the job, and a reno job is going to have a lot of existing conditions. You got to expect there's going to be a little more, but we're generally pretty low, and my change order rate on my jobs is generally pretty low.
One thing I want to add on change order rates, I'm pretty sure what we gave you was total numbers, not differentiated according to what was site driven or what was owner driven. What we've seen on some projects is that if the construction costs come in below budget, which they have tended to do, owners will sometimes take advantage to put things in the project that they had not put in because of cost constraints. So significant portions of those change order numbers are discretionary owner adds to the scope.
Okay, so they're not just design issues, they're added scope.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. At Manchester High School, for example, we had the contingency. We probably used 65-70% of it for added scope. So there was very few change orders. And on Essex right now, the 110 construction cost, a year in, I have about $400,000 in change orders. 283 is existing soil that we found that was oil laden.
Okay. All right. Thank you. On your phasing, you had basically 4 major phases with sub-phases in between of it. With the amount of phases, and do you feel, or in your experience, does that drive up the cost of the project, or what's your thoughts on that?
Not if we hire the CM
versus
early.
having less phases.
Not if we have the CM on early. The more phases, the more moves you have to make. So we want to try to alleviate that, but a lot of those little mini phases are actually abatement phases. So when you're seeing a lot of orange in there, those are really just one contractor going in and doing abatement during the summer, or one person doing something during the summer. What I try to do with it every time is keep people in one place, which is why I have the contractor building only new construction in the beginning of the job, so he's there and he's focused on that only. Once you get into a renovation, it needs to balance the continuity of services within the building and your needs in the building. This building's great, honestly, because you've got enough space in the steam wing to move people over to it, and you're going to free up a lot of space in this building, so we're going to be able to make a lot of fast headway in here. So although it looks like a lot of phases, I don't think that if we have a CM on board and we have him buy into this phasing early and we have him give his input and he gets on board with us, I think we're going to be fine. I don't think it's going to cost you much more at all, because you don't have any temp classrooms. We have no temporary construction. We have none of those things.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Pass it to Jim, and then we can go back if there's any more questions.
I got one more. Want me to go with it or no? Okay. The last one, a quick one. You gave your presentation on the BIM and how it flows and helps the project and stuff, which I have experience with it and I think it's a big asset. Is it typically your intent is after you go through the design process, do you flow that into the construction manager so that there's not a stop and a restart with him starting BIM also?
Yeah, that is definitely our preference. There was a period of time, in fact, I can think of a project that we did in BIM, but the contractors weren't ready, or the subcontractors weren't up to speed yet on it. And I did feel that was very wasteful because they didn't use a lot of the work that we did. We offered them our model. In other cases, we've had situations where the contractors, I think a few years ago, where maybe the quality of some of the BIM models that were coming out of design firms maybe weren't up to what the contractor wanted, and they just started from scratch as well, and that also didn't make sense. I think the most important thing is if there's a CM on board, and if we can build our BIM model the way they intend to build the building. So for my stuff, do they want the ductwork high and the piping low or something like that? If we get an understanding with them ahead of time, and then we'll certainly give them our model afterward, and they'll be able to use it.
Okay, thank you.
Principal involvement, we do have, one of you are the principals?
Two of us are principals.
Two of us.
I'm a principal as well.
My question would be to BVH, the IT and data, is that in-house?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Along with fire security as well?
Exactly, along with fire security, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, fire protection.
Okay, I was just curious
and
about
data.
the IT and data.
IT and data, yes.
In-house?
In-house.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Though I do have a question. I know you said you do have one round of meeting with department heads and principal players. How often do you meet with them or go back to kind of go over design?
Actually, in the schedule, we have 4 rounds.
4 rounds.
So some of what we want to know, we need to speak to you how deep you would like us to go. We're prepared. Our process usually goes fairly deep in speaking to all users, sometimes combining 2 schools if you want us to go to both locations, or it may be more beneficial to have representatives and curriculum and department heads only. So some of it depends on how deep you're wanting us to go.
So it goes throughout the project?
Yes, it goes all the way through all phases. In fact, we come back, we do this 4 times.
Okay.
And we come back the 4th time, not to get more input, we've got it by then, but to just let everyone know where things have settled. Because as you know, going through a project, scope changes, decisions are made. So we try to keep communication very integrated.
Even through the FF&E?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Bob, could you just add a comment on combining 2 schools, our experience from Essex?
Dave is pointing to, we have experience bringing multiple districts together, or multiple schools, certainly. The Essex Aggie School is actually 3 schools that came together. And we have, on our team, we have Dave Stephen, who is part of visioning and programming planning as well.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. I'm going to piggyback off of Mr. Rippish over here. The new wing that you have replaced on the property line, or on the property, is very close to the property line. Did you take into consideration the infill zoning ordinances and the available regulations for your various emergency equipment and all of that? Because you are, according to your drawings up there, extremely close to being over our zoning allowances.
Okay. Chris and I can both answer this, but what we worked with, just looking through the study, is what was already done in the study. So the demarcation of how far the building extended or the extension of parking in the back, we looked at that when we worked on these options.
Sure, and in terms of fire access, we're maintaining at least 30 feet between curb to curb, so it's plenty for fire vehicle, emergency vehicle, and so on. And, I think we're still in a very early concept phase. This probably is not the final configuration of the building, so if we need to elongate or stretch or twist or, I think there's plenty of time to do that ahead.
It's also worth noting the corner in the existing report is approximately in the same area. This little corner might come into it a little bit, but it's not far from where the existing piece that came out in their stem wing. And it's about 50 feet, if you wanted a reference point, from that corner, just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a couple of little things. Again, with that changing of the STEAM program, that wing, we seem to have lost a substantial amount of classrooms that we are required to have. And also by switching it over to where you have it, at one part, at the beginning of your presentation, you said you designed for possible expansions. Well, by having it where it is, there is no expansion in any of the wings that we've added other than redoing the entire site. By having it this way, there's no room for expansion on that program.
In this quick study, it might not. It's part of what we look at when we develop the concepts. What we were trying to do here is bring some additional thinking to what we already saw in the report. So this does not comprehensively include, everything possible that we would study.
Also, in our RFP that we submitted to you guys, we asked for specific consultants, such as acoustical theater consultants, food service consultants, IT consultants, and security consultants. And the RFP that you gave us didn't include any of those. We were hoping that you would bring them here, and we still don't see any of those that we specifically asked for.
Okay. We've included, as David mentioned earlier, a comprehensive list of consultants. We've included all of them. We've included acoustical, traffic, and I think you specifically mentioned a few others in there, food service and IT. We've included a comprehensive package. So the idea is that we're going to cover everything. That's what the fee is going to cover. It's every single consultant that you need to do the project and that we need to finish it.
I'm sorry, can I just address the classroom count quickly, only because we didn't get a chance to. There's actually, in that STEAM wing, when you extract the social studies and foreign language, there's the exact same number in the STEAM. Those foreign language and social studies classes have been replaced in the humanities piece of that. So there's actually identical. Some of the offices have been dispersed, but as far as classroom count, exactly the same. There's 3 stories,
Okay.
so we showed an enlargement of the one, and then there's 2 others with a few on the lowest level.
Okay, very good. Are there any other quick questions? If not, okay. Well, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to come down here. We'll thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've appreciated the opportunity.
Are we taking like 5 minutes before they break down? Sorry? Are we taking 5 until they break down? We can make a motion.
We have to wait, we're going to move into executive session. Right, so we need to have time because the other group is starting in a minute,
Randy, you're going to make a motion to move into executive
Yeah, we're going to have to make a motion to move into executive session. Somebody can-
I make a motion to move into executive session at this time.
Second. Any questions? All in favor, moving into executive session? Raise your hand. Anybody against? Thank you. We're going into executive session. Somebody make a motion to bring us back to regular session.
I make a motion to bring us back into regular session.
Need a second.
very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
For all comments. You will be given 1 hour for a presentation. 5 minutes left of the hour. I will notify you at 5 minutes left. At that point, we're going to be doing a 15-minute or so question and answer amongst ourselves to you. If you guys are all set, we can begin. I'm sorry. Oh, we made a motion. We're going to do introduction. I'm sorry. It's already been a long day. We just started. I'm Randy Daigle. I'm chairman of the building committee.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Osada, vice chairman.
Greg Stritch, committee member. George Rippish, committee member.
Jason Kilty?
Joe Muller, committee member. Walter Cruzell, committee member.
Doug Maxellen, committee member.
Jim Nasuda, committee member.
Ginny Lawson, committee member. Gina Sullivan, committee member. Lynn Stahl, secretary.
There we go. Thank you very much. Please begin.
Great, thank you. This is on behalf of everybody at Fletcher Thompson, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come up here to Enfield, present our qualifications for you for your high school project and consolidation of Enfield High School and Fermi High School. Just to give you a brief overview of our firm. Our firm is celebrating over 100 years. I think the text on this computer is skewed. So I apologize for this. Our firm is over 100 years old. Actually, it'll be 103 on Monday. We have about 100 staff in 7 offices, Shelton, Connecticut, Hartford, Boston, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Florida, and Rhode Island. We have dedicated practice groups of K-12, college, university, and healthcare. Primarily K-12 is our specialty, which comprises probably 60 to 65% of the firm's work. We've got an extensive portfolio of projects that have received design awards. And we have a lot of similar high school experience, having done over 22 high schools, 12 of those high schools being like new renovation projects. Joining me today, as I said, my name is Dan Casanelli. I am principal of the firm, of the K-12. Vikas Nagardia-Laker. Good morning. Is our project manager. Vikas will be your day-to-day contact. He will lead the team. He will be at all the meetings as well as I. We tag team this. We work as a team. Vikas is your main contact. Vikas has an extensive portfolio of projects that he's done in the state and is well versed in like new renovations. Dan Davis is our director of design. He's a senior associate of the firm. And Dan not only practices architecture, he actually preaches it. Dan serves as a professor at the University of Hartford, so he brings practical knowledge and design knowledge to all projects that he's involved with, and he'll oversee the design with Mike Berger, who's an associate of the firm as well. Mike's back here, I'm covering him up. Michael has some local ties here, and he'll talk to that in a little bit. Kate Ryan is another associate of the firm. She's one of our interior designers who will serve on the project. She's got a great ability to meet with staff and work with staff to create exciting environments within the classrooms and within all spaces. Oops, sorry. I knew I was going to have a little problem with this. Let's get back here. There we go. Rick Camara is our chief mechanical engineer. Rick oversees all of the engineering, serving on the project as an engineering project manager. And he's got also an extensive portfolio of schools, particularly high schools and like new renovation projects. And Barry Blades is with us, is with Blades & Govan, landscape architects. Barry has done most of the schools that I've been involved with in my almost 17 years at Fletcher Thompson. So he is a great site planner, understands site design for school, vehicular and circulation, traffic flows, patterns on the site, and he'll take us through his presentation as well. So our project understanding is that we're bringing the Enfield and Fermi High School communities together to create one cohesive environment. We do have some experience with that. We understand that it's a like new renovation and addition project. We understand that you're trying to create the STEAM instructional spaces. It's an occupied facility. We've got a lot of experience with that. We're going to show you that. We know the enrollment is looking at about 1,710 students right now is based on what the program in the study was. We understand that your enrollment is declining as well. Hopefully it's short term. People move into town. People start having kids again. You want to expand music, auditorium, phys ed, health, kitchen and cafeteria, infrastructure repairs and improvements, code compliance, health, life safety, have to utilize the Connecticut High Performance Building Standard. It's a state statute. And we want to maximize reimbursement. We want to get every dollar possible, and we have good experience working with the state with that. Our qualifications and relevant experience, I apologize. We have geared the presentation to your scoring sheet, so the numbers in the top corner will correspond with your sheet to make it easier. This is a smattering of high school projects and like new renovation projects that we've done in recent years, ranging from $107 million down to $22 million. Any of the like new renovation projects that you see were, for the most part, occupied buildings, phased construction. There's a wide variety, and we're going to get into some detail to give you examples of those projects as we go through our presentation. You're looking for qualification and relevant experience of our staff. And I do apologize, there's something wrong with the formatting with this laptop, which is throwing some of this off. We have extensive amount of experience with the number of high schools. We do have a handout, so the font would look better than this. Like new renovations experience on the right, high school experience on the left. So the team has extensive experience in high school, like new renovation projects. And we might want to hand those out because this is,
The names are on one side and big numbers.
the numbers are on the other side, yeah. So I'm not sure why the computer's skewing it. This team is coming off of the Maloney High School project, which is set to go to bid this coming week. And we're prepared to move right into it. It's very similar in scope. I've listed the team and time commitments. I will, as I said, serve as the principal in charge. I will be at all the owner meetings, all critical meetings. I have a very rigid policy in the office of being involved in all projects. I sit on every team meeting. I meet with every project team. We have in-house field representatives, and I meet with them once a week to understand all the projects that's in construction and what's going on with those projects so that I have firsthand knowledge of every project in the office. Our project managers run the team meetings, and the team, it's mandatory that the team come to these team meetings. We actually invite construction managers to come to those meetings, and owners are always welcome to come sit on those. The team that we've assembled has a lot of experience. Unfortunately, you can see on the page there, you can see what their experiences are. Steve Jager is actually a resident of town, who's one of our senior architects that's going to work on the job. He actually just lives down the street, not too far, and he had 2 daughters that graduated high school here. So he's got personal touch, involvement that he'd like to work on the project. I put together a little team organization chart that you probably can see better in your book here, but what we did is essentially we have the building committee and just give an organization of the people that you're going to have primarily contact with during the design phase, and then the support of the architecture team, engineering team, and all of our consultants. And we've done, the consultants that we've listed here, we've done a lot of work with over the years on K-12 projects. So we have good working knowledge with those companies. I'm going to turn it over to Vikas right now to chat a little bit about project management.
Good morning. As mentioned, my name is Vikas Nagardi-Laker, and if you're concerned, my name only has 13 letters in it. It is phonetically spelled. But that being said, I am an architect, and it'd be my privilege to serve as the project manager. As Dan had mentioned before, I'd be the liaison, the day-to-day point of contact between our group, you folks, and the associate stakeholders here in Enfield for this project. It'll be my charge to ensure that we, the Fletcher Thompson team, understand the issues, needs, and concerns related to the project, and are able to work effectively to translate that vision into an architecture that meets the needs of the community and the students for the long term. And we understand that this is but one stop in your journey, that you here have been entrusted basically as stewards of the community to shepherd this process through from the beginning, the visioning process, to the end, and ultimately we have a facility. In many respects, I see my role as much like that of a bus driver. I've got to make sure that everybody's on board, sitting down, facing forward, and moving in the same direction. It's critical that all of us work together. We have an extensive amount of experience as a firm, but certainly as a team here, and look forward to rolling up our sleeves and getting in there. I think first and foremost, as you've done your due diligence to date, you realize it's about rolling up the sleeves. We need to get in there and work effectively to develop the information first time, whether it's related to managing the people in the process, certainly the time and the schedule, and that translates to money. We need to make the right first time decisions so that we can get from where we are now to 2016 with a consolidated program to serve the community. That being said, as a project manager and a project team, there are many tools available to us, and I think one of the most important ones is communication. It seems like you've done a lot of work in the recent history, bringing us to the table here today, and it's about continuing that effort. What Dan had mentioned is we have a 100-year history, and a lot of it has to do with the benefits of our integrated design team. We have architects and engineers with 100 years of history working together. Rick Camara, who's here, he may say it's engineers and architects, and he'll tell you a little bit about it. But really, it's about full-time integration and knowledge. I mean, we need collaboration as specified by the Connecticut High Performance requirements, but certainly it leads to a successful project. One of the tools beyond communication certainly are things like detailed task schedule. It's a dynamic document. We know where we are now. We know where we want to be. We have to establish milestones. Dan talked about various meetings. We've seen the information that was generated today. It looks like you met quite a bit related to this project, and we're going to continue that effort. Document the decisions, and the whole point is to create a task schedule that's dynamic. It may adjust, but ultimately we know what the end state wants to be. The benefit of our collaborative team is we're all under one roof. Whether it's physically or electronically, we're working in a software called Revit with BIM. We're working in 3 dimensions. We have the ability to see real time what's going on between the different trades. Quite often, you'll get up from your desk, maybe go grab a bite of lunch, and you'll have an instant message back on your computer with the structural engineer looking at it and saying, hey, I think we've got to solve this little issue over here by the bathroom. Maybe we've got to move this 6 inches. What do you think? We do clash detection continuously, and as Dan mentioned, it's key we have engagement throughout. We talked about engineers, architects, and landscape. We also have our construction administration folks that are engaged right at the beginning, lending their up-to-date field knowledge. Surely it's about the bottom line. It's about getting the best bang for our buck, and it's about effective decision making. We know that you have a finite budget, and it's our charge to maximize the return on the monies that we're going to invest in our school. We have a very good track history with respect to working within the budget. There's contingency dollars that are usually part of any project, and we look to spend that wisely. As part of the team, we have a construction cost estimating professional, Leach Construction, with many years of history, not only as a number cruncher, he's an engineer, ran his own construction company. We worked extensively with him, and he tells us what the current bidding climate is. We see the variety of the projects that are coming on in the office, and we work to make sure that we're on budget. The design process really is just half the battle. There's working through the drawings, the educational specification, and getting approval and going out to bid. We have the construction process. It's going to take many months, years almost, okay? We have a dedicated team, and they're involved throughout the process. There's quality control. One of the things that we talked about earlier was just maximizing the value. There will be changes, okay? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. There are change orders involved in the construction process, and those can be either as a result of field conditions, owner-initiated, and errors and omissions. We see ourselves, as we track these historically, being in the 3 to 4% range, but from the errors and omissions, about 1.5%, well within the industry standard. But again, it's about maximizing the value. I think we have contingency dollars, and we think that there's things that we want to address. We can take advantage of that, certainly as directed by the building committee. Kind of the cornerstone of what we do is coordination, all right? One of the tools we have is a QMP, Quality Management Plan, that's built into the detailed task schedule, as Dan had mentioned it before. He's involved, it's principal-led. We have milestones within, checks and balances. We do our own internal ready checks. Our construction administration people are there from the beginning. And what's critical is the core team moves through to the end. So when we get into the construction phase, that project architect knows all the decisions from the beginning to the end. And again, it's about delivering the design intent on time and on budget.
We do have a quality management plan that we do live and breathe, and there are milestones. This is an example of our milestone quality checklist that we have in the back of it, and we also have a phased deliverable list that we use as a guiding principle of, did you catch this, did you catch that? We have so much school experience, the knowledge of issues that may have come up on a project that may have never arisen before. We try to capture into a document that asks people, did you take a look at this, take a look at that? So we really do try to minimize the impacts on change orders, and because nobody likes change orders. One of the key things also with our staff is that we have a lot of engineers and architects that actually bring practical knowledge to it. We have structural engineers that actually used to hang steel. We have mechanical engineers that actually used to have their own mechanical installation companies, electrical engineers who actually wired. They bring the practical knowledge so they can bring that experience to the construction phase of the project and help vet proposed change orders and make sure we're getting the best bang for the buck.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think we talked about communication. It's also about partnership within our group and partnership with you. And certainly the third leg of the stool is the construction piece. There are a lot of very robust companies here in the state of Connecticut and the surrounding area. I think that they'd all be very interested in realizing the renovations to the Enfield High School. We've got extensive experience with all of them. I think they all bring a level of expertise. And as Dan had said, we have an open door policy. It's about adding value and creating the best solution.
Thank you. I'm the other Dan. I might have trouble with, I talk to my hands and I have both full. I talk into the clicker by mistake. I apologize. These are some of the things that we value as people that design schools. We've been doing this for a long time. I am actually a teacher. I teach at the University of Hartford, and it's not really a big difference between high school and teaching in a college setting. They're really quite similar. So I have to deal with some of these things as a teacher myself. In this case, building a learning community is very important. It's a little bit more important here because you're merging two schools and creating a new community. And that transition could be very interesting. We're dealing with two schools in Meriden, and it would be pretty hard to have Maloney and Platt schools merged. And they were afraid to do that, so they kept them separate. So, but if you do the right planning, it will all work out very well. It'd be interesting to see what colors you pick and the school name and all that kind of stuff. But it is very important. And there's a lot of things that you don't want to have happen. And the worst thing that can happen in a school setting is a child goes invisible or unnoticed or doesn't have a friend or someone to connect with. And it really doesn't matter. The idea is that a student has someone they connect with and talk to on a daily basis. It could be one of the teachers, one of the coaches. It could be Darryl, who's very dynamic. I didn't see him connecting to some of the students. It could be anyone in the building. And if they are not connected to somebody, then bad things could happen to them. Also, by building a sense of community, you make the school a safer place to be in. And that's done in a lot of different ways. We're suggesting here that creating rooms within rooms, settings where kids feel comfortable, appropriate ceiling heights. There are areas where you want the ceiling high and others where you want it low. Even an expression on the outside of the building. So the building is a community of spaces. So it's not just one big mega structure. So it's very comfortable in many respects. And then the centers throughout the school, whether you're in the, I understand that the band is very good at one school and sports might be a little bit better at the other school, but everyone, no matter what you're interested in, should have a place to go. If you're interested in science, there should be a place where they can go, a center for everybody. Okay. And I said before, safety. This is not a new slide that we've just generated recently. We've been talking about safety all along, and it's become certainly something everyone's talking about now. But there's a lot of ways to make the school a secure and safe space. Whether it's outside the building, inside the building, there's a lot of places we want to make sure they're safe. Technology is one way to handle it, but there are other ways that you can handle it as well. Controlled entrance. This is a school, it's Stonington High School, that we did about 10, 12 years ago. And the entrance is very much like a sally port. You come in through, hopefully it doesn't look like that, it's supposed to be a lighthouse. But you come in and you're locked in the vestibule and you can't go through the next set of doors. You're buzzed into the administration suites. You come in, you turn right, you go through admin, then you get back in the corridor and you go where you're supposed to go or you're told to go. And again, this is 12 years old. And it's become a very popular way for people to organize the entrance to their schools. Visibility is very important. You know, even in stairwells, closed, dark stairwells, you know, bad things could happen in. Letting light in, but not too much observation by placing, placing the windows up above, you let light into the space, but you can create a secure environment. And the levels of transparency, places you're supposed to see into and other spaces that you're not supposed to see into. Facilities built to last and for change. It sounds like a contradiction, but you really need to do both of those. We don't know where education is going. I see you all have tablets, and you know that might be the future in terms of teaching. And how should the architecture reflect how people teach? And we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know where teaching is going to go. So we need to create a space that's flexible. But we also have to create a space that's permanent enough. I mean, this building from 1962. I'm actually older than this building. It's kind of scary that, you know, and it's considered an old building. But it was built very well. It was built to last. When it was first built, it was really a state-of-the-art school in its time. But of course, you know, over time, over 50 years, you know, things change. But it has served the community very well, and it's time for an update. The building's a little tired. These are some examples of flexibility. You know, how is science going to be taught in the future, and how do you design a space to teach science? The use of materials, both inside and outside the building, are very important. You have a lot of concrete block and permanent materials here, and that's why the school is still here. There are some materials you really just can't use in a high school. High school kids are pretty tough on buildings. A cafeteria, in this case, was converted into a media center. This is a gym that replaced another gym. So that flexibility, you know, and be able to change spaces into other spaces is very important in school design. Technology, it's everywhere. A lot more in the presentation than I thought, but there's a lot of technology at play in terms of this kind of stuff. And you know, you have a choice to make. I mean, should the technology influence the way the school looks and feels, or should it be invisible? But in any case, the technology should be everywhere. It's going to influence how people are taught, you know, furniture selections, how the computer labs are organized. We have a lot of media centers and cafeterias that have a lot of technology in them, spaces that students are going to be in that want to have access to the technology. And even letting the community in to use the technology. This is a seminar room down at McMahon High School, and it's also used by the community. And what should a typical classroom look like because of the technology? Technology is playing a bigger and bigger role in education on a daily basis. Teachers need space. Often we talk about the students and we forget about the teachers. They need space too within the building. There's a lot more teaming going on. You talk about the STEAM program. You want, you know, all those teachers to be able to talk to each other, to theme the education. So what's going in art might be reflected in science and engineering, or, you know, all those kinds of things. So there's a plan to the educational format, but they need a place to go and talk and to team and get organized. We're no longer talking about the old-fashioned school, the Norman Rockwell school. The schools are different in this case. We also have places for teachers to meet with students outside the classroom. When a teaching opportunity happens, you want to be able to take advantage of it. And they often happen when you're going into the classroom or coming out. And in some schools, we put chalkboards or marker boards outside the classroom so the education can continue inside or outside the classroom. And also visibility into teacher spaces, to be able to see your teacher, you know, when they're not teaching, and bump into them in other places within the school. So that transparency is important as well. Bring the outside in, the inside out. This is very important as well. The school really should be rooted in the community that builds it. You know, here in Enfield, you have, you know, a colonial history. You know, come down Main Street, you see all those colonial homes. There's an agricultural past, the river going by, the train going by. So somehow that should be reflected in the school. It shouldn't look like a school that's built in Hartford or another place. It should look like it belongs in Enfield. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. By using natural materials, natural ventilation, bringing light into the corridors, the views. I mean, here we're showing some trees, but you have an opportunity of views of the river and the other side of the river. It can be quite powerful within the school. And also bringing the outside, inside out, teaching opportunities outside the building. Or do you want to have them dining outside the building as well? All decisions you'll need to make when you design the school. Okay. We took the opportunity to take a look, and we're going to analyze the existing school. We'll take a look at the proposed scheme, and then we're going to show you some options that you might want to consider as you move forward. We understand that you're investing a lot of money in this the school building and want to make sure the money is spent right. And we have a quote in the office, it's not a mistake until it's built. So you should make sure you do enough study. So even though you have a plan in front of you that is certainly a very good plan, there's a lot of other options you might want to consider, and there are other ways to improve that plan. So in this case, these were some of the issues that came out of the ed spec and things we thought were important for you to try to solve with regard to the new school. A sense of community, a place where students can gather within the school. You need gym expansion, auditorium expansion. The music and band rooms need to be expanded. The cafeteria and kitchen as well. The removal of the D-wing, hazardous materials, a sensitivity to the neighborhood and to the building itself, updating image, circulation, the obstacles within the corridor, as well as the interior classrooms. So we move, the main entrance is here. We're over here somewhere. And you see how the building is organized. Classroom spaces in one clump over here, another clump over there, and then shared spaces within the school are located in between, and administration right around the main entrance to the school. This is the scheme that you're studying now and went to referendum with. This does create a sense of community. It does expand the gym and the auditorium, the band spaces, as well as the cafeteria. All those things are sort of expanded in place. It does remove the D-wing and get rid of the hazardous materials. But is it sensitive to the neighborhood? This building is really close to the property line in that case. In fact, you notice the house right there is for sale already. Right. And the building is getting very close. And in fact, the shops are located below. And it's maybe not as kind to that neighbor as the building could be. The idea of updating the image. What should the school look like? In this case, you're merging two school programs. Should it look like one school, or should it look like the other, or should it look like a different school? And that's a choice you need to make. The circulation pattern is very important. When you travel down this corridor, we spent a lot of time with Darrell around this bump, but also across from the main entrance, there are a number of obstacles in the corridor that makes it very hard to flow from one end of the school to the other. And for some reason, this plan didn't really address those. The circulation pattern, you're traveling a long distance from this corner of the building all the way over to the other corner. And the tendency for students maybe to try to cut across. Going outside might not be what you want to encourage in schools today. And the next slide will sort of have a little fun with that. The idea of obstacles, I already talked about. Interior classrooms, we were puzzled by the idea of creating classrooms on the interior of the building. Natural light does help teaching. There are studies that show students learn 10 to 20% better in classrooms with natural light. So if you straightened out the building, you'll notice that the corridor looks even longer. It's 1,000 feet long. If you go from one end of the building across and out the other end, it's a very long school. And maybe there are other ways to do that. We were joking that maybe you don't have to build a track. They can just walk up and down the corridor. It's about 1/5 of a mile. So it could be a challenge. I'm really thinking about a 9th grader trying to find their way through the school, might already be intimidated, and to go have a long distance could be a real challenge. So here we're suggesting, Michael will talk to one, I'll talk to one of the different schemes, calling it Concept A. Here it does create a sense of community. The gymnasium, cafeteria, auditorium are all improved in place, as well as the music program. The D-wing goes away, as well as the asbestos and other materials. We think it's a little bit more sensitive to the neighborhood because it's further away. We're not putting any addition in that zone of the building off there to the south. So it's a little kinder to the neighborhood and easier to get around the school. We're updating the image by placing the wing here and altering music in front and doing something with that elevation. You can change the entire image of the building. We have some slides later on that shows a transformation on the inside as well as the outside of the school. Hopefully I'm not talking too long. I see the clock there. I'll try to speed it up a little. And we also think that we can take care of the circulation pattern. The longest distance would be no longer than what you travel today, because these wings are only the same length as the existing wing. This is at the main entrance to the school as it sort of now exists in a way. And by placing the wings going out from there, you create a much more compact school. You can then zone the school based on curriculum based on grades. We've done some schools that have ninth grade academies, like down at Meriden and other places. You have an opportunity to sort of cluster the classrooms together as you see fit. Administration is at the center. All the shared facilities located over here. You have to keep in mind, art's still over there, but everything else is over here. So it's a compact organization for the building. We also would take the time to get rid of the obstacles along the corridors, make it easy for high school students to flow through the building. I think 1,700 kids moving throughout the building. There are multiple floors, but that main floor is where a lot of the traffic is going to be, finding their way to the gym or the cafeteria. You want to make sure the students could flow in an easy fashion, and I think it's very important. And we also eliminate the interior classrooms. In this case, there wouldn't be any interior classrooms. The building was thin enough where every classroom will get a window. So hopefully I didn't take too long. Michael's going to talk about another scheme. I wasn't sure what to give you.
Good morning. This is another approach at the site. We're calling this the loop circulation scheme, where Dan explained that the one way, even though it's a long way to travel, there's only one way to and from. So you get to get a blockage, a bottleneck at one point, and it affects the entire school. This loop circulation takes advantage of the site and builds to the west. And north is this way, the river is located up in this location. So we're building the 3-story STEAM addition, taking advantage of the slope and building a 3-story building on one level down. So it's actually one level shorter than the classroom addition, the existing classrooms up front here. What we're doing is creating really an academic culture over in this portion of the building, connected with an enclosed bridge. It says bridge there, but an enclosed bridge on 1 or 2 levels, which creates an open courtyard. So people can circulate in and out of this, and Barry has some interesting and creative ideas of how to treat that courtyard as an educational space, using some sustainable features, outdoor classrooms located adjacent to our art rooms and science classrooms as well. And the culmination where this kind of academic community comes together is what we call the main lobby. It's really a commons. Be the new front door, a new transparency from the front door through the building, and suggestion of a new vertical element. Maybe that becomes a new identity of the school, a stair tower that pokes up and really expresses itself. And again, lending views as you arrive to the school and from the tower out. Administration be in a similar location, renovated and located right at the front door, as well as guidance with supervision directly adjacent to the main lobby. The other components of the school, there were some well-planned design solutions in the pre-referendum study, including the gymnasium expansion and the PE expansion in this location. It makes sense. And really improving and enhancing the secondary entrance located basically one level down on the gym level off to the north. This solution, it's called the least disruptive solution, really. Minimal impact to parking, vehicular flow, and delivery to the school during construction, as well as the idea here to create a new cafeteria and kitchen. Directly outside the existing auditorium. I think we can hopefully save time during construction by creating the new cafeteria up front with the kitchen rather than phasing around it. We know there is swing space at Fermi, but to avoid some headaches and scheduling busing students over there during lunch and vice versa. So I think this might be an idea to explore. And if you do that, once you free up this space, the existing location of the cafeteria has high ceilings. It's a great place for music. So I think expanding and renovating this location here be a great place to relocate the music suite. Again, directly adjacent to the auditorium, possibly expand the auditorium to the east, as suggested in the study, or in the previous scheme, as Dan mentioned. We'd also like to explore making it a little bit wider, not a long tunnel auditorium, but explore basically, give it a little elbow room. New event lobby entrance also located right here. Basically, if you notice, it's centrally located through all the public spaces. In the evening, the building really is, it's a school during the day, but a community center in the evening. So I think it's zoned very well now, really, with the main lobby, the commons being the divider, where you can lock off and really secure the academic wing during the evening, and the public can have full reign of the community use in blue.
Thank you, Mike. As a landscape architect of the group, I'm going to ask you to shift your focus to the site for a few minutes. And when you look at this aerial photo, I think your first impression of the site is, of course, the long, narrow shape. And that's certainly one of the important physical characteristics of the site. But I think the most important one, and the thing that really defines the character of the site, is, of course, the dramatic topographic change that occurs from east to west. You start here at Enfield Street. You have sort of a nice winding road that slowly approaches down to the major developed area, the sort of the upper plateau that I would call it, where the building and parking occur. And that area really has two distinctive impressions. On the east side of the building, you feel that the topography is putting you down in a little hollow. You feel safe and secure. As you go around the back of the building, you get these dramatic views over the athletic fields and to the street, to the river in the distance. It's really quite nice. So while that's the most significant characteristic of the site, I think it also represents perhaps the primary challenge of the site. How do we create a plan that is going to satisfy your building program development, that's going to be an efficient plan that will minimize construction costs, but at the same time will maintain the dramatic character of the site. That's something that we don't want to let get away from us. It's a beautiful site, and I think it's one that can be enhanced with the plan. If we look at the overall planning approach, this slide demonstrates a solution based upon Scheme B that Mike just described to you. And it basically illustrates the way that we would approach the site in terms of planning. It's our understanding that you're not planning any major site improvements for the athletic field, so those, of course, remain mostly undisturbed. We'll work with you to identify any code updates that may be necessary for accessibility or other things. We would propose to certainly maintain the two major access points for circulation over here on Pearl Street and at the entrance. Two access points to any school at any level are, of course, a very significant benefit to a school in terms of reducing congestion and in terms of providing access for emergency vehicles and other vehicles if that were necessary. So we'd certainly want to encourage you to maintain those. And then finally, the developed area, the upper plateau, where we have to meet the expansion of not only the building, but the parking and the roadway and circulation and all that stuff. As you can see here, we're going to have to maximize the utilization of that upper plateau, and we're going to have to do that with a plan that is efficient in its layout and one that makes use of as much area as we can utilize without increasing, again, the cost. So if we look at that developed area in a little greater detail, I'll take you through some of our initial thoughts on how the site would work. The major entrance being here in Scheme B, we're proposing basically a double loop circulation pattern. Buses would enter here and proceed around the loop with some visitor parking here in the middle. And while the parent drop-off function, if we extend this plaza out here, we have a parent drop-off function that is quite lengthy. One of the key objectives for both of these loops and for the visitor parking is to try to get as much of those functions oriented to the primary entrance. And the reason for that is security. We are finding that certainly, well, it has been for a while, and certainly in the aftermath of Sandy Hook, that from a security standpoint, many of the schools are choosing to operate in a manner which closes down and locks all the doorways of the schools except for that one primary entrance. So it's important from a circulation and parking standpoint that we also orient those things, visitor parking and drop-off functions, so that they have easy access for to the major access point, the primary entrance to the school. And that's what we would try to maintain here. The additional parking areas are located both here on the east side of the building and the west side of the building here. As we go around the north, you can see a couple of areas. These are both loading areas. We have our kitchen facility, so we need a loading area and deliveries to the kitchen, as well as a loading area to the lower level where there is one now. As we come further around the site, you'll notice that we have an additional bus drop-off area and parking here. Now, we noticed this was a feature in your previous study, and we were discussing it, and there was no indication as to the rationale for that secondary bus drop-off. We were hypothesizing that perhaps it was an effort to have a place where the sports buses could come and pick up and drop off students because the gymnasium entrance is over here. We also thought that it may be a way to alleviate congestion by having the buses that go out to Pearl Street perhaps do their drop-off and pickups in this area. So we thought that made sense from that standpoint, and that's a feature that we would definitely want to look at with you. We might be totally wrong. It might be that was simply a feature because you couldn't fit all the buses at the main entrance. If that was desirable, that's something we'd certainly work with you with and try to get all of those bus drop-off functions at the main entrance. So that was a feature there. As you can see, as I mentioned before, and it's an intense development for that upper plateau. Certainly, it's going to require Considerable amount of earthwork, cuts in the front of the school into the hillsides, and some filling that's occurring in the back of the hillside. Again, for construction cost reasons, our primary effort would be to try to balance those earthwork quantities so we are not faced with the idea of having to bring in material as fills or to take material off the site that we're left with excess. And we think we can achieve that here. The last item I'd like to mention, and Mike alluded to, is the courtyard. We have done many courtyards at all grade levels from elementary up to high school, and we found that the most successful ones are the ones where the school embraces the courtyard as a functional space that is used for things like art exhibits and other educational features. In this case, we think that we would encourage you to explore the option of maybe it's a environmental feature. It could be something that helps you towards high performance standards, like an environmental feature like a rain garden or something, and then integrating that with your science curriculum, has direct access from your science classrooms in this wing, and it could be an outdoor display for art. So again, a lot of ideas, a lot of things. We find courtyards to be very exciting spaces, but it requires the school to embrace it, I think, as a functional space. Phasing. Well-planned and coordinated phasing is crucial to a successful project on any fully occupied building during construction. With that, safety comes first, obviously. It's not only the students, the faculty, and visitors, but it's a community that uses the building for gym functions, functions at the auditorium, fields in the back, sledding down the hill in the back during the winter. But it's also a Head Start program next door and N Street School up the hill, on top of the hill, where my mother is a principal, actually. So, it's a little close to home. So she's excited about this project as well. So we're going to run through a very conceptual phasing diagram, which leads us through the option B, concept B. This is actually built in Revit, the platform that we designed from day one and built forward. Again, we're looking west out towards the river in the back. This is the existing facility as you have it. You notice the significant grade change out the back, which we're going to take advantage of. Phase one would be the swing space, construction of the STEAM, 3-story STEAM classroom out to the west. Like I said, the enclosed bridge connection, and then the new identity element, the academic identity element of the stair tower, which will poke its head up and be highly visible as you enter the site from Enfield Street. Mechanical upgrades. We think this should be done right off the bat, expansions, improvements of the mechanical room. You guys do have those existing mechanical tunnels, which will be utilized right off the bat with minimal disruption to any of the classrooms, so we can feed from the new boiler room over to the new wing fairly easy, we foresee. And here we have a big difference from the pre-referendum scheme in ours is the cafeteria and kitchen addition out at the front of the school. It gives a new face to the school, and it will hopefully save time and headaches during construction. Phase two, basically work the way around the building. Now that you have the swing space, D-wing will stay in place and used as swing space throughout construction. So students can move into the STEAM addition and circulate through, and we'll renovate classrooms, renovate around the building as we go. This is a good time to introduce a new front door to the school, renovate the administration space, as well as the PE spaces. Now that you have a large space, like cafeteria in place, as well as Fermi Gymnasium, renovate and expand the gymnasium and the PE functions. And the third phase, basically work your way around, would be the expansion. Now that the existing cafeteria is vacant and they're using the new cafeteria, turn the old cafeteria into the new music space and expand that, as well as the auditorium and stage enhancements. Final phase would be to completely demolish a D-wing. You have your new building, a more truncated, compact building, a new face, gives a new face as you approach the school, and completion of site improvements. Well, we'll talk more about sustainability a little bit later. Actually, this hour's going by quicker than we had planned, so we'll probably speed it up a little bit. Sustainable design features, and we try to integrate them from day one into the design. And we like to take advantage. It's a school project, so we like to showcase any of the sustainable features, even during construction. I should have mentioned during the phasing. We like to take advantage of the construction phase. It will be phased. It will take a number of months or years. We like to use it as an educational tool for both schools, for Enfield and Fermi, to make them feel like they're part of the construction and planning process.
I'm actually not only the chief mechanical engineer of the firm, but I'm also going to be the engineering project manager on this project, working hand in hand with Vikas.
That's right.
We've done this about 5 times now. From the engineering point of view, we've got really 2 ultimate goals. One of them is meeting the Connecticut high performance standards. It's very important. As engineers, we pay attention to that because one of the mandatory things is having energy efficiency 21% better than what they call an ASHRAE standard. And every version of that ASHRAE standard raised the bar in terms of what you're comparing on the base building. The second goal, of course, is giving a comfortable environment with the energy efficiency at a cost that fits into the budget. Some of the things that are important in terms of the engineering portion of the job, acoustical performance. Well, we work with the acoustical consultant. We generally try to pick low noise equipment, but we work with him for building things into the system such as sound traps. And in the end, we get you a building that meets the fairly rigid Connecticut acoustic standards. Lighting systems, our electrical engineers are pretty darn good at this. The base standard for lighting is about 1.1 watts per square foot. Our designers have been historically showing about 0.7 to 0.9 watts a square foot and still meeting the foot candles on these surfaces. Energy efficiencies, we try to use all equipment that meets or beats the ASHRAE standard. One of the things that we like to use are condensing boilers. We're, of course, going to plan on replacing the existing steam boilers. Condensing boilers coupled with low temperature hot water systems get you about a 96% efficiency on the hot water systems. The HVAC systems, we always use variable speed on both water and air. Not to bore you with engineering stuff, but the energy drop is about the cube of any drop in speed. So something running 90% speed is actually going to be using about 70% of the energy. Indoor air quality. There's an ASHRAE standard 62.1 that we meet. We like to make sure that all of the air comes in through the ventilation system where it can be conditioned. We try to pressurize the building to eliminate any infiltration. Thermal comfort. We're always using exterior radiation in our schools, usually in the ceiling space. And we generally have individual control of each classroom. One of the things we like to do is meet with the facilities group right away. We try to get a feel for the systems they're familiar with, what they like, what they don't like, and go through the advantage-disadvantage matrix of those systems. We're running a little short of time, so I'm going to pass this now on to Vikas.
Sure. Thanks. You know, it's about rolling the sleeves up, as I said before. So the question is, what's behind the wall? We have an existing structure, and there are a lot of needs, and we know that we have the opportunity to refresh it. You know, I'd say that when Rick and I, when you mentioned the experience, we have a long history of going through many facilities together. The division of labor, as he looks at the high stuff, I look at the lower stuff. But the challenge, you know, the charge is to bring to the surface all the needs. We have an environmental consultant. We'll rely on the reports that you have to date and work to bring that out so that we can conduct the renovations and abatement as efficiently and effectively as possible. There are a lot of entities involved, not only the internal organizations here in Enfield, but there's state entities, the Bureau of School Facilities, and of course our friends at the state include DEEP, okay, the Army Corps of Engineers, and OSTA, formerly the STC. We're partners with them. It's about the relationships that we've had in the past, and we engage them right from the beginning, whether it's also with respect to rebates from utilities. We've had a lot of experience with these organizations. We've now had experience, we've got the one tree in the state of Connecticut that has the emerald ash borer. And we've dealt with the folks just last week with DEEP on that particular issue. We've been up in Killingly where they had a nice spotted salamander. And we've dealt with the Army Corps of Engineers with respect to wetlands and so on and so forth. Good relationships, getting those questions out front, engaging them, makes for a smooth process. We've done this over at the River Academy, right on the water, and there's a lot of things that we partner with them on.
Speeding up as we go here. We're going to run through just a quick few projects that are similar in size and complexity as yours. Maloney High School in Meriden, right down the street. It's at the state for review. We'll be going out to bid very soon. Very similar to your project. The existing school, 250,000 square feet or so. Significant additions, renovations, a steep grade out the back. First phase was to build the academic wing right here, plug into the building. Use an existing wing right here as swing space during construction, and then knock it down. So very similar, smooth project on schedule, and like I said, we'll be going out to bid soon. Killingly High School, this is up in Danielson. This took a VOAG school and a high school and combined those into new high school, but into a new high school, so merging those two academic kind of communities together. The next school is Brian McMahon High School. This one demonstrates the importance of planning early on a complex project, a fully renovated, like new, phased and occupied school, and how planning up front on a compact site, you need to make the right decisions now. Now's the time to explore those. And the last one is Stonington High School, which Dan talked about earlier, was again additions, renovations, fully occupied, phased construction. This one expresses school pride, but also town pride. It's on the water, the nautical theme with a lighthouse at the front. It glows in the evening. It's a beacon. Security measures were taking place with a sally port. So those are ways to integrate the town history and town pride into the building as well.
I'm going to go through this very quick. These are examples of transformations. These are schools that are, we're going to show you your school and school very much like yours, and then transformation that occurred. Okay. So Brian McMahon, it looked very similar to your school when we got started, and it was transformed into a new, bright image. It became the step grandchild sort of school at first to the pride of the school system. It's a very strong image and a very well-liked school. Weston, same thing occurred, sort of a tired, dated image, again, a refreshed, modern image to the school. Again, another transformation. This one I really like. This is the Booth Elementary School. For a very small budget, we were able to transform this school into this school. And for a small budget, it was really a lot of bang for the buck. And then here again, Perry Hill School, another transformation. You'll be able to look down at the right-hand corner there on the next slide. Again, another transformation, a refreshed look to the school, new, bright, modern image to the school. Okay, here's your gymnasium.
It's my slide.
I would have got to keep
I don't
going.
have very much time. Leave me very much time. Okay. So it is a renovate like new. So you do have the whole interior portion, which we're not going to get to cover very much of it, but it is 90% of the time the students will be inside. So you have a unique and awesome opportunity right now, bringing two different schools together to, create a sense of community and create a sense of school pride. These are some examples of, again, before pictures at your school and some afters that we've done. We were fortunate to be in Killingly on their Spirit Day, but just some examples of how a gymnasium can bring a school together. This is Newtown. Their gym was very similar to what we're proposing at yours. We expanded the sides and raised the roof and gave them like a really college-level competitive space, something to be proud of. Corridors, they don't have to be these long, dank hallways of, weaving through your school. They can really be an opportunity to create a sense of community, bringing in natural light. There's still lockers, they're not quite as obvious. Bringing in color, these might not be your colors, but there is a chance to, display work and have some side lights and bring in natural light. Your auditorium, and then, this was Kinsella, which was an arts magnet school. So this was very important to them. We have a lot of experience working with acoustical consultants, theater consultants, making sure that we get, the right sound, the right equipment in for performances. Your cafeteria. A cafeteria has become the most important space in a high school. These are spaces that are used for the community all the time. This is in Killingly again, but this is open all day long. The kids are here for study hall, That's okay, you can keep going.
Sorry.
Here too. Kids are there for study hall, they're there for, after school. Community uses it for meetings and other spaces. So it really needs to be a space that's flexible and has technology and, integrated for all times of the day for all different kinds of uses. Science is very important. We have to make sure now that the technology is integrated, that there's gases, there's water, there's fume hoods. We're not doing just little experiments anymore. The kids really need to have all of the tools that they can possibly have to maximize their education. Same with shops. They need to be state of the art. They need to be the top technology. And they have to be able to, be flexible so that you can change the power and change the space. Classrooms. It's very important to have the technology be seamless, that you don't see it. It's there. There's smart boards. There's projectors, there's laptops on carts, there's notebooks, there's everything, and we have to make sure that we have the backbones there so that as the education changes, so do the classrooms. And here, we need to have specialty classrooms as well. Spaces where you're having lecture, where, the students feel that next step towards college. It should feel a little bit like college so that they're looking forward. Technology, again, it's everywhere. This is outside of a media center. And in the next slide, it's in the media center.
You have 5 minutes left.
I know. Okay. All right. So the media center is a very important space too, because again, this has to be the place where the technology happens and isn't seen. And that's it for me.
No, great. We are a full-service organization. We have a large staff, but what we bring is a focused, dedicated team. So it's the large firm backup with the small firm attention. And then, it's about bringing value, maximizing, getting the most for our money, looking at operational costs and certainly maintenance costs. It's about we can pick effective, durable materials that are cost-effective, that'll last you for a long time, that don't tax your staff. And it's about high performance. We need to meet the high performance standard. Rick has mentioned a couple of examples with how we can deal with the energy consumption, reduce that. And we have the guy that wrote the book, Ross Spiegel, in our office. We have a large LEED accredited staff and a number of projects that are in the process.
And just quickly, we designed these buildings for community use. We know that the community, the taxpayers, want to be able to use these facilities. So these are a lot of the design criteria that we consider when we're going into designing spaces. Working in high-performance spaces from a theatrical, musical, acoustical standpoint. Our consultants have done a lot of the high school projects that we've worked on, and these are some considerations that we take into account when we're designing these specialty spaces. As Kate said, cafeterias are no longer just a place to serve food anymore, so there's a lot of stuff that has to go into consideration of design of your cafeterias. Waveside, food service, how you're going to serve, what's the atmosphere you're trying to create. It's not just for the school, the community. We have a lot of projects that the community actually uses the cafeteria for public meetings. The kitchen space, the types of food that are going to be served, flexibility in equipment, and then speed of choice. Kids want to get their food, get in, get out, be able to socialize with their friends so they can get back to class. Our IT consultants, we work very closely with the IT consultants, our electrical engineers, to make sure it's an integrated process, understanding the school district's needs along with the state guidelines that are required, putting together needs versus cost. Everybody wants the latest and greatest, but is it really the cost-effective thing? So we work with the IT folks within towns to come up with a good game plan to get the most bang for the buck and budget wisely. Security. This is actually something a little near and dear to our hearts. As Kate pointed out before, we did do some work up in Newtown. We're not far from there. We've been designing safety into schools all along. The particular project behind their Perry Hill School is similar, where it is a Sallyport. What we're really trying to do is to create safe environments. Kids should not be afraid when they go to school. It should be a safe place. We're actually putting together a little white paper I hope to have out shortly, on school security, and we are doing school audit, security audits for a couple of districts right now. We've been living and breathing security in schools for a long time, before Newtown, before Columbine. So you learn new things from every one of those unfortunate events, and we try to make schools safer and safer every time. Why select Fletcher Thompson? I know that you guys have done a study, put a lot of time into it, and there is a scheme there that we can do. We thought we'd come in today and give you a couple different ideas that maybe hadn't been thought about. We just wanted to show also the depth of our knowledge of high school design experience. We understand the phased construction. It's not an easy process. Any of you who've put an addition on your home or done work at your home, you know it's very painful. It's tough. It's tougher for the adults than it is the kids. The kids kind of get a kick out of it. They kind of like seeing the big trucks. You know, we're all still little kids. We like seeing those big trucks drive around. We're a local firm. We're only down the road, 20 minutes to get here. We've done a lot of work in the state. We have a great track record with BSF. They like when we come up there because our documents are quality documents. They're thorough. They're complete. We have the staff. As Vika said before, we're a large firm that has a lot of resources, but we don't treat our projects that way. We're involved. Our project managers are involved. I'm involved. I give you my cell phone number. You want to call me on Sunday night at 8 o'clock, you can call me Sunday night at 8 o'clock. We give personal touch. We're here. We come to the meetings. We're here to service you. We want to understand your needs. We don't live in this building. You do. And that's what we want to understand, and we want to give you a design that meets your needs.
All right, thank you very much. We've
Okay.
reached our 1 hour.
Great.
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, we're going to start the question and answer period. We're going to start with Wendy.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. The first question I have is, it sounds like Maloney High School is probably the experience that you have that's most closely related to this type of project. And it said here in your information that from groundbreaking through expected completion date is 4 years. So we're just wondering, we have a much more condensed and compressed time frame than that. What do you see as the differences between our project versus that project, and why you feel that you could meet a more condensed or compressed time frame than you can with the Maloney High School situation?
I think we're proposing saving more of this existing school and renovating. These are some cleaner additions in fewer locations. Maloney High School, due to it's even a tighter site, so less places to add on. We have multiple smaller additions around the facility that have to be done and phased around those. So I think that's strung out the construction schedule. Here it seems like a little more straightforward and with some thoughtful planning up front. We can meet your schedule, definitely meet your schedule.
When what Mike was also talking about, there literally are areas where we're pulling the building out in some areas 10 to 15 feet to make spaces programmatically meet what the ed spec requirements are. So there, like you said, there are a lot of things there. It's a tight site as well. We have multiple projects that we have. Brian McMahon, for instance, was a fully occupied school. That same sort of thing, and it's about creating the bigger swing spaces to be able to move kids over to, and that kind of speeds that process up a little bit.
Can I do one more quick one? Okay. And then the other one was, at first, when I saw the design, I was a little concerned about deliveries for both the kitchen cafeteria area and also down where the shops are. We're going to have a wood shop down there, and so we've had some concerns about being able to get trucks in there to do those deliveries and not having to cart a lot of the lumber through. So I'm not quite sure in your design if there's room accommodated there for deliveries. It looks better towards the end of when I saw what your actual plan was in your finished site from the kitchen cafeteria perspective, that looked better. But I've got concerns about the wood shop down there.
Yep. There's an access road like exists now that wraps around the entire building, that can fit a fire truck and for safety. So it's 360-degree access.
Right, but for backing in, you know what I mean, for the delivery, so that there's not a long distance. Is there room for the, one of those big box trucks that delivers the supplies to be able to swing around, back up, and not block the way?
Yes, there's ample room there. As that drive proceeds around the north side of the building, obviously it's going to make a grade change from the upper level where the kitchen would be located down to the lower level. There appears to be, in fact, that's one area of the site where there appears to be enough room to create a drive that allows for the proper turning movements and a backing maneuver to get the truck right up close to the building face. I don't see any problem in that area.
And that's a great question. That's part of the discovery process. Very practical approach. And you had asked about the schedule before. I think in our proposal or our response to the town, there's an opportunity in there for a few months, really, still maintaining the schedule to do that exploration and ferret out those details. One size doesn't fit all, and so this school has its unique needs, as did others, and that's why the timelines vary.
Thank you.
I'm all set for
Anyways, thank you for your presentation. I have no questions.
Just a couple questions. One of them, can you expand a little bit on your CM or your design to CM interface and what that team would look like?
We have a full-time in-house, we call it Construction Support Services Group, with a construction administrator who's well-versed in construction. They're basically our field representative. The project manager, the principal, the project architect, the project engineers do not go away. They go, when they need to, they go out to the site to deal with things that may come up on site. What we try to do, our construction administrator works and attends the weekly meetings on site with the construction manager. He is well respected by all of the CM that we've listed there that he's worked on. The several guys that we do have a lot of experience. So that interface really is, they're the day-to-day contact and liaison with the construction manager, as well as the project manager. So that connection, that team still stays in place, even though the project is in construction. If there's a question that comes up during the construction phase, we're still there to support it, and that whole team's there to support it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. One other quick question. I know there was some, it was in a news article, some bad publicity. I think it was on the Southington High School, and there was some, or middle school, there was some considerable cost overruns with environmental issues and stuff. Can you just kind of dispel what happened
Sure.
there so that everybody has a clear understanding?
That community, there was two things there. There was a very tight schedule for them to do the production of the documents. The community chose not to do testing prior to referendum. And once the referendum did pass and we got into the design of the project, we had to do the testing, the phase 1, phase 2 environmental assessments, and then the hazardous material testing. One of the schools just had PCB readings that were just off the charts. And the schools were only built 2 years apart. It's the same floor plan, but it just must have been a different caulk manufacturer. And what happened there was that it was bigger than we thought. We had budgeted a certain amount of money that we have used successfully in other projects to cover hazardous material costs, and this one was just off the charts. And it just, fortunately, we had a favorable review from EPA. One of the issues was that there was PCB mastic between the concrete block and the brick on the outside, and there was a thought there that we were actually going to have to take the whole wall down because of the adherence of that caulk to the adhesive to those materials. The EPA essentially ruled that that's an encapsulated condition and that it could stay. So that helped with some of the cost that was originally discussed. With that hiccup in the road, we still met the schedule. We went to BSF the beginning of this month on both of those projects. So even with that slight delay with cost overruns, we worked with the committee and with the construction manager to value engineer without sacrificing any programmatic needs from the ed spec to still meet their goals and get them up to the state. So it was unforeseen to us. They actually had hired the hazardous material consultant. It wasn't through us. So it was just their decision to do it not to do it before referendum. So that was an unforeseen cost. Like I said, the other school, I think there was one area of the building that had some areas that were a little bit high, but not within anything crazy. The other school, for some reason, was unbelievable. So, okay.
All right. Thank you again for your presentation, and I have no questions.
Thank you. I do have one question, and it has to do with how do you plan to meet with staff and administrators throughout this process?
We have an exhaustive sort of system that we use to meet with staff. There's a tool that we use. Often architects overestimate the architectural knowledge of the people we're talking to, and we'll use our own language, and they look at you like you're speaking a foreign language. So we developed this tool where we show examples of spaces similar to the ones we're talking about. So we don't come with a blank piece of paper. There's a dialogue. We collect information. We have data sheets. Kate's involved as well through the process. We pride ourselves on being good listeners. The building has to reflect the community that's going to use it and their values. That's why all our buildings look different. We meet with everybody all throughout the process. We check in with them again as we move our way through to make sure we're doing what we say. We can't always do whatever they tell us, and we have to come back and remind them that a decision was made not to do something, so they don't move in and expect to see what they told us, and it's not going to be there. So it's a two-way communication.
We try to do presentations to the staff as well as we go along so that there are no surprises.
Thank you. I have no questions. I do want to make one comment, however. I did appreciate your attention to the detail of the sensitivity of combining the two high schools.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have a couple of questions. One of the things you mentioned in your RFP submittal is that there's $1 million for errors and omissions. Is that per consultant, or is that the entire team?
I'd have to double check that and get back to you. I think that's through our insurance. I'll verify that and get right back to you on that one.
Okay. Also, you talked about moving the STEAM program in the back. You talked about utilizing some of the advantages of the cut and fill by the D-Wing. Well, you're building the STEM program first, and at the end of the project, you're removing D-Wing. So how are you taking the savings of the cut and fill when you're going to be taking a lot of that hill? I mean, there's going to be millions and millions of dollars just to make the fill on that hill, to put the building up. If that's going to get done 2 years before, how are you utilizing the so-called benefits of the fill you're taking off the D-Wing?
Well, I think the fill, the cuts that we're taking off the site are the result primarily of the expansion of the parking areas on the east side of the building, as the large one that comes up sort of south of the tennis courts, as well as the parking lots that are east of the D-Wing. That's where we would anticipate getting most of the earthwork from. So we could do that at an earlier phase and bring that around for the fills in the back. I wouldn't anticipate probably getting very much material from excavation at the D-Wing, because that's sort of in its own platform area as it is right now. But it's really the area up above that into the hillside where that material will be coming from.
Great, thank you. Vic, since you're the gentleman we're going to be dealing with day to day, if you guys do get this, what is your personal experience with occupied buildings? I know as a team, they have a lot, but I didn't notice too many on your resume as occupied CMR type buildings that are in this price range and square foot range.
Yeah, actually, you know, the questions on the questions were pretty specific. I do have a good amount of experience with occupied facilities. Worked at the Thompson Schools, which was not a high school per se. It's actually pre-K-12, so it didn't really fit into the description. Worked in Region 15 at the middle schools, Rochambeau, also at the Pomperaug High School, Helen Keller Middle School. There are a number of facilities that didn't necessarily meet the specific criteria of the questions, but definitely a great sensitivity to the need and the issues surrounded with working around occupied facilities. Safety is first and foremost. Some of what Mike was talking about earlier was phasing, to the extent that we can have clear and concise phasing, minimize the disruption, create the swing spaces. It really goes a long way to creating the path for success.
Right. Now, the schools that you mentioned, what is they're all in the $20 million range. Do you have any that are above the $50 million?
Occupied schools? I mean,
occupied schools?
Yeah.
CMR?
Yeah. Actually, I have worked on the number of the schools with Dan and Mike. The closest one would be Killingly. That's in the $81 million range.
And were you the lead?
I was the project manager on that. Actually, I was kind of
How many
an
CMRs?
eight-year arc. Construction manager at risk. That's something I could get back to you on the specific.
Sterling.
Yeah, Sterling, Thompson, I believe. We can certainly get that information for you, Randy. The construction managers, whether they're CMRs or construction manager advisor, they play a very similar role. Obviously, there's a monetary fixture, but it's a three-legged stool. It's the design group, it's the owners group, and the construction manager. And our charge is to realize the design intent within the budget and work effectively together.
Have you guys put out a lot of trade bid packages for CMRs? Have you been involved in that aspect of it also?
We've worked with some districts to absolutely set up what the RFP says to advertise. We definitely help the districts work with those. I can't think of any offhand, but if I go back to the office, I could probably come up with a list that we've helped.
All right, I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That concludes the question and answer period, unless anybody has another quick question. If not, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time, and thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, I was trying to get back to the site slide here, but it wouldn't move fast enough. So.
I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session.
Second. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Somebody would like to make a motion to
Move to rejoin the meeting?
second. Is there discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Anybody against? Any care to abstain? All right, well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the third interview with JCJ Architecture. You will be given 1 hour for your presentation, 5 minutes to the end of the hour. I will notify you there's 5 minutes left. At that point, we'll enter into a question and answer period for the panelists to yourselves. If it runs over, it runs over, but the hour is the one that we're going to keep to. We'd like to start introductions. My name is Randy Daigle. I'm the chairman of the School Building Committee.
Wendy Osada, vice chairman.
Laura Vella, committee member.
Greg Stritch, committee member.
Jason Kilby. Joe Muller.
Walter Cruzell, committee member.
Doug Maxell, committee member.
Jim Mitsuda, committee member.
Ginny Ogden, committee member. Gina Sullivan.
Lynn Stahl, secretary.
All right, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Randy. On behalf of JCJ Architecture, we are truly, really excited to be here today to present our qualifications for the Enfield High School renovations and additions. Many of you may know us from work we've done in Enfield. Our former name was Jeter Cook and Jepson, 2005. We changed it to JCJ Architecture. One of our market segments that we've been strong in over the years and we've always maintained is K-12 schools. In Connecticut, we've completed over 150 K-12 schools. And we're certainly dedicated and we feel like a community member for Enfield from all the work we've done over the years. Starting with Alcorn Elementary School, which was renovated. We did all the other elementary schools in town. We've worked through the town hall renovations, Enfield Housing Authority, and we've also done work with some of your manufacturing industrial partners. Lego for one, and just recently Eppendorf expanded over on Freshwater Boulevard. I'd like to introduce the team. I'm Bruce Kellogg, JCJ Architecture. My role in this project will be principal in charge. I have overall project responsibility. With us today is Jim LaPasta, who will be design principal, and he'll be responsible for overall design. Between Jim and I, we're the most tenured people at JCJ, and we bring principal level involvement throughout the project. Additionally, Christine O'Hare is going to be the project manager. She'll be the primary point of contact. Christine. Jim Hoagland our project architect. Some of you may remember Jim from past projects. He's going to be responsible for design and contract documents. And Emily Zarnecki, who is our interiors designer, as well as FF&E. We have an org chart here that shows the consultant team. You can also, if you want to see it more closely, it's on the back side of the little handout that we gave you so you can read it. We talked about JCJ. In addition, we have Greg Van Duzen here from BVH, who will be our mechanical, electrical, fire protection engineer. And we have John Hegel and Dick Megson from Megson Hegel, who will be site, civil, traffic engineering. Also, as part of our team, we have Gerard & Company structural engineers, and landscape architecture would be CR3. You had specifically asked about some of the specialty consultants on our team relative to the cafeteria and culinary arts is Crabtree McGrath. They've been a firm that's been around and worked with us for decades. We also have a Centec, who's an acoustic firm, acoustical consultant, obviously with the music and auditorium. We need to be very sensitive to that. Technology, firm called Vanderweil. They used to be CCR Pyramid. Technology and how it interfaces in your school, what the backbones is in the school, et cetera. And we brought on the security consultant, Dusabella, Frontier, and Santori. We've worked with them over 20 years. They happen to be part of the Safe School Initiative that's just started in Connecticut, and Jim will talk a little bit later on that. Meeting budget requirements. There's a list here of just some of our more recent schools, and as you can see, we have estimates of a budget and actual. Every one of these projects finished within or below budget. We develop, the reason we stay within budgets is we develop an extensive cost database, and we keep it internally, and we always question assumptions that are being made. We also use a value-oriented design approach. We want to make sure that what we're designing is constructible. We're always questioning detailing. And most importantly, towards the latter, as part of it, we always look at the construction phasing and construction schedule. There's always opportunities to maximize the construction during non-student occupied hours and minimize it during student occupied hours. Something we just completed about 10 years ago with you on the elementary schools, for example, we came up with a phasing plan for those schools that actually, I believe that was about a $35 million referendum, and we were able to realize a savings of a couple $1 million on that project. Change order history in projects. Some of our more recent data has about a 3.1% change orders on projects, and if you take a look at that number, about 2.7 of that was due to unforeseen conditions and owner scope additions to a project. We're proud of that. That's a pretty aggressive number for change orders, and I think that speaks volumes to how we approach budgets and stay on top of that. The other question, construction managers and construction managers at risk. Majority of our projects are construction managers and construction managers at risk. Very few have recently gone general contractor bid. We're comfortable when we encourage this committee to bring CM or CM on risk on board early in the process. It helps us and it'll help you relative to costing and, again, the constructability. This is, excuse me, this is a phasing plan for the Trumbull High School, which we've been working on. And to show it, just to point out two things. Again, on this one, we were able to eliminate and avoid building modular classrooms by working a phasing plan that maximized moving students around on off-school times, and that realized a savings of about $2.8 million. And the other piece in the red there, which is probably a little difficult to read, that's the auditorium area. We actually were able to save about $250,000 in mechanical costs on that auditorium, again, by looking at the scope of work very carefully and doing the work during the summer months. Christine?
Sorry, losing my microphone. Hi, I'm Christine O'Hare. On this project, I would be project manager. And Bruce explained that really means that I would be your main day-to-day contact. My involvement would start from the very beginning, and I'd be involved all the way through to the end of a project, which is how I'm used to working. I've managed and been a project architect in all phases of design throughout my career. I wanted to talk a little bit today about JCJ's approach to project management, coupled really with my approach to project management. We as a firm have developed over the years a very phased approach to project management that can be summarized down to the 3 phases of define, plan, and execute. The concept of define, plan, and execute is something that we think about throughout the whole phase of a project. It's also something that we use when we have to deal with smaller issues within a project. Very kind of structured the way that we structure the team within kind of this project triangle is what we refer to it as, which is the PIC, the PA, which is Jim Hoagland, and myself, the project manager, working closely together throughout the process and determining, really making sure that the project purpose and goals are defined early in the project, and then also determining what the solutions will be and determining how to execute those solutions. The next part of that talks about planning, and that's a big part of project management, is deciding how these tasks will be executed, planning and resourcing the allocations as appropriate. We have a lot of project management meetings within our office so that we can look at staffing resources and determine when certain individuals need to be pulled into the project to benefit the schedule and make sure that we're staying on track and hitting the milestones that are important within the project. And executing is just carrying out the project. I think a big part of executing is constant communication, not only with the owner and the users and the stakeholders, but also within the team. Something I believe a lot about is being a project manager is that there really should be an open, free-flowing form of communication, especially within the team. One of my big jobs is to work with Jim Hoagland on coordinating with the consultants. We are in regular communication with them, making sure everybody understands the objectives, making sure everyone is on track to meet the deadlines that we have, and really kind of foreseeing any problems that may happen and troubleshooting them early, so that we know how to deal with, maybe a review from official or a review from BSF takes longer than it was expected, how we would deal with that and kind of flex the schedule to work with that. So we're constantly reevaluating. Wanted to show you specifically how really this define, plan, execute works within a standard project schedule, and this is very much a schedule that we see for the Enfield High School. In the early parts, in the purple, this is really where the defining happens, and it's really a layered process. As a manager, there's defining that has to go on with the owner and the users and the stakeholders. In this stage, we have a lot of programming meetings, a lot of gathering of information, a lot of talking, and just really understanding what you're looking for. We had the advantage on this project to have a pre-referendum report that was already put together. It's an extensive report. We've all read through it. It's something I think that we would dive into deeper and really understand what the goals of the pre-referendum were and the conclusions you came to, and talk about those and evaluate those. At this time, we'd also confirm milestones with you in the committee, understand the dates that you see as important, and for us to communicate to you what dates we think are important for us to meet the schedule. Also a big time to be talking to the construction manager. That's why we think it's important to bring the construction manager in early, because they really should be a team member as early as possible and somebody that weighs in on those milestones and how we set them. At the same time, there's information gathering that's going on site and by the team, mostly led by Jim Hoagland as the project architect, but also bringing in other key people on our team. This is when we bring in our sustainable expert in our office to start talking about green options and opportunities. Usually we do full day or half day conference where we can really talk about what sustainable options we have, and it's usually an open forum where everybody can kind of discuss things and throw ideas. We bring the consultants who have a lot of knowledge in this in, and it's worked great for us really early in the process so we can understand how far we want to go with certain sustainable issues. It's also a very important time in an existing project to, of course, gather existing conditions information. So this is a big front end of the project, a lot of information gathering and defining. And then we move into the green bar, which talks about the design stages of the project, which is DD, and construction documents, the CD. And this is where the planning kicks in. There's a lot of communication with myself, with the team, with Jim, to understand how to best allocate the resources in the office. JCJ is a larger firm. The benefit of that is really it's a group of specialists in different things. And while we have a consistent team throughout the project, we also are able to pull in resources at key times if we need them. We have a sustainable expert. We have technical experts. So we have code experts. We have a lot of people we can bring in as needed. And that's something that we really need to manage the process of. And this is when Jim starts working a lot on the quality of the documents, making sure that the things that we're designing are constructible. We work a lot with the CM at this stage, and there's a lot of checks and balances that happen at this point. This is also a big execution stage. And then moving into the traditional other parts of a project, which is the bid and award, construction, and move-in. I think what's important to understand, too, is meetings obviously are very important with you throughout the process, but especially within the team internally. We have what's called a project initiation meeting very early in the process, which we bring all the team members in on, make sure everybody understands the goals and what we need to hit, makes the team involved and invested in the project. And it's something that's been very successful for us. And then we schedule regular weekly team meetings to constantly be touching base. Adding to this schedule, we have to consider on a project like this is the BSF process. I have managed over a dozen schools in my career. 10 of them have been in public schools in the state of Connecticut and working with BSF. So I have a good relationship with them. I can pick up the phone and call Craig Smith and ask him a question at any time. And I've found that that's really the best thing to do, is to start conversations with them very early in the process, showing them our schematic designs, asking questions, and continually asking questions throughout. Craig welcomes you to pick up the phone and ask him a question. In fact, on this project, we've already picked up the phone and asked him some questions about some of the design ideas that Jim and Jim will be talking about later in the process, just to make sure that they're real options with BSF. And we find by doing that, the BSF PCT, which is the plan completion test, goes a lot smoother. Our firm has a history of going into the BSF PCTs, and as most of you probably know, you will get some comments and be turned back around. It's how they work. They usually kick you out once at least, but usually our comments are minimal and we can turn right back around quickly and expedite that process. And then throughout construction, I've found it's helpful to keep in touch with them on any changes that may occur, anything that may affect the audit later in the process. It just makes things run smoother. Within this schedule, too, it's important, Bruce talked a little bit about our cost management throughout a project. This is a suggested times of having cost estimates that we've found to be successful. Of course, we'd have to talk with the construction manager and determine when they think it's best to do it, but usually we see a 30, 60, 90 cost estimate. The BSF estimate, I'm calling 90 here, it probably is closer to 100. BSF, when you go to them, you're supposed to be 100% complete, minus the changes that they may have you make before you go out to bid. So we do have our own cost estimator working at this time along parallel with the construction manager and their cost estimates so that we can compare the two and go from there. But this allows us to have a constant check throughout the process and make sure we're on track. Shown here in black also is what we call a QA review. Within our office, we actually have a very formal quality assurance review process. It's something as project managers we plan into our schedules and staff accordingly into our schedules. It's usually a senior person in the firm that is not involved on the project. We'll take all of the documents close to the end of CDs and do a thorough review for issues including constructability, the quality of design, and coordination of documents. So we do our own kind of internal, it's beyond really ready check because it talks a lot about constructability and the quality as well. So this is something that we found very successful and helpful. And then we show here a mock PCT, which doesn't sound like a lot of fun, and it's not necessarily a lot of fun, but we have somebody from outside of our team in the office who's familiar with the BSF process play Craig Smith or play one of the reviewers and sit down. We bring the team in and we go through the checklist item by item and just kind of make sure that we beat up on each other in that room so that when we go actually to PCT, we aren't caught off guard by missing something and embarrassing ourselves or anything. So that's been extremely helpful and is a great process. This talks also a little bit about what Bruce was talking about, is cost, again showing the 30, 60, 90. The main point of this slide is it's a very simplistic slide really, but it's very important as well. It's the idea of making decisions early in the process, defining things early in the process, asking the questions, doing all the information gathering, because if we do it, we have more ability to control costs and the quality of the project earlier in the project in SD and DD. As we get into CDs and producing the drawings, and especially when we get into construction, we lose our control to control the cost if changes are made at that point. So within the team, it's important for us to make decisions early, but also as an owner and a stakeholder, we emphasize to you that decisions need to be made in concrete early in that stage if we want to keep track of this. Certainly we can adjust later if something comes up, but as a general idea, this is very important to remember. We know that this is planned to be a renovation status project with the state of Connecticut. Out of all the schools I've done in Connecticut, I have worked on 4 Renovate as New projects, 2 of which I managed in New London recently. So I have a lot of experience with the Renovate as New process. I'm not going to go through this slide, but really you probably are all familiar with this at this point. But what I wanted to talk about was we understand the nature of a Renovate as New project is unique, and there are special things we need to think about that are different than a new building, especially when the building is occupied at the time. So we have to be very sensitive to that throughout the process, and kind of changes how we approach things a little bit, but we have lots of experience in that. This schedule is the schedule that was presented to you in the paperwork that we gave to you earlier this week. It's a basic schedule saying that everything would be brought to BSF all at the same time with a completion date of 2016, which is certainly something we're comfortable with. This time frame of schedule is what we're used to. It's nothing that's alarming to us. This shows us going to BSF in December, going through the approval process, and then completing in 2016. But what I wanted to talk about to kind of lead into Jim and Jim presenting here is the possibility of expediting that schedule. There's a lot of opportunity to pull phases out with BSF. They don't like you doing it with certain things, but there are possibilities to pull certain phases out to expedite the process. And one of the things that I actually did talk to BSF about last week was the possibility of pulling the STEAM edition out earlier than the rest of the school and bringing it to BSF a few months earlier so that we can expedite and start construction on that sooner than the rest of the project. And they were open to that idea, being that it's a standalone edition. There's certainly possibilities of doing that, and the schemes you're going to look at, we're going to suggest that for the benefit of possibly moving into that STEAM edition in the summer of 2015, giving you a huge amount of swing space and a lot more flexibility in construction later for that final year. So that's something that we looked at and we would continue to look at, as well as other options of pulling phases out to expedite the process. And this talks about the same thing. The bottom bar is the referendum phasing, which had you completing in 2017. We understand that's being pushed up a year to 2016, so that's what we've planned to. But this does show that there's a possibility by pulling phases out, we could reduce the number of phases and still complete within the 2016 timeframe. Jim?
I believe that's my cue.
Yep.
Great.
Sorry, that's me.
You're adjusting? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope we'll keep you awake after lunch. We always get the after lunch slot. My name is Jim LaPasta, and as Bruce said, I am one of the more tenured, nice choice of words, Bruce, which means older members of the firm. I've been with JCJ 26 years plus, 3 years longer than Mr. Kellogg. We've worked together on schools a long time, and 3 months longer. 3 months longer. I've had the privilege of working both on schools in Enfield. I was the lead designer for Alcorn many, many years ago when I was a much younger architect with much darker hair and no glasses. I worked through on some of the work at Lego and also on the 10 school renovation project. But I've also been working on schools in Connecticut really for almost 25 years, as well as some other parts of the country, and have done many schools in many different communities. Also did one of the first Renovate to New projects, which was the Sachs Middle School in the late 90s. A similar size project, 1,200 students, major addition, taking an old high school and recreating it into a new middle school that was about team teaching. So I have a lot of experience, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you guys today. This is a real treat. When we talk about planning, as Christine just did, we really start with figuring out the kind of the issues and opportunities. And we've put together a list here today to start the conversation. And you'll see the very last one is a question mark, because we know at this point that we don't know everything. We know that you've done a lot of work. There's been a lot of great volunteer effort. There's been a lot of good work done to get through the referendum. We've read your minutes and we've tried to absorb as much as we can. We've talked to some of you. We've toured the school. And we've put together some things, and we call them issues and opportunities, because in every issue that may be a challenge, there's also the opportunity to do something terrific. So clearly, kind of the biggest thing that we saw right away is that this project's about consolidating 2 schools. It's the physical consolidation, but it's also the cultural consolidation. And are there things that we can do as architects to assist the community in bringing those 2 long-standing and proud communities together? We've done this in other communities. When we were working in, actually recently up in Massachusetts, we had to take 2 separate neighborhood elementary schools and combine them into one. And one of the things that we were able to do was to take some elements of each building and put them into the new building, some artwork and some pieces. In Farmington, we actually were consolidating a series of elementary schools into a 5-6 school, and there were some symbolic things that were done there. I think we put 4 bells in a bell tower, which represented the 4 schools that were sending kids to the new building. So there were, just to talk about that as something, it may or may not be important to you, but certainly it's a reality that you have communities that are coming together to form something new, and we think the architecture and our role in that can help. Christine talked about Renovate Like New. I mentioned that we've been doing this, frankly, since the law was written with one of the first projects, and it's always a challenge. It's a challenge to determine what in the building needs to be replaced and what doesn't. You certainly, there's a lot of criteria, and we've gone through that. We know that's a big issue. Safety and security is on everybody's mind. I'm going to talk about that in more detail. Clearly at every school level, but at the high school level, there are different challenges because of the nature of the high school program, the size of high school kids, the kinds of programs and the openness and the center of community that the high school usually is. As we read through the minutes, we read a lot of back and forth about your auditorium and what to do and how to accommodate the size, what it should be. We're going to talk more about that in a few minutes, because that seemed to be a big issue in terms of what the right kind of auditorium program and music programs were. STEAM, the addition of arts to a STEM program, has some very interesting things that we're going to look at. We've done a lot of STEM buildings, we've done a lot of arts buildings, we've done some STEAM buildings, but the idea of integrating this and this notion of 21st century education, we saw that kind of crop up in a lot of your literature. What does that really mean in terms of how we lay this building out? So it's not just a high school that might have been designed in 1960 that's about departments and long hallways, but how do we make sure that adults and students are working together and prepared for really the rest of this century? This new building, which is what it's going to be here a very long time. So how do we make sure that it's flexible enough and adaptable enough to serve you in the community long after we're all gone and there's other generations that are trying to figure out the kinds of skills they need to be competitive as an economy. Phasing of an occupied school, that's trying to kind of replace the engine on a car while it's going down the highway at 65 miles an hour. We've done that a lot, but that requires a lot of careful planning and a lot of conversation with the school principal and the teachers and the administrators and the school board to make sure that the program remains uninterrupted. That's clearly seems to us to be a big issue for this. Schedule and cost control, like I said, I've been doing this 26 years. I have yet to find a project where schedule and cost control isn't a concern. We'll work with you very hard to worry about scope creep. On a project like this, especially a renovation, especially a big high school, it's very easy to get into the, well, while we're at it, why don't we conversation. And we'll be your kind of conscience on your shoulder with you saying, why don't we talk about it before why don't we? Because it's very easy for projects to creep out of control. Site access and circulation. High schools have lots of traffic, parents, kids driving. That's actually what makes high schools more unique than any other school, is the kids driving part. Every other school has parents in buses. You now have teenagers in cars. So how do we control that and the access to it? Seems to be an issue here. You mentioned high performance design. We'll talk about that. It's a mandate, but there's also the issue of what do you want to do as a community to kind of keep your utility costs down, as well as kind of do the right thing for us as a state and as a community. There's some stormwater management issues with your proximity to the river, the lower fields. Where does all the water go? Well, we know where it goes. It goes to the river, and how do we make sure it's clean and get the right permitting to do that? And then the question mark, and that would be, what else is there? And this is a long list. It's not an extensive or exclusive list, and it's certainly not a complete list at this point. But as we move into the next part of the presentation that Jim Hoagland and I are going to do, it is some of the things that we're going to cover. So I thought I knew how to do this. I'm going to touch on a couple of those in a little more depth because they seem really important. The issue of working in an occupied building. We're finishing up Trumbull High School, Waterford High School. We've done a number of these projects over the years. This whole team has worked together, Bruce and Jim and I, well, since Alcorn, frankly, in town. It's a school first and a construction site second. That's the mantra that we repeat to ourselves constantly. We can't, if you think about it, this project will be under construction for 2 years, give or take, depending on the schedule. That's half the lifespan of a high school student in school. We don't want to disrupt somebody's high school experience for half of it because we're really screwing up things with construction. So how do we make sure there will be disruption, there will be noise, there will be dirt, there will be the need to move around? How do we minimize that, and how do we actually even make it into a learning experience or something that's interesting about your high school experience? So school first, construction site second. We find if we can minimize the number of phases, we can control your costs. We find if we can maximize the work over the summer, we can minimize your cost and minimize disruption. This site's going to have some challenges with circulation because if you're adding at either end of this building, okay, you got to get through the renovation at some point. So we'll have to work out how we keep the kids moving around the building during construction. So we've done a lot of that, and we'll work with the CM. Certainly, we've worked with a lot of CMs. The last one sort of falls in their bailiwick, which is as we're putting a plan together, how do we make sure the air quality is right and the noise is not disruptive to the school or the neighbors? So a lot of that starts in design and starts today with these kinds of conversations. I guess I have to point this. Sustainability. We've got a lot of experience with sustainable schools, everywhere from kind of let's just do the minimum up to LEED Gold and Platinum buildings. This list up here that's up on the screen, these are things we've actually done recently. We've got a couple of schools where we've installed geothermal fields. We have more schools where we looked at it and the cost benefit wasn't there, so we can work with you and the engineers to figure that out. Waterford High School, it seemed to work out great. Marine Science, Magnet High School, we just finished. We bid it as an alternate. Prices came in and it made sense to do it. We're using photovoltaics in a number of buildings. The economics aren't there, but they can help with your energy and they become a great teaching tool. We've actually put some wind turbines at a couple of schools. The economics really aren't there to use those for energy, but as part of a STEAM program or a curriculum, they can be a great teaching tool as just some, as an element. We do a lot of rainwater harvesting where we collect rainwater and use it to irrigate. We've done gray water recirculation where you use it to flush toilets, and gray water being sink water, things like that where you can recycle that. Rain garden is a fancy term for bioswale, which is an even fancier term for a ditch that has some water, some plants in it to clean the water. And if I start using jargon, stop me because I try not to. But the idea of using natural vegetation to treat water, infiltrate water into the ground and make sure it's clean before it exits the site, we do that a lot. Look at your lighting. LEDs are becoming very cost effective. We think about lighting outside in terms of being dark sky compliant. We've done that. And then looking at you'll see later, looking at the sides of the building, south facing, putting solar shading on. You can get tremendous daylight in classrooms without glare if you think about where the windows sit in the wall and adding shading devices on the exterior of the building. And it's a cost benefit. I mean, we truly believe that daylight is important to learning. All classrooms should have windows. There's a lot of studies that show that that actually, in fact, increases student performance. All right. There we go. A very quick example, this building's almost, it'll be finished this year. Kind of all these things have come together for us in this building, which is designed to lead gold. This is the new Fairchild Wheeler multi-magnet campus right between Bridgeport and Trumbull. It's a 1,500 student high school. It's really 500 student schools together. It's a little smaller than your project, but not much. And we just highlighted, and we're going to leave this all with you, but this kind of brings it all together. We've got some wind turbines on this. We've got photovoltaics. We've got rainwater infiltration. We've preserved wetlands. We've got vegetated roofs, green roofs you might have heard of, which help retain water, keep your cooling costs down, photovoltaics. You're going to have a lot of roof area here. We may want to talk about some of those, whether it's a green roof or photovoltaics on your roof. You would have great advantage to that, and there's grants out there. But this is a project that's actually Jim, Bruce, and I have worked on for the last 5 or 6 years. That'll be opening this year down in Bridgeport. It's well under construction. I'll touch briefly on auditoriums. In the pre-referendum plan, we saw a lot of conversation about how big it should be and where it should be, and we're going to show you maybe some different thoughts. One of the things to just keep in mind about performing spaces is that the geometry is very important. The sight lines are critical. The proportion of the width to the length is critical. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes, but these are some examples of auditoriums we've done. They're about the size you're talking about, and I'll confess that I saw numbers ranging from 1,100 to 750 in the different things we read, but it seemed to be in that range somewhere, and you can correct me, but it's a good-sized auditorium you seem to have in your plans. We just want to make the point that you've got to be thoughtful about how you expand or replace the auditorium so that you get something that's usable. And again, we've got lots of experience. We've done dozens and dozens of high school auditoriums. We've also renovated the New York State Theater at Lincoln Center down in New York City, which is where the New York City Ballet, I was involved in that. So we've got some pretty good experience in how theaters and auditoriums should be put together. And the last thing I want to talk about before we get into some design issues is very important, which is this idea of safe schools. We've always thought about safe schools. Obviously, the tragedy in Sandy Hook has put it front and center. These bullets are some things that Bob Dusabella, who's the security consultant that we've worked with forever that's on this team with us, he and I were asked to do a presentation by the Commissioner of Education on January 7th to, it was about 850 folks for a Safe Schools Symposium. It was all the districts in the state, and we were the team looking at safe schools. These are some bullets, some of the things we shared. The Commissioner has since shared these with the legislature and will in fact be testifying this Friday in front of the Sandy Hook Commission with some of these ideas as well. We've been doing this for years, and we would certainly bring it to your project. The idea of situational awareness. There's no such thing as a 100% safe building anywhere. But if we can make a building where you know what's going on, and you can see what's going on, you can assess the situation, if there's a problem, you can delay the problem, and you can protect the people who are there. It's all about buying time. It's about visibility. It's about simplicity in design and layout. And it's about making sure that you think about all the threats that you're thinking about. Obviously, we're focused right now on an outside threat because of Sandy Hook. Well, if you look at the statistics, statistically, that's minimal. The bigger threat in high schools is bullying, petty theft, those kinds of, kind of mischief that happens inside the school. The things that can create a great learning environment, which are some of these other things about being welcoming, recognizing people, having some level of transparency where you can see in and out of what's going on, breaking the building into smaller, manageable communities and not having these huge rooms. All of those things create great learning environments. They create safer schools too, because they put adults in areas where they can supervise. They allow you to segregate the building if something goes wrong. And if you talk to first responders, they'll tell you, we can't respond to things we can't see. So we have to know what's going on. We have to assess the situation. You're usually looking at buying, if you can buy 5 or 10 minutes, you can buy a lot of safety in a building. So the things we're going to show you have this all kind of in the background. And then the last and most important thing we would talk about to create a safe school is to partner from the very beginning with your first responders. Our standard practice is to start design by having the first responders at the table so that we can work out layouts with them. Where would you respond to? Do you see anything wrong with this plan? Are there blind corners that you don't really think are good? How would you enter the building if there was an emergency? And we'll sit and work with them to figure out all of the things that are important. So, and I can't emphasize that enough, to get the first responders at the table. You've got a great group here in town that we've worked with for years. So those are some of the things that you had on your list to talk about. We wanted to touch on a lot of them. Certainly we gave you more information ahead of time. Now Jim and I are going to go through really 3 options, and these are not meant to be a final idea. These are meant to work from the work that you've already done, the pre-referendum work, and begin to perhaps move it to another level for conversation. In all the options, there's some sort of fundamental principles that we're bringing to this. One is that we're very concerned about making sure we do a building that meets your educational needs. So you're going to see, thinking about the STEAM program, making sure it's an easy building to get around. You don't want this to be a maze where people get lost. You want good sight lines, and you want a building that brings people together and creates a community. The STEAM learning is about integrating different kinds of learning, so we need to create spaces where people are naturally seeing each other and getting together. We want a building that is simple. We have found over the years the best way to control schedule and cost, and you've got a fairly aggressive schedule, is to keep the structure simple. Doesn't mean the building has to be boring or dull, it just means it needs to be easy to build. So you're going to see a couple of options here that keep a very simple structure. The more complicated the exterior of the building, the longer it takes, the more potential for change orders, and certainly the more cost, because complication equals cost. They're going to see some ideas about phasing, especially around the auditorium area. When you begin to get into a room like the auditorium and begin to try to take it apart and expand it, you get into seismic upgrades, you get into sight lines that may not work, you get into construction issues, and so we're going to look at maybe some other options for your auditorium and talk to you about that. And again, we're doing this a little bit blind. We've got a lot of information, so please don't take any of this as gospel. It's meant to be some ideas and to give you some insight into how we work. So here's the first thought, the first option. Here is, I love the way this works. So the white is existing, and under this option, it's going to look fairly similar. We're looking at a 4-story STEAM addition on the south side of the building, although it's a somewhat simplified STEAM addition. It's a simple building. We're looking at maybe the idea of an addition up here for an auditorium and then a health classroom addition. So we've got 3 major additions. By doing this and by simplifying and straightening out the STEAM addition, we can actually fit all the buses in front, so you can get all 27 buses in a single loop. We're trying to keep traffic in a single place in all these as well, so we're not splitting traffic up and around. Under this one, we're also looking at a loop around the school that potentially allows parents to drop off out back, and then you create some kind of a lobby in the existing lobby that allows you to enter the building from 2 sides but be in one space, which is sort of a critical thing. We've also looked at cutting back the corner of the building a little bit because it's really tight to the property line. So we've looked at that, and I do want to actually point out that this is the entry, and Enfield Street is out here, just to orient everybody, because I should have done that at the beginning. We may have moved the drawings around. So with that, Jim's got the other microphone on now, and he's going to walk you through some plans. Go for it.
Thank you. One of the interesting things we do, it's a very collaborative environment that we all work in JCJ, and they alluded to the fact that Jim, Bruce, and I have worked in Enfield for quite a while. I drew a lot of bathroom details on Alcorn under the direct supervision of Mr. LaPasta there. But dating even back that far, the collaboration comes together. And when we started talking about this project, I think everybody here from JCJ sat down at a table. We started talking about what the plan is, how do we understand it. We started looking at phasing. Christine talked a little bit about the phasing. We talked about some interiors. We talked about a lot of different things. And one of the resounding themes was the simplicity. How can we make this simpler, more straightforward, and then give us a platform and opportunity to create some wonderful architecture once that simple plan gets put in place. And I think a lot of the things that we are looking at have simplified the approach. Right now, we're going to show you 3 different options. This is the first option, the lowest level. We have the existing A-wing here, which would be housed with some family consumer science and the auto shop and wood shop, which isolates things down to a certain degree, but only because it's an existing condition that we have to look at. And frankly, the team started looking and seeing how we can turn that into an opportunity. We started introducing spaces that you see here, the collaborative commons, which I think Emily is going to talk a little bit about in a bit. And then coming back up with the existing gym up to the north, an opportunity to maintain the loading and the whole condition to the north side of the school, and introducing the new health classrooms and the fitness spaces on the lowest level. Moving up one floor, we get to start to talk about a little bit some of the things Jim was talking about, simplifying. You can see a very simple double-loaded corridor coming through the existing A wing, turning into a collaborative commons, which makes a nice transition, a really nice supervision standpoint. You could place some faculty there. And then a very simple double-loaded corridor that comes down, giving each and every one of these classrooms in the new STEAM edition windows, natural light. We begin to talk about the environmental, the sustainability of that wing, bringing the natural light in, the daylighting. And then moving back up towards the north, the other big move that we're proposing in this option is building the auditorium as a brand new auditorium, being able to customize that to the seat count, the proportions, the slope of the floor, the sight lines, which are all critical in an auditorium. And frankly, the people of Enfield are going to have to sit in this auditorium for years and years and years to come. It should be a comfortable, it should be a great space that the town should be very happy with and proud of. Up in this area, by doing that, by building this clean, it actually affords the opportunity that we were talking a little bit about in the STEAM edition, do that as a clean edition. You can kind of section it off, build this first. It creates the swing space that Christine was talking about to accelerate some of the phasing. We would take that same approach here with the auditorium, and then the interesting move here is the existing kitchen would remain essentially as it is. We could expand it slightly to meet the new capacity. We would maintain the existing cafeteria and then expand actually a new seating area into the back part of that existing auditorium. Take advantage of the volume that exists there, but basically flatten the floor out, and we could do that as its own phase within this phase. And then in the back here, we'd have the opportunity to build some new music rooms that would acoustically meet all the requirements. They would be a bigger size for the bigger band. And you could do all of that as a clean addition without taking down the D wing, which we'll get into with some phasing. Moving up one floor, we're looking at the second floor. Once again, the STEAM edition, double-loaded corridor. We're beginning to locate the science labs and math, and we're beginning to locate some areas where those different disciplines can interact, the exchange of information, some really, really interactive student spaces, and then obviously leaving the existing media center, which was renovated not so long ago, on that second floor. And then the third floor, the upper floor, replicates itself. We've located some world language classrooms, reading, science labs along the north side of the STEAM wing and the south side. So now, I went one too far. So looking at the phasing here, we've taken the aerial so you can see and understand all the existing conditions and then how we're anticipating overlaying some of these things. This four-story STEAM addition would go here. Nice clean addition, and now you begin to see the auditorium addition that takes up the space, and you can see it really doesn't impact some of the existing parking. We're taking advantage of some space that's a little bit wasted on site right now, and you can see how the D wing does remain, which gives us a lot more flexibility in swing space. It's a significant amount of square footage, and then obviously the four-story STEAM addition as well. The next phase of this option would take place, and you would actually renovate the entire A wing along here, all 4 stories of it. You would build the new health classroom section over here as a 1-story on the lower level, and then you would be able to begin the renovation of the existing auditorium into the expanded cafeteria, some new band spaces potentially, and then you would take down the D wing And then this is what the final phase would kind of look like, and it begins to speak to how the circulation would work. You can see the bus loop comes all the way up and around. You have a central parking lot in this location, and the loop that comes around. Once again, I think we've given ourselves a little more clearance to get back around, and we're proposing a new parent drop in the back part of the school right now. So you begin to separate that bus circulation from the parents that are picking up, dropping off. And then we quickly did some 3D images here. Obviously, we haven't had a lot of time to develop the architecture, but once again, I want to stress the simplicity of this. You begin to look at some very simple factors that are going to influence the architecture and the development of this. And I think this view actually gives you a good idea of how that wing begins to pull back from the existing loop road that comes around, and the simplicity of the south-facing side of the STEAM addition, as well as the opportunity to incorporate some sustainable, I don't know if it's sun shading or some really high-tech glass. I mean, I actually sat through a lunch and learn last week where they're making a glass that's actually an R18 right now, which is unheard of. Most glass is an R2. So the insulating qualities of glass are absolutely astronomical right now. And then obviously you can begin to see the new parent drop in back of the building and the new auditorium that's built as a standalone piece off in that part of the building. It's just another view looking back the other way. So now you get to see the north side of the new STEAM addition, which is actually the 3 stories that you see on this side. And then you begin to look at a full window replacement on the A wing, and then creating some sort of new main entry here. And I think a lot of the character of that begins to speak to some of the security issues that Jim was talking about. How is that new main entry perceived? How do you make sure that everybody knows that that's the front door to this new school? Really a great architectural opportunity. And then the last one that we wanted to show you was just an angle kind of looking down, the whole comprehensive completed phasing.
One of the things we noticed in that option was, and Jim mentioned it, we're at the very lowest level. In fact, there was only a few classrooms down there. There's a couple of rooms, and then there's the wooden auto shop. So we wondered if there was a way, and there's some long travel distances. We wondered if there was a way to think about something that made us a more compact footprint where travel distances, which in high schools can be a big deal, could be smaller. May not be something you want to do, but we wanted to at least explore the idea of thinking about maybe a 4-story addition back here that would create a loop, which gives you different kind of circulation that would allow you to create a smaller, shorter run. Think about the same auditorium addition up here. This would in fact allow you to put a new bus loop and a new parent loop out in front near the main entry. So it's again just thinking about trying to keep all the traffic under control on the site.
Great. And once again, you start to look at the lower level, you can see actually a much more significant amount of built-out space on that lower level. Right now, the existing classrooms on the lower level of A wing are very isolated. So as soon as you build the new addition in this location, you begin to loop and connect some of that space. And as Jim mentioned, the travel distance from the farthest classroom back up to some of the core spaces becomes a lot less. The students are going to be able to move through the building a lot easier, and it's actually a very supervisable space. Faculty can be located at the nodes here and here for that supervision when the students are changing classes. And as I mentioned in option 1, we would build the new health classrooms and fitness rooms up in that area. And then moving up to the first floor, the floor plan gets replicated here, but we begin to include some of the tech ed classes and art classrooms. The new main entry would be right here, and it really becomes, it's about as close to the majority of the teaching spaces as you can get. So you'd have the main admin here, students would come in here, and the main loop of classrooms is all very centralized very simplified. It's very easy for the students to traverse, rather than in some of the other options coming all the way down, getting kind of lost way down at the end of that wing. We've had a lot of success creating additions like this, new buildings and additions with that basic U-shape addition. Coming back up over in here, we're taking the same approach that we did in option 1, building that auditorium brand new, giving us a lot of flexibility as far as the phasing and when some of those other spaces are created. Moving up to the second floor, you can still see the loop here, and we're still anticipating some of these collaborative areas where the commons, you begin to share space where math classrooms open right out onto science labs, and some of the images that are associated with that, the transparency between different learning spaces creates that collaboration that's really a necessity within the STEAM curriculum. In the upper level, very simplified once again, mostly science labs up in this area, with some world language classrooms facing out on the east, taking up the upper level of that existing A-wing. And once again, we'll kind of walk through the 3D images. So this is the existing conditions. And as you build out that 4-story STEAM addition on the back, it leaves the whole front of the school essentially as it is. You continue using all that parking exactly the way you are right now. You're able to build the auditorium addition in this location, leave D-wing up for continued swing space. And then you go ahead and you build the new main entry and the health classrooms over on this side. Once again, very simple construction. There's simple connections back to the existing building, very uncomplicated. Structurally, it's going to be very simple to isolate all of these elements that we're proposing. And then you take down the D-wing, and this is what you end up with from a circulation standpoint. Once again, the STEAM addition in the back here. We're looking at the parent loop that comes around. Parents would drop off, and the kids would come right in the front door there. You have a big parking lot reconfigured in the front with a dedicated bus loop. And then these are the same exact angles that we looked at in option 1. It gives you a sense of how, from the south, you're really looking back up into the existing parking lot. We would keep this end of the site feeling very open, very much like it is right now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go right through these real quick. I think a lot of the same points have been made. And the third option.
And the last option we can go through very quickly, which really takes a look at, again, back to the 4-story STEAM edition, the health classroom edition, and this time looks at a different phasing option that moves the auditorium to the end of the building, which gives us a lot larger area out here, which allows us to get all of the buses and the parents out in front of the building. All of these have pros and cons. In the last idea, the con is you might not see any new building, right? And this one, all the new stuff is out front, and you really can use the new building to change what the school looks like. If we click through it really quickly, the lower level becomes very much the same with the auto shop, wood shop, food lab, wellness, cardio. On this level, again, we've got this knuckle in the corner, which has a large stair in all of these, because one of the things about a 4-story building or even a 3-story one is vertical circulation is critically important. So all of these schemes have showed large stairs at strategic locations so that the travel is appropriate and supervisable. So you have this great big stair. Again, tech ed and art rooms here, the main entry. And in this case, the auditorium at the end of the building with this idea of the double cafeteria, the band room. And just to talk briefly about the band room, one of the things about music rooms is you don't want parallel walls or circular walls. They need to be somewhat skewed in order to get the proper acoustics. So we've tried to put choral and band rooms in that we know from experience will work because of their shape and the way they're laid out. The upper levels are very similar in terms of science and English. And we'll click through. And this is the phasing that
we're going to leave all these options with you. So I think we should probably skip right through. We have some other things we want to get.
This is very similar where you build the 4-story first. We go in we have all the other classrooms available to renovate, and then you come back And in this case, the last thing you do is build the auditorium. All the classrooms are done, everything is finished, and it becomes a little bit of a safety valve, because if anything does go wrong during construction, if the very last thing you're looking at, the very last phase of your auditorium, you could operate your school probably with the rest of the building done, and if the auditorium lags by a month or two, it's not the end of the world. So we always like to try to build in a safety valve. Now, the real part you're going to live in is the inside, so Emily's going to take a couple of minutes to run through some thoughts about STEAM environments, and then we're done. We're going to take 2 minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you. My name's Emily Zarnecki. I may not be quite as tenured as Bruce and Jim, but I have been at JCJ for almost 10 years now, and my main focus has been educational spaces and design. As the interior designer on the project, I'll be working closely with Jim and Jim to develop options for the interior spaces. And that not only includes the colors and materials and finishes, but the size, shape, and actual design furnishings for those spaces that benefit the students. In understanding the STEAM program, we understand that this is real-world, hands-on learning environments for those students, and we need to provide collaborative spaces and working spaces for those students. Wanted to talk quickly about a couple spaces here. We're going to look at traditional spaces. We're going to be working with the teachers to develop how many of those spaces need to be more of a traditional lab, formal type of classroom versus a collaborative integrated space. You can still do traditional classrooms with mobile furniture, standing height. You can provide flexibility with the different types of furniture. Visibility between classrooms brings a great deal of integration. So by providing glazing between classrooms and labs is a great connection. Connection between the corridor and the classrooms. Here at this school that we did, we had a great deal of connection. This way students can see what's going on in a lab. They might get interested in a different program that they may not have been interested in previously. In this classroom at Haddam Killingworth, we actually provided a movable wall. You can kind of see the line here in the ceiling. In that classroom, they were able to open up into 2 classrooms. So you can have interdiscipline between math and math classroom, or between, say, an art and an engineering classroom. What's great about that is that now you can have the art students, the engineering students working on a project together to design and build, a model bridge. Providing flexible furniture within that space allows the students to rearrange quickly between classes, or to do small group individual.
Very much.
Oh,
I am sorry.
Okay.
That was the last slide anyway.
All right, what I'd like to do now is enter into question and answer period. Interiors always get the short end of the stick. Every interview.
You can ask Emily the first question.
Yeah. Or you could ask us why we didn't give her enough time to speak.
Wendy will start.
Okay, thanks again very much for coming and for your presentation. Let me grab this. With the changes that you're proposing in the STEAM wing, I was part of the pre-referendum committee. We spent an awful lot of time on class sizes and the number of classrooms we were going to need to meet the Connecticut's new educational and graduation requirements. And so can you just talk about the differences in the number and sizes of those classrooms and those changes that you're proposing? Are we losing either?
No, we should have said that. We took the program, identical program to what you had developed, because we knew the work that had gone into it. All we did was take the spaces and rearrange them in a more linear fashion. It's the same size, same number. Some of the shapes are a little different. The science labs have rectangular walls instead of splayed walls. It works a little easier for science casework in terms of fitting in. But we took pains to make sure that all of the metrics on this, if you will, the number of parking spaces, the size of the rooms, the number of the rooms were all the same.
Okay. And just another note, again, based on the feedback we got working with the faculty and the staff, there were some concerns, for example, from like the science department about separating the science labs either on opposite sides of a wing or on opposite floors because of the sharing of equipment that often has to happen going back and forth. So, just some feedback that they really wanted to keep them all as close together as possible. Thank you.
Yes, I just have one question. Looking through the resumes, I see a lot of the different projects that you've listed as being similar experience, and as far as the team that you've assembled here, I don't see a lot of the team members that you have listed present as being listed on any of these previous similar example projects. And I also noticed that the person that you've assigned to be our project manager has only been with the firm for 1 year. So I was hoping that you could elaborate on some of your team experience and why you feel you've assembled the best team for our project.
Certainly. The team that first of all, JCJ is architecture and interiors. We hire all our engineers, and we try to pick the engineers that we feel are best suited for particular projects. We have worked over the years with every one of the individuals sitting here in their firms. It's rare that you're able to get a team of individuals together that works on high schools over and over again, the same team. So that's why you see different engineers spread throughout, because of just that issue. The individuals that are here, Jim and I have worked, as he mentioned, over the years on many school projects. So I think that answers your question.
Well, let me answer. Do you want me to answer the project management piece? I am fairly new to JCJ. I started a year ago. I came from Taisu Kim Partners, where I was for 12 years. I was an associate there. So while I am new to JCJ, I am not new to school design, specifically public school design. All I did at Taisu's office for 12 years was schools in Connecticut. 10 were public schools and 2 were private schools. So.
And I would also mention that for the last year, the 3 of us have been working together on the Bridgeport Multi-Magnet High School, which is a large, very complicated school project. And in a year working together, you can really develop a very strong relationship. And we have all the confidence in the world in Christine's abilities to manage these size projects. We wouldn't have hired her if we didn't. And we think she's a great fit because of her Renovators' new experience and her high school experience. We think she's the right fit for the community.
Thank you. Seeing you have worked with the town, what's your track record with working with the building department? Seeing the Eppendorf, what was your feeling with them, and how much did they kick back at you for redesign or anything?
That's a loaded question. No, we have had a real good experience working with the building department, the local fire marshals, everybody in the community, planning and zoning, design review. We've been in front of all your boards and have a level of comfort. Building departments, because you cited it, building departments always have certain things that each building department's interested in, and you just have to work with them to make sure you address those. So we don't see any issues at all. We do bring them in early in the process, though. That's really important to bring them in, particularly the fire marshal, find out what their key hot buttons are and stuff. For example, I'm sure in the high school, the fire department here is going to want a path all the way around the building. Get fire vehicles there at any point in time. So.
On your design to CM team, as that moves forward, what is the team, and how do you envision working with the CM, and what's your experience with that? As a team, is it just the one person, or do you have a group of people, or how do you do that interface?
We all work with the CM. We want them on the project early. We bring them on, and we encourage the CM to bring not just one person, but multiple people on too. We found it actually very beneficial in the process. There's a lot of good dialogue that occurs. CMs, you bring them on, they certainly know what might be happening out in various market sectors, whether pricing is going to increase, for example, glass and glazing. If all of a sudden the price of aluminum is going to spike, they can let us know. Years ago we all knew the price of steel jumped up and there was issues there, and trying to anticipate. So they help us anticipate things. They'll look at the constructability of our details. We will challenge them on their numbers and their estimates. What are they assuming? But that becomes a collaborative discussion with this entire team, not just JCJ, but our consultants too.
All right, thanks. The other one is, and you didn't get a chance to touch on it, I don't know if it was time, but the BIM requirements on the project, and how do you interface with the construction management again?
building information modeling, we use a platform called Revit. We're actually on Revit 2013. We require our engineers to also use that, the ones that the Revit supports. I think Site is the only one Revit doesn't support. We share that model through a platform called Navisworks with the construction manager, so they can look at our Revit model, our BIM model, as we're progressing. They can do their estimate, look at things, ask about details. Our Revit model also, we do there's a conflict resolution, what they call, check on it. So we're constantly, every day, looking for conflicts that occur. And again, even in Revit, the Navisworks, if any members of the building committee wanted, we'd grant you access through Navisworks to look at the model too, so you could see what was going on.
And there actually is a viewer available for the iPad now, which I've been using, so we can actually give you a model to look at on the iPad, which is pretty cool.
All right, thank you. Good job.
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. I just have a quick question on how you involve the administrators and the staff throughout this process.
And that's key. We involve them throughout the process. It begins, now I know there's been a lot of involvement already. I mean, it's pretty clear from the minutes that we've read and from the work that's been done, there's been a lot of work. But we've also discovered over the years that things change. Education's a moving target. My dad was a 9th grade algebra teacher for 30 years in the same building, in the same room, and what he did changed. So if I don't involve teachers, I get an earful when I go home to visit. But in all seriousness, what happens, we've seen is over time, programs change. Decisions that were made that were right 6 months ago, a year ago, parts of them may want to get revisited. So we're constantly working to first check the assumptions that you all made when you did your first work. We just want to make sure you guys haven't rethought things, programs haven't changed. And then we set up work groups. And really we look to the committee to tell us the best way to do that, or tell us. We collaborate with you to understand the best way to do that. We like to set up work groups with the teachers, with the administrators. Now the principal we want to stay very close to because the phasing is huge. And we do it in a couple of stages. So we'll talk first about the big picture early in the project. What rooms need to go where? Should the science rooms be next to each other? Are these travel distances right? Those kinds of things. Then we come back a second time during design development to talk about what's inside the room. And this is where actually Emily begins to play an even bigger role, but it's kind of cabinets, what needs to lock, what doesn't need to lock, how big are the cabinets, those kinds of things, especially in science labs. We spend a lot of time with science teachers. And then the last thing we'll do is we'll come back, usually it's right after construction starts, to talk about furniture. And we kind of will go through what kinds of furnishings make the most sense in terms of how your rooms lay out. So there are multiple places, and then there's that kind of constant communication through this committee, obviously.
I'd like to just
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Just quickly add to, we'll also come up with room sign-off sheets.
Mhm.
So we'll have plans that will show a list of all the furniture, all the millwork. But
Oh, it was me.
It was Jim. But we'll develop those sheets, and we'll go through them with the administrators, with the teachers, and whoever is involved in signing off, usually a principal or administrator, and really make sure that everybody's on board, everybody knows exactly what space, what's going to be involved in that space.
Forgive me, this is going to be kind of unformed. You have two spaces in both of your designs, the cafeteria and the auditorium spaces. Your awareness is confusing to me on whether you know that the kitchen space in our cafeteria will be servicing 11 different buildings instead of just one. And how have you with having that kitchen in the middle of your cafeteria as opposed to having it close to an outer edge where it can be accessed? How is that? Is that a problem? I guess, it's like I said, it's kind of informed.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can answer that part, because
Okay.
part two is completely separate.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just.
Do you want my mic?
Yeah, let me use this. Can we just use this one? seem to have we were aware, we may have misspoken, we were leaving it in the same location and trying to renovate it in place. It appeared in the pre-referendum, but it didn't move that much. It sort of slid down a little bit and got a little longer. So we were relying on the same kind of vertical circulation, and as I said, it's a very early concept, and we're working from our best interpretation of the reading that we've had a chance to do. I don't think being internal is in and of itself a problem to servicing the other schools, as long as you've got the right vertical transportation, big enough elevators to get down. I mean, having a kitchen and cafeteria on essentially the second floor above loading is always a challenge. We've dealt with it in a few other places, although honestly it's usually all at ground level, so you've got a challenge right now. If we move the kitchen down to the first floor to make loading and unloading easier, then you've got to bring the food upstairs for this kitchen, for this cafeteria. So our approach right now, again, somewhat unformed as well because of the amount of knowledge we had, was to leave it in more or less the same location, make sure we work through the vertical transportation issues. The loading was still, and a lot of storage was still going to be in the lower area. We honestly were focused a lot more on thinking about the dining room experience for the high school for this particular go-around, in terms of having one large room which can be off-putting and noisy and sometimes difficult to supervise. Could we have two medium-sized rooms and make use of the existing structure? But I think it's all very solvable in there. I really do. I don't have a concern that we wouldn't be able to solve that.
Okay, and my second question is cost-based, because, as you know, always, with municipal projects, cost is an issue. By adding a new auditorium, can you address the difference in cost, and is there savings? Is there potential for overruns?
We thought about that a lot before we obviously put this out there. Our thought right now is that it's certainly no more expensive, and it may even be less, and the reasons for that are twofold. One, as a new space, you're controlling everything, so you're really not relying on trying to figure out what's happening with existing structure. You're not trying to redo structure, so you may have better control over that. The other thing was, in terms of the actual square footage, was about the same in terms of new construction. So when you look at the overall project and you look at the new construction, because you're taking some of the auditorium space for cafeteria, you're not building cafeteria space. So at a very, very gross level, it seemed like it would be a trade-off, one to the other. That would need a lot more study in terms of the actual cost, and that's going to happen no matter everything in the project's going to need that kind of scrutiny. We saw it as an idea because of the proportion of the space, and because our experience of getting into existing buildings, when you begin to get into structural change of major components, which is to take big walls down and restructure structure, that's where the unknowns are. And if you can take the box that's there, flatten the floor, put a window in it, and begin to think about it as a cafeteria, that's a lot less risky than ripping off an end wall and rebuilding a stage, we thought. And again, that's a very, very preliminary idea just to throw out there as a discussion point.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Your change order percentage, are those projects, how old are the projects that you're using that percentage on?
Yeah, last 5 years. I think they were, I forget the projects that were in the RFP response, but they're fairly current projects, Randy. Okay. So that's how we came up with that number. We just took a look at it.
Okay, now the last, like you're saying, 5 years of using that number in those projects, how many of those were CMR projects, even close to our dollar amount or close to our square feet amount?
Ooh. Plainville High School, 240,000 square feet. That was a renovation status. So that was one of them. Fitch High School in Groton, 260,000 square feet.
And when was that one?
That was complete in '08. So they're fairly current. The new school we're doing down in Fairchild Wheeler, that's $125 million total project cost. But it's not renovation, but it's a new.
Yeah, it's a new standalone building?
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty much it. All my questions that I previously had, based on your RFP submittal, you've answered throughout the presentation. So, if there's any other questions the panelists have? Okay, if not, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to come here today, and we'll be talking to you soon. Thank you.
We'd like to thank you, and again, we are really excited about this. As I said in the beginning, we feel like a piece of the Enfield community with all, the projects we've done for the various groups up in the town. So, and it's good to see some familiar faces here too. So, thank you very much.
I'd like to make a motion that we move into executive session.
Second. Show of hands, all in favor?
This is
Nobody against you?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we come back from executive session.
Any questions? Have a show of hands, all in favor? Anybody against? Anybody care to abstain? Thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming. We're gonna do first you're gonna get an hour of presentation time. After that hour, I will tell you 5 minutes before it's time that you have 5 minutes left. Then we'll open it up to approximately 15 minutes of question and answer period amongst panels and yourselves. That may run over depending upon the questions we have. So at this time, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Randy Daigle. I am the chairman of the School Building Committee.
Wendy Osada, vice chairman.
Laura Valley, committee member.
Greg Stritch, committee member.
George Rubish.
Jason Kilty.
Joe Muller.
Walter Cruzal, committee member.
Doug Baxellen, committee member.
Jim Nasuda, committee member.
Ginny Otkin, committee member.
Gina Sullivan. Lynn Skull, secretary.
All right, thank you very much. So I guess with that, you're on.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. We are collectively Silver Petroselli and Associates. That gives you a sense of the core of the team, 40 architects, engineers, and interior designers in our group. I'm Bill Silver. I won't do that again. I'll be the project manager for the project.
Dean Petroselli, I'll be the principal architect on the project.
Ken Scrivati, I'm the principal at Silver Petroselli and engineering manager.
Chris Nardi, project architect with Silver Petroselli.
Bob Washington, construction administration, Silver Petroselli.
I'm Mark D'Agostino, I'm technology and security consultant.
Doug McCloskey, Michael Horton, associate structural engineer.
Dave Dixon, landscape architecture and civil engineering, Mylone McBroom.
Steve Conley, Fuss O'Neill Enviroscience, environmental consultant.
Amanda Cleveland, I'm with Silver Petroselli and Associates, head of the Interiors Department.
So probably the most important news as we get kicked off is knowing you've been sequestered for so long. The UConn women's score is 24-21 UConn right now, still in the first half.
We've got a winner.
And happy Groundhog Day to everybody. We appreciate, obviously, the opportunity to be back again here in town. Obviously, we've been on the job since February of 2012. And when we say we put our heart and our soul into this project, we really mean it. We've embedded ourselves in the passion that you all have for this project, being there at the 4th of July celebration, obviously on ETV, and really taking a part in the success so far of the project. And we really look forward to seeing it through. But we really have to convince you of our skills. While we all may be, or most of us are good looking up here, we have to really tell you about our talent, our experience, and essentially our specialty in K-12 school projects. Virtually 80% of our projects are in schools. You've already seen them. We will not bore you with them today. We really want to talk more with yours. But right now, projects that we're involved in are Central High School, renovate is new. Berlin High School, renovate is new. Foreign and Law High Schools in Milford, among some of the others in terms of high school generations. I'm just briefly going to touch before the rest of the crew really gets into your project on this one, which was a complex, multi-phasing project in Stratfield. It had 600 students that had to remain in the school. This was a fairly tight urban site, suburban site, more than yours. And at Stratfield School, after doing that careful programming and listening not only to the educators and the Fairfield Public School staff, developing very concise programs, and Chris will go over those with you, essentially what we've already done, and developing those large schematic designs and those manuals for you so that you can get a sense not only of the architecture but the engineering, all the cost estimating that goes into these projects. To give you a sense on Stratfield School, it was a fairly compact school in the gray. The red areas where we put in fairly compact additions to make the school more compact and dense while meeting their space needs. And it was on 3 stories on a historic building, 1929. And again, we had to maintain 600 kids migrating through these corridors while the contractors did 2 years worth of work. And essentially what we developed were 15 phases. In this case, there were 5 phases on the site, and there were 15 phases inside the building where we had to separate contractors from kids, make the fire marshal happy as it happened, and yet still maintain this fairly aggressive $20 million school program. Certainly, while the construction was going on, we had the stories of teachers occupying the new parking areas and driveways while the contractors were working all around them, how we maintained that safety, and then certainly ending up with the final image of the school where we actually took the old historic entrance that fronted on the old historic street, and yet they needed a more contemporary entrance where all the parking is, which wasn't planned on in 1929, in the back where the buses and the cars brought. So we reoriented the whole school to the rear and developed all the new spaces that go with that type of a school environment, and certainly contemporary learning spaces. And Dean and Amanda will go over those for you in just a little bit. Probably we make a note of this one in that it won 2 awards in excellence for construction design and, almost as importantly, in phasing. And your project with your very aggressive schedule is going to need very well thought out phasing. We know you're going to hold us to it, and essentially these give you the 2 different awards that we received from 2 different agencies as a result of this project. Probably your concern should also be how busy are we. And so we want to at least show you right now, these are the schools that are either just beginning construction or just beginning design. I'm not in the throes of design, and those are those tan bars that you can see. Most of them are in construction documents. And actually for this project, our A team is coming off of the $69 million Berlin High School project. Tomorrow, Tuesday is our final PCT. It is PCT2, so the drawings are being accepted. They've already been reviewed, and that team is ready to move right over onto this project with Chris and Dean and Amanda, who you all know to a degree, leading the project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dean.
Thanks, Bill. Again, Dean Petroselli, Principal Architect. It's almost scary to see 27 years. I think it might be a typo. Maybe that's my age and not my years of experience. It feels like just yesterday. But I've spent the last 27 years of my career predominantly designing educational facilities. So surely it's been a specialty of me and my experience, and obviously just a list of a few of the projects. I'm going to break this up kind of into 2 presentations. You're going to hear a lot of me for probably the next 15 or 20 minutes, as I want to talk a little bit about our history, but then also talk mostly about Enfield High School and our proposed plans and all the work that we did through that pre-referendum stage. But before we get there, again, a little background on us and some of our recent experience. This is a project in Seymour that were completed this last summer of full occupancy. It is a renovate as new and an addition, very much like you folks. We put 2 additions on those 2 blue on the tail ends of the building. The white is the existing building. And not only did we deal with a renovate as new and additions, but we also dealt with all the site features, separate bus drop-off, separate parent drop-off, and we virtually touched every square inch of this site from the property lines in. In terms of the floor plan, an enlarged, everything in tan was the existing building, but again, renovate as new. We took an interior courtyard and turned it into a media center. We put a bookend addition of a 2-story classroom on this left side, and then a gymnasium and a new entry and a main office on the right side with toilets and mechanical and some shipping and receiving. In terms of some of the images, and these are some images that we create and develop as we're designing the building. We call these computer-generated images. It gives you folks a sense of what the building is going to look like prior to us building, and you get a sense of the before shot and then the after shot of Chatfield School in Seymour.
Other shots of that same gymnasium. This happens to be the new entry that was created as a secure entry, something that the 1960 building lacked in its original design. The folks wanted, in Seymour, the folks wanted a man lock and the ability to be able to control the guests entering their building shortly after the bell rings. Obviously, coming on the heels of Newtown, this is a very hot subject to make sure that we control the occupants entering our building. And you can see again the final shot of the proposed or of the actually constructed gymnasium compared to the previous proposed one. Some other shots of the courtyard. This actually is a corridor, a two-story corridor that looks out. So unlike most schools that puts the corridor in the middle of the facility, we chose to put the corridor on the outboard of the facility so that you have that visibility as the folks are traversing across that corridor, a little more interactive of a process. Just some other shots of the classroom addition, new playscapes, and again, that new main addition at the new main entrance that was created as part of this project. Law High School, we've had the pleasure in Milford of being with them for 22 years. We have completed our 58th school project for the city of Milford. We have been their only architect for 22 years. I've now, unfortunately, had the pleasure of adding on to my own buildings that I developed or designed 20 years ago. This happens to be the Law High School. Milford has two high schools, Foreign and Law. We have renovated both as new, and we've also put additions on both of those. This happens to be the shots of the law school of some of the exterior glazing and window replacement. Again, a renovate is new, so we touched everything from systems, mechanical systems, roofing systems, soffits, you name it, everything gets touched and a renovate is new. Some of the interior colors and concepts and designs, and obviously the brightness of the corridors. These 1960s buildings were all pretty consistent of how they were built back in the day, and obviously folks want to kind of rejuvenate them and make them a little more contemporary. In this case, introducing the law colors of gold and black that was carried out through the design that Amanda and her group worked through. The typical classroom configuration, again, just one of the shots of the many additions that we put on to the building. Foreign High School just completed last summer. We basically took the entry of Foreign and brought it around and created a brand new entry. Again, security was a main concern for Milford. We created a brand new entry, vestibule, man lock, and brand new lobby. The bus drop-off is all new. Virtually everything that you're seeing in this photo was part of that addition. A little more dynamic of spaces on the inside. Again, 1960s, there was virtually no lobbies in the old schools, very much like Enfield High that virtually had a non-lobby experience. The need for gathering and congregating in the lobby is obviously a educational requirement now. And obviously you can see the shots of Foreign High School, a security station, expressing some of the structure. You can also see, or actually in this location, this is the main office. So you can see that control that happens with the main office to that man lock in the guard station. Same view of the lobby looking in the opposite direction. Obviously, Amanda and her group dealing with some of those interior features like the Foreign logo that is placed into that entry vestibule, typical classrooms, and again, taking advantage of some natural daylight and obviously bringing in that daylight into the building anytime we can. We obviously do that, and again, something these old buildings are often lacking. Berlin High School, a project, a $69 million project that we are just completing construction documents. As Bill indicated, we're up at the state as we speak with our second PCT this week. So we're coming off of the production of this, which has been about a 12-month process to get us through those CDs. Again, we dealt with everything from the site to the parking to the bus drop-offs to the fields. This gives you a sense of the scale of the building. It's a 3-story structure, about 250,000 square feet, so pretty comparable to the size of Enfield. We added on about 25,000 square feet. All these colors are representing the different departments, but probably more importantly is a new science edition, a new main entry. We actually took the entry that was here and moved it around to a new entry at that location, and then a new addition of an auditorium. Everything else is virtually living within the confines of the existing building. The lower level, that stacks pretty much right below that upper level, this is also part of that 25,000 square foot addition, and then some shots there of the lobby, and you'll see some images coming up. We're pretty keen on providing graphics. We like to use our technology and use our graphics, and you're going to see a lot of it today, of how we convey to you folks what these buildings are going to look like before we have to build them, so that you folks
and the town can see these images and understand three-dimensionally how that bus queuing is working, how those drop-off canopies are working, what the improved imagery of the building is going to be. Obviously, this new entry, a story-and-a-half lobby, again, very much like we're proposing here at Enfield High, and the old lobby used to be up on that upper level. You'll also see that higher volume there, which is the auditorium, as a high-volume space and part of the addition of this project. This is actually the science wing on the lower level, a two-story science addition as part of this project, and then art and music on the lower level as part of that addition. Some interior shots, a little more photorealistic of what types of spaces Berlin's going to see in their new high school. We needed an opportunity to bring some natural daylighting into this lower level. The lower level, like many spaces in your building, lacks some of that natural lighting. Because of the shape and the confines of the existing building, taking advantage of that walkway and taking advantage of putting in some new skylights to get some natural light down to the lower level. You'll also notice that we grab that natural light and distribute it into the classrooms with some clear story high windows so that we can pump that natural light into those inboard interior classroom spaces. The lobby shots of Berlin High School, just some of the images and textures and materials that Amanda and her group worked up that obviously complements the architecture and the design features that we architects are putting into the project. The graphic reality of the various departments, this happens to be the guidance suite in terms of what types of materials, what types of finishers, right down to the type of furnishing. Everything is graphically accurate of the furniture that was selected, right down to the carpet, you name it, we are putting it into these three-dimensional images. The auditorium at Berlin, a very large space, about 700 seats that it's capable. This is a brand new space as part of the high school, and obviously you can see some of the features and the acoustic design features that were put into this facility. This happens to be the media center at Berlin, and surely just in terms of some exciting and colorful environments, these are also acting as some acoustical controls, so they're not just decorative, but have that different quality about them.
And to give you a sense, we want to at least address the Berlin High School situation that many of you may have been at least staying in tune with. The town they are challenged with this project as we are, and it had gone through some times where the estimates were being really maxed out to their most. FIP and Gilbane Construction is involved as two of our teammates on this project. They've already broken ground. They are not stopping. They're moving ahead on this project with the phase one. They've already started the construction and they're planning on that first phase, which is all their swing space. It's their technology and tech ed education component should be done this August. Phase two is already, like I mentioned, our PCT team is up there on Tuesday and finishing that. The BSF then takes over and our guys are available. And we're giving you a sense here that we're planning on bidding it with our teammates in March and awarding it in May. Certainly the project is on budget for construction. We've met the construction budget, but the town, like the rest of our teammates, and that's Gilbane and FIP, are hoping that we're going to find competitive values as that second larger phase is bid out. And we are finding it in some of our bidding that we've seen just from April to August last year on some of our other projects that were actually rebid. And then certainly the town is considering other contingency options depending on the need for during construction. And Bob will show you a little bit of our construction contingencies that we deal with and change orders. But if anything, we want to reinforce to you that Berlin is moving ahead. The project is on track.
Another project in our experience is Trumbull High School. We were actually the architects for the feasibility of the renovated new of Trumbull High, and they also, because it was a multi-phase project, they also retained us for the first phase, which was putting on 16 classroom addition and a commons addition onto the existing 250,000 square foot building. So again, pretty parallel to you folks in terms of its size. And surely a renovate is new and an addition project. And again, we were responsible for that first phase of these two additions and then also the commons addition. In terms of that natural light, again, Like Milford, Trumbull's colors are black and gold, and we wanted to, and the owners asked us to introduce some of that color into their building that their existing building did not have. And you can see how we at times subtly and not so subtly introduced those bold gold and black color themes into their school. Down the corridor, again, a lot brighter corridors than their existing building. Surely the technology in their classrooms and everything down all the way to their science type spaces. And again, this was our first phase was a 16 classroom and Commons addition to Trumbull High. Another project currently on the books is Central High School in Bridgeport. We are in the DD phase for this. This is very parallel to you folks, a little more of an urban site, but again, a renovate is new. About 250,000 square feet of existing building, 2 additions that we're putting on, but virtually a renovate is new. Everything on site, new ball fields, new bus drop-off, new landscaping features. Again, very much like most of our renovate is new. We're touching everything from the property line in. Central breaks their academic teams down a little differently than most schools where they have actually different academic houses, and that was obviously part of our criteria and working through that process with the educators to make sure that we maintained that house or that academic house structure that they had asked for and surely have lived with over the past few years. These were just some floor plans of the renovations and obviously some of the imagery. Again, a lot more computer graphics of showing the client what they're going to get before they actually build it. We use these as design tools. We use these as presentation tools, but we like to come to you folks and show you what the building is going to look like. We're not married to these. These are just the contemporary versions of some sketches that architects can provide, and it really gives you folks some photorealistic images that you can understand. The second half of my presentation, now I want to talk quite a bit about the Enfield High School and the effort that Silver Petrocelli has put into this project over the last year. I think most of you knew that we were hired in January of 2012 and worked all the way up through referendum on this project. That meant our entire team of architects and engineers combed through the entire building. We actually documented all the existing floor plans, and we have lower level, the main level, and the upper levels all documented into our computer. So we really had an understanding all the way down to the construction administrators and Bob being out here to understand what this building is so that we understand all the details of the building. That work has already happened. We've already gathered that information, and obviously if we were selected for this project, this team carries that information forward. So we have a lot of background and a lot of information on the existing Enfield High School between all those floors. I'm sure you've all seen these graphics, but I do want to pause on them for a few minutes. For those folks that have not been through some of the early discussions or didn't see me at one of the many presentations in town, I've given this presentation enough over the last year. Surely don't mind doing it once again to fill you folks in. We produced floor plans, we produced designs, we produced images, and I want to show you all of them today. But there was a lot of effort that went into the programming of this building, and Chris is going to talk about that in a minute, where we really wanted to understand every piece, every room, right down to each janitor closet of what you currently have, and then what the program was. We don't expect this plan to hold true moving forward. In other words, we expect some tweaking of this plan. We're not so married to this plan saying this is it. But obviously the town approved this plan through the referendum. They've approved some of the images through the referendum, so we need to be sensitive to that. But we obviously understand that during the next SD and DD phase, we still want to challenge you folks and challenge the town that this is the best layout. But we were through quite a few layouts. The pre-referendum committee saw different design alternatives and eventually honed in on this scheme as the one to move forward. The scheme called for 2 major additions, one on the south side, which was called the STEAM addition, and then one on the upper level on the north side, which is the music addition. And I'll walk you through the various additions and components. We basically took the existing structure, and while we're living within the confines of the existing building between the A wing and the B wing and the C wing and the existing D wing, we also were putting additions on. In this case, the STEAM addition on the south side of the building is a wood shop, auto shop, and family and consumer sciences on the lower level. Special ed right about in the middle, gymnasium, and then we are infilling that very unique 3-sided courtyard with cardio, wellness, and the weight room, and obviously the 4 health classrooms on the lower level of that gym. We're also renovating that gymnasium, increasing its size so that we can seat the entire 1,800 population in bleachers, something that you're currently not able to do. We've also expanded the boiler room and the loading dock that happens on that lower level. The main level is where the most activity and surely the most graphic depiction of what's going on. Again, STEAM addition on the left side or on the south side of the building. Your technology department, your art department on that north-facing window so that we don't get that direct natural sunlight into those art spaces. Special ed, business, special ed. We maintain the office and guidance, computer labs, the new guidance career center and computer labs. Obviously the upper level of the gymnasium. Cafeteria was infilled over that courtyard. We've increased the size of the caf significantly and also increasing the kitchen. We understand that the kitchen is going to serve all 11 schools, and all of that is going to be prepped and produced out of this kitchen, so obviously it needs to be sized accordingly. So we went through major design concepts of how we're going to execute that kitchen and caf, give them exterior access for those deliveries that they currently don't have, because right now they have to go to the lower level for deliveries and come up via the elevator. Auditorium was increased in size. You have about a 580 occupant right now. The goal was to have about 1,100 seats in that auditorium, so we increased the size. Also created a high stage or a fly space on that stage. And in the purple is the music department, made up of band room and chorus rooms, ensemble rooms, general music, and some practice rooms. You'll notice that we moved everybody academically. D-Wing is coming down as part of this proposal, but you'll notice that academically, we've moved all the academics at this location of the building. We kept the music as far away for acoustics as possible, and then obviously cafeteria and gymnasium. Second floor is the science clubs. There's a very robust 16 club requirement as part of your program. And then you'll also notice math is adjacent to that science club requirement. English rounds out the second floor of your existing A wing, and we are proposing that the media center stay in its current location as it's only less than 10 years old in terms of its renovation. Everything else is obviously getting renovated or renovated as new. Third level is more of those clubs as they stack above the ones below. Social studies, reading, world language rounds out the upper level. So that is all of your program delivered in a very concise footprint, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in some of these upcoming images. These are some new images even that the pre-referendum building committee has not seen, as we've now injected all of the site features into these three-dimensional images, but you can surely get a little better view of the existing building, of being A wing. There's the B wing in the gymnasium, the old cafeteria and auditorium, and you can see obviously the new STEAM addition up here in the foreground, and that music addition there on that right-hand side. Same view of that music room, the high volume of the auditorium, the loading docks at that lower level for the kitchen, the lower level loading dock for that boiler room and general service into the building. And again, some views of that STEAM addition. We're also proposing a new lobby as part of the entry to your existing front door of the A wing facility. Just some closer views of those same images. Obviously that view of that STEAM addition. We thought a lot about the architecture and trying to pay homage to that original building and respecting the history of that original building. We can kind of take two approaches with architecture. We can kind of engulf the old building and make it go away, or we can kind of embrace that old building. And we chose to embrace that building. You can see some remnants of the architecture, but done in a much more contemporary fashion. We also paid a lot of attention to STEAM in that we wanted it to kind of spew technology. We wanted to express technology, and by use of some materials, and we're thinking of some metal panels, that we can do that through that material selection. Just some other views of the concept. We chose to bring that STEAM addition to the forefront, if you will. We wanted it to be visible upon entering the site. We wanted it to be a focal point. We wanted to see that the town's investment is visible, as opposed to putting the building in the back. We did look at a variety of different locations for the additions. In the rear of the facility was one option, but obviously it doesn't do what we had hoped that it did. And also the grades are very challenging in the back of the building, where we didn't want to spend excessive dollars in dirt to bring those grades up, but actually chose to put the addition where it worked better on your existing site. and just some features, obviously some close-ups of that proposed STEAM addition with the A wing or the existing Enfield High in the background. And again, just some panoramic views, a little different of perspective. We can basically generate any view that you folks ask us to. You'll see at the end that we have a flyby of this, but we have basically built this computer, we built this model into our computer, and we can now basically study it and spin it and rotate it and give you views every way that you can imagine. So we really do study this building three-dimensionally. Separate bus and drop-off for parents and for students and staff, obviously, is always a part of that, and Dave's going to talk about that a little bit in a minute. And just some views of that music wing, and it's a little unique of its design. Again, we like the architecture to reflect what's going on behind it, just like STEAM is kind of reflecting the technology. Music's a little more playful, so we chose some forms that were a little more playful to, again, express some of the program that's happening behind that space. The STEAM addition on the south side, we are very concerned with control of that sun and solar gain. Ken's going to talk a little bit about that in a while, but obviously you can see the attempt of solar control as these need to be LEED certified or high performance standard buildings. We obviously are always concerned with that solar gain and trying to control it. And I've talked enough. I'll be back toward the tail end, but I'm going to pass it over to Dave to talk about the landscape portion. Here's the pointer if you need it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Dave Dixon. I'm a landscape architect and senior associate with the firm of Malone and McBroom. Malone McBroom is a 30-year-old company. We're a multidisciplinary firm. Our home is in Cheshire, Connecticut, and we provide services in civil engineering, landscape architecture, land planning, water resource engineering, traffic and transportation engineering, and survey. So we provide a lot of services all under one roof. It's been a pleasure to be with Dean and Bill and this team since its inception. You can see, as identified here, we have a lot of experience in Enfield over the last 20 years. Most recently, the Veterans Memorial at Town Hall. We currently have an on-call engineering contract with the town. And of course, probably more importantly, are some of the fact that we did the athletic facilities, both here and at Fermi High School. We're very proud of those. They turned out beautifully, and so we're pleased. And through that, we've really already come to know the site. So coming back here was natural for us to, as we moved into the project. This is an aerial image of the site, and as you can see, to the west is the Connecticut River. To the east, Enfield Street, Route 5. Your school lies toward the eastern third of the property, and then there's a fair amount of topography as well. I kind of view it as a tiered level. You've got the upper level here where the tennis courts are, and then there's about a 24 or 25 foot grade change down to the secondary plateau in here where the main school and the parking is, and then you drop another 25 to 30 feet down to the lower elevations where the fields are located in here. Now I bring up I think it's important to talk about traffic here. What we have learned is that the school already has a traffic certificate. This is key. This is very important because sometimes what we find when we get into projects like this is that the school doesn't already have a certificate. And that will set us back in time 120 plus days in the process of trying to get that certificate. You have a certificate. It was most recently updated, I think, in the late 90s. And so what we envision in terms of traffic on this project is just going to be nothing more than an administrative process. We'll still have to do traffic counts and traffic movements and submit our findings to the state, to DOT, but we expect that this is going to be an administrative process only. So we're going to save an awful lot of time when it comes to that. Let's take a look for a minute. We have an awful lot of experience with Connecticut Deep and Army Corps of Engineers. And what we show here is the Connecticut River. Here's your site here, and here's the school. All right? The key here is that here's the railroad tracks. The flood line, the floodway line, the 100 and 500-year floodplains lie to the west of the railroad tracks. So as a result of where those lines lie, the fact that that floodplain doesn't come up into your site, and the fact that we're not doing any work down in this lower tiered elevation means that we're not going to have an issue with the deep or the core Now, we may have to file seek administrative finding from the DEEP on this, but we do not anticipate the need for a permit, and that's key. That's going to save us a lot of time. Your existing school, the main thing that we want to point out here is that here's your entrance drive as it comes in. It doesn't really align with much of anything. Your school, well, that's important. When we talk about architecture and how the site works with the architecture, we look to find ways to make those and marry those things in, and we were able to do that, and you'll see that in a moment. As you know, your buses queue up like this. Right now, your program calls for 17 buses. Your proposed program calls for 26 to 27 buses. So there's no way to meet the current program as it stands. More importantly, there's no separation of traffic between the vehicular traffic and the bus traffic. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but it's important to see this image and then see the next couple of images as to how we propose that we resolve that. We cannot work our way through the Bureau of School Facilities without resolving those issues. We've already done that, so we're one step ahead of the game. This is just an aerial shot of the same school with your fields down below. The main purpose of this image is to show you that your entrance drive now comes in like this. We're going to straighten that entrance drive out. There's going to be a single spine road that will come in here with traffic separation schemes. Let me move in a little closer on this. So here we go. We've taken that drive that used to be over here. As you can see, the white lines. We've straightened it out so we have a main spine road. It aligns, this axis aligns right with the entrance to the school, with the new enhanced entrance at this point. We have a separation of traffic scheme that's intuitive and simple and actually elegant in its design, in that, and when I say intuitive, I mean when someone enters the site, it's going to become readily apparent where the buses go with proper signage, where the buses go, where the cars go, where the parents drop off, and where the students park, etc. So the buses will come in this fashion, rotate around in this large loop. We've got queuing for 20 buses here. Now there's 27, so there's 7 more buses we have to find queuing for, and I'll show you that in a moment. So the buses come around in this area. This loop surrounds the interior parking lot. Now this is faculty parking, and the key here is that there's no intermingling of vehicular traffic with buses because the faculty arrive before the buses do. So the faculty will be in here. If they happen to arrive late, if someone arrives late, they get to park over here or over here. If you're a parent and you're dropping off, you're just going to come down the same spine road, except you're going to go to the left. So there's a tree-lined median that will separate the bus from the vehicular traffic. Drop-off will be along this curb line in here for students with parent drop-off, approximately 20 visitor parking spaces, and then 41 spaces in here for faculty and staff. We do maintain a complete circulation loop around the entire site as exists currently. We talked about that second bus loop. The program requested or required a second drop-off at the lower elevation by the cafeteria and the gymnasium. We're able to queue up 7 buses in here, and then we pick up the majority of the student parking here and around the west side of the school, and then, of course, around the east side of the school in this fashion. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chris Nardi, project architect.
Thank you, Dave. Chris Nardi, project architect with Silver Petroselli and Associates. And just to build on what Dean and Dave have been talking about, I very quickly want to touch on the program that we have developed over the past 12 months. This program really is the backbone for the plans that Dean presented earlier, as every space in that plan is outlined in this program. So first, what we did on the left-hand side is go through the existing building and comb every space and listed all those square footages. So existing building, 191,000 square feet. On the right-hand side, the proposed program, which includes reductions and additions to the existing program. This was done in close collaboration with the educators, the administrators, the pre-referendum committee, and the Board of Ed. And through all that, we came to a grand total of 312,000 square feet. All of these spaces, just as detailed as the existing building, we went from large auditorium down to classroom, down to every janitor's closet, toilet room, every science prep classroom. What does all this mean? And those are some of the other slides. This was a 12-page program. We're almost doubling the size of the school. So the 191, we're going to demolish 26,000 square feet of D-wing, which leaves us at 164, and then we're adding almost 150,000 square feet of additions, bringing us to the 312,000 square feet. There were some vice principals on the pre-referendum committee, and they were able to plug our program into their room utilization numbers and scheduling program, and it gave us a room utilization percentage of 85%, which is about the high end of normal that we would look to shoot for in a high school. So that's very good. And knowing that Enfield education population is projected to decline in the future, we feel that that number holds good for the future as well. So where do we go from here, and what do we do with this program? Well, as Dean said, we're going to be refining it and fine-tuning it as we go through the design process. We're going to continually be working with you and the educators. Design is not a linear process, it's a circular process. So we're going to revisit all these spaces, and we know things are going to change. We've done so much legwork up front that it gives us a great head start on this design process. So as you can see right now, we're in the midst of schematic design mostly, and the remainder of the design process would take us about another year ahead, which would set us up for bidding in 2014 and shovel in the ground in July of 2014. We did some phasing plans as part of the study. We'd originally shown a completion date of 2017. We know the town's need to move that ahead a year to 2016, so we have revisited these phasing plans, and I will present those to you now. It's just the existing building that you know of, and an important piece of this is the circulation that comes through the spine from A, B, C, and D. The biggest thing is to get steam out of the ground first, because that's going to be your main swing space. Once that is constructed, we can move all the students from the classrooms in A wing into the steam wing and start renovating other pieces of the building. So steam and the cafeteria gym go up first in July of 2014. And those are wrapping up about a year later, which is when we can begin the gym renovations. In fall of 2015, once steam is complete, we have the swing space, we can take down the D wing. We can then begin renovating A wing in phases. We would start with the upper, the third level, and the lower level. What this does, it allows circulation and egress to remain throughout the building. So students do not have to travel outside to get from the new steam addition over to the gym or cafeteria or auditorium area. We continue in the fall and winter. Right after D comes down, we start putting up the music addition and making renovations to the auditorium while maintaining that egress through A and through B. In winter and spring of 2016, upper and lower of A are complete. We start renovating the other two floors. We also start renovating B. We would maintain corridor access throughout that, so those pieces such as elevators and corridors that are vital to circulation and egress would be done during summer months only. And everything wraps up for substantial completion in the summer of 2016 when Fermi and Enfield are finally consolidated into Enfield High School. I want to talk very briefly about BIM, Building Information Modeling. We've done numerous projects in our office in BIM. We have architects and engineers on staff who are familiar. We're not farming this out to other companies or overseas. And the people who are working on your project and coming to these meetings are the people who will go back to the office and input the information into the computer. So there's no time lost, there's no quality control loss as we're putting this into Revit. And this is Central High School. As Dean said, a very similar project you have that's being done in Revit right now that's going through all the same state processes. So it's going to run ahead of your project. We're all very familiar with this and we'll be even more familiar with it as Central continues. And with that, I'll pass it on to Ken Scorbati.
Thank you, Chris. As I said earlier, Ken Scorbati. I'm a principal with Silver Petroselli, and I do head up the engineering group. BIM is a big part of our work. I'd say roughly a little more than half our crew, half the engineering crew uses BIM. It's incredibly valuable in terms of coordination of systems. It's a little hard to describe. I don't know how many of you have a flavor for it, but it's a real valuable tool, and eventually this is the way that all our work is going to be done. You undoubtedly have heard a lot about high performance. You've read a lot about it. You've probably heard about it in our presentations. All I want to say is to try to move this along. There's a bunch of items that are totally unrelated to my direct work, which is mostly related to energy, systems that use energy. And I know that you've heard a little from Chris and Dean, and Amanda's going to touch on that. In terms of energy, well, there's two big pictures. I want to back up just 1 second. You don't have a choice. You need to comply with the high performance manual. You need to comply with the high performance regulation because this is a state-funded project. If you want your grant money, you need to do it. In terms of going back to energy here, the systems have to be designed to perform at least 21% better than what the energy code requires. So if you think of it, there's a minimum, let's say, legal requirement that the building code through the International Energy Conservation Code requires, and this building needs to do at least 21% better than that. Typically on our projects, we're at the next tier, which is the 24.5%. We've approached the 28, but not quite. So we're probably going to end up somewhere in that area. How do we do that? How do we, I'm not just going to tell you that we're going to be at 24.5% or 28%. We need to produce an energy model, and that energy model is a software program, very elaborate. It's a very intense process that considers all aspects of the building, HVAC systems, the envelope, everything else, and it comes up with a percentage improvement. Just a sample of some work we've done in the past and some of the outputs that you can get from the energy model. There's a whole bunch of engineering concepts, sustainable strategies that can be applied. I'm not going through all these. I could have 4 or 5 or 6 slides with more of these strategies, so don't worry, I'm not going through them. I just want to point to one here, demand-controlled ventilation, or as we sometimes call it, CO2 monitoring. It's really just mind-boggling that this hasn't been done for 20 or 30 years, never mind now. I'll just tell you quickly, you have an auditorium or a gym. Most of the time, there's nobody in it. Maybe there's 10 or 20 people in it. Yet the peak design is based on, let's just say, 500 or 600 people that might be in there for an assembly or some other function. Well, in most cases, without this demand-controlled ventilation, the system is drawing in all the ventilation air, all the outside air that's required for the full occupancy. Well, that's fine, except you're air conditioning it or you're heating it, and you're spending all that money to do that, and there's absolutely no reason to do it. So through a very simple control sequence, you can add CO2 monitoring and reduce energy costs drastically. Well, I'll talk about photovoltaics just briefly. Ground source heat pump systems, I think you know from our information, we've done a bunch of them. Every one has been different. Some have been water to water, some have been water to air. I'd love to see it applied partially here. I'll show you in a second. In the case of the administrative area, just the administrative square footage, we would be looking at 20 bores, 20 drill sites, and the cost would be roughly $150,000 would be the premium, the added construction cost, just to have the geothermal system, and there'd be roughly a 5-year payback, and the shorter payback would be because I picked the administrative areas because it's used almost all the time. It's occupied all the time, and you're benefiting from that energy efficiency. Now let's look at the other extreme, the entire building. Well, now we're looking at 320 bores. We're looking at roughly a $3 million premium, and we're probably looking more like a 15-year payback on that system. Now that's not so bad, but it's just that the classrooms are used during classroom hours. So I won't elaborate on that now, but it's just to give you some concept on how we're thinking about applying geothermal. Chill beams, Bill is helping me out here. I'll keep it quick for you. I'll say that this gadget is in lieu of what you see in the ceiling here, a ceiling diffuser. Yes, it is more elaborate, but it's a way of saving energy by cutting down on the amount of air that the central HVAC system needs to deliver to the space. You can't quite see it, but primary air comes in the bottom. Ooh, primary air comes in the side and pressurizes back here. There's nozzles that you can't see that discharge air. It creates a low-pressure zone behind the coil. Room air is induced up through the coil to get heating or cooling, and then discharged through the side. So it's a system that's been around for a long time throughout the world, mostly Europe, and it is becoming more and more popular here. We have several jobs where we've used them. Yep. Geothermal, I'm just going to hit through these images quickly, showing the tops of the bores. Header, we typically need a header inside the building to gather up all the return lines and all the supply lines. The mechanical room with pumps, in this particular case, Chatfield School, we use water-to-water heat pumps. Lastly, one product that we're using more is a magnetic bearing chiller. It's a pretty cool product. Rather than having bearings that require lubrication like all bearings do, the compressor shaft is actually suspended through magnetism, and it's much more efficient. That, for this building, this product alone would save, say, $20,000 to $25,000 a year, just this component. So anyway, it's something that we've applied and recommend it. We've done PV on many projects. We've got SCSU, we've got East Hartford Fire Station, we've got Brantford Fire Station, and others. And with that, pass it on to Amanda.
Hi, Amanda Cleveland, Silver Petroselli, head of the Interiors Department. What I want to quick touch on with you guys is the interior spaces, and what we're really talking about is the educational spaces. These are the spaces where we're sending our kids to learn. And when you look at school, when you start out and they walk in, you want them, first of all, to be here. You want them to want to be here. If they walk through the front door and they don't want to be here, then there's something wrong. Integrated design, something I want to touch on again. You have your architects, your engineers, your interiors all within the same building. So the one thing you don't want to notice, unfortunately, Ken, is the mechanical. If you notice the mechanical, then something is wrong. So I work with the mechanical, engineering, electrical, and plumbing department to make sure that you don't notice those things when you walk in. You don't want to see a new building and chases. You want to see the architecture and the design. We also have an integrated furniture design system. And what that does is it allows us to put a furniture tag on every piece of furniture going in that building. And what I can do is put a price to it. So in the very beginning stages of schematic design, if we get that early, or design development, I can put a budget number to your furniture. I understand with Enfield, we had started out with a $1 million budget for FF&E, and we just can't do that budget-wise. So what we talked about was just doing the STEM edition and then incorporating some of the existing furniture. So Silver Petroselli will actually come in here and inventory your furniture. We'll tell you what is reusable and what is not. Our program allows us to do that. And we basically spit out this kind of a spreadsheet. We'll tell you what room it's going into, the manufacturer. We're going to give you the list price. We'll give you a projected discount price. And then at the very end, we can spit out a total. And that also allows us to bring in the existing. So you can see a complete furniture list for a room, what's brand new, what's existing. And what we found so far is that with this furniture program, our projects have come in either exactly on budget, or most cases, it's come in under, which is what you want to hear at the very end. For those people that may not understand the design process, your educators may not be very visual, we will come to them with a typical floor plan. And we'll actually show them the layout and let them tell us whether or not that layout works for them. Everybody teaches differently. So what we want to do is give them a room that's flexible. So we'll show them actually what their teacher desk is going to look like, the components that go into it, and the student furniture. And that's their opportunity to tell us this works for me or it doesn't. It's not my job to put my stamp on your classroom. It's for your educators to tell me what their students need. And we know everybody learns differently. Some kids, they like to be in the student desk. That's the best way they learn. Some kids prefer to be in a more casual environment. They want that lounge chair to learn. And then some kids work better on their own. Some work better when they're teamed up with other students. So we'll go through that with you. I just want to run through a couple of before and after shots. Here's an example of your lobby and some work that we've done over at Foreign High School. You can see right here their existing lobby photo. There was no lobby. That's their security booth. So what we've done is we've opened it up. We've put some identification into the school. Their branding logo's now on the floor. We've brought in some natural daylight. We've provided spaces for students to sit and congregate. Again, we want our students to want to be here. And if we don't give them a space to sit, we're telling them to leave. So we want to make it an environment where they're welcome. Here's an example of your corridor. It's a typical classroom corridor. Not a whole heck of a lot going on. What we did at Chatfield is we used their corridor. We brought in the natural daylight. We also used the flooring for wayfinding. So in an elementary school, what you'll find is they'll tell the kids, go line up on the blue squares, or kids go line up on the green squares. Kids are going through this almost like a hopscotch. So they're more involved in their environment. They want to be there. Here's an example of your auditorium. Fairly dark, it's a typical auditorium. Here's another example of an auditorium we did. You can see just by changing the chairs, we've already lightened up the environment. We've added more lighting. We've put some interest in the floor. Here's another shot just looking at the stage. Your gymnasium. Foreign high school gymnasium. Again, just redoing the floors, brand new bleachers, better lighting. We want them to want to be there. Science lab, not very inspiring. Brand new science lab. Some spaces want to be subdued. Science might be one of those areas where you want them to focus on what they're doing. So we don't introduce a whole lot of color here. We really keep them focused on the science. Child learning. You can see down here in Foreign High School, yes, they incorporated bright colors. But when you look at the renovated shot, kids spend most of their time on the floor. Mine do. So now we've put letters in there, and the kids can sit there and they can trace the letters with their fingers. They're learning. They want to be there. Here's Waterbury High School. You can see not a whole heck of a lot changed in here. The architecture didn't change, but we brought in brighter flooring. We put a bright color on the wall so that when they're looking at the technology, they're learning from the smartboard, they want to look at it, they want to be there. Chatfield Gymnasium, you can see the brighter colors, more natural light. And with that, I'm going to also talk to you a little bit about high-performance building. Dean talked to you about how we do the daylighting and the sunshades on the building. Ken talked to you about the energy. It also goes into the interiors. You can see a couple of examples of finish boards. You should be asking your designer or your architect for these so you understand the materials. But just looking at the materials, it's carpet that not only has recycled content in the face but also in the backing. It's providing flooring that looks like your VCT, but it's not. It's a bio-based tile. So back 10 years ago, it used to be very expensive to do green design. Today, it's not. There are so many products and manufacturers out there. It's my job to put them in front of you so that you know what they are. And we'll guide you through that process from recycled content to furniture that's made within the U.S. or made within that 500-mile radius. And now with that, I'm going to pass it on to Bob.
I don't know who that goofy guy is in the photograph, but I'm Bob Washburn, Construction Administration, Silver Petroselli. One of the benefits of working with Silver Petroselli is our integrated design process. Construction Administration doesn't start at the end of the design process, it's part of that. So our construction administrators go out into the field, bringing information back, getting to thoroughly know and understand your building. We bring that information back to our design team, and we repeat that process many times. This is an example of me doing that at Berlin High School. I know I have to move quick here, so. One thing that helps us as well, seeing how we've already done some work for Enfield High School, some of this legwork has already been done, and it's very time-consuming legwork, so that's a help as well. Architects, engineers, interior designers, spec writers, and construction administrators are all under one roof at Silver Petroselli. That helps us with coordination and saves a lot of time. I don't need to wait for people to return emails or phone calls to me. I simply walk across the room and talk to one of my architects or engineers, and we keep the project moving. CMRs. These are the most well-known construction firms, construction management firms in Connecticut. They will be interested in your project. We are currently working with all of them on various projects. A lot of information during a construction project. How do we track all of that? The CMRs track this information on their logs. This is an example of our performance with turning submittals around. The average, the industry average is 10 days. On this particular school job, our average was 4.5 days. That's 4.5 days instead of 10 days. And I'll just zip through this. This is just their records of our performance on that. Similarly with RFIs, requests for information, a lot of questions coming from the field to the architectural firm during the project. It's critical that we answer these questions quickly. The industry standard is 3 days. We typically, our average on that particular school job was 1 day, 0.75. So 1 3/4 days, that means most of our RFIs are returned in a day or less. Change orders. This information is in the red binders that we've provided for you. Not only do the CMRs track our performance, but we do as well. In the last 23 school jobs that we have done, we have a 2.5% change order. Out of that 2.5% change order, 0.8% are unforeseen. One of the reasons why this is so low is because the construction administration is involved with the design phase early on. That allows our clients, if they so choose, to put more construction dollars into their project.
That's for you. And so I'll quickly close out. Wanted to at least give you a sense of, obviously you have a sense of the design team and who's working on it. 7 of us have already been through the project. We know it very well. We've already spent a year here. And so obviously with all the team members and some that haven't spoken, we brought in, as you saw, our environmental, our security and IT consultant, and also our structural engineers just in case questions. We wanted to give you a sense of our commitment to schedule. Back in February, when we first signed on for the study, Randy and his committee and Art Pongratz gave us a schedule. We had to live by it. And so in less than 8 months, we produced all those black tasks that are on there, and every single one of them we met on time. That gives you a sense of scheduled performance and dedication to it. Also, to give you a sense of our schedule, we've already published our schedule because we've already gone through the feasibility study and well into schematic design, although we fully intend to revisit it with you as you challenge us on those design premises. We've shown you that we're going to complete the schematic design in less than 2 months. Now, we expect to be redesigning elements of it, but certainly our structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection engineers, civil engineers can all do their work in terms of studying the existing buildings. In terms of recent projects that are underway and completed, we've shown you that in our spreadsheet and how that works with all the various projects that are in the multi-million dollars. And obviously, in terms of Bureau School facilities, we've completed over 550 projects with the Bureau School facilities in our 20 years. So to close, principals will be involved in the project from beginning to end. You've seen Dean's and mine and Chris's face most often on the project. We're going to remain on this project. We are not handing it off. It is the highest priority in our office. We have that proven design team, the in-house building official and an in-house fire marshal. And to really quickly close out, 80% of this work is being done under one roof in one location. So you don't have to wonder whether you're going to call Hartford or Shelton or New Jersey. Where's your project manager today? We're all in Hamden. Enfield is obviously can choose with us to have one source of responsibility. We're the ones that are responsible for the budget number. We're responsible for the referendum concepts that you've seen up to this point, and we encourage you to stick with that one point of responsibility as opposed to wondering, okay, whose responsibility is it? And then last but not least, we've got that proven company mission. We're not high designers. We're practical. We're budget driven. We're conscious of that. And to give it back to Randy, we so need to collaborate with the committee, the educators, as well as the BSF, our construction manager that you'll be picking to make this project a success. And so with that, Randy, I'll turn it back to you.
That was the buzzer. That was the buzzer.
It was perfect.
All right. We're going to start the question and answer period. We're going to allow 15 minutes or so. If it runs over, it runs over, because I feel the questions are important. We're going to start with Wendy.
Okay. First question, very quick. You don't have to elaborate. I'm just curious. Since you have the unique opportunity of having been part of this from the pre-referendum perspective, what's the one thing that bothers you about the design that we landed at most that you'd like to make the first thing that perhaps we evaluate as we move into the next phase?
I would say the one thing is that, and I think we touched on it a little bit today, is that we don't want anyone to have a preconceived notion, or we to have a preconceived notion that this is the final design. So it's not any one thing that we want to revisit, but actually we want to revisit it all. And while each of the changes may be subtle, it really is that fine tuning that Chris and I talked about earlier today that is really part of the next process. So we want you to leave thinking that, or not thinking that this is a fixed design, because design is a very fluid process, and we need a lot more input from you folks, from the educators, from the end users, to the students. There's a lot of legwork that needs to take place at that next SD and DD phase that will really fine-tune this. And the better and more that we fine-tune it, the better the end product is. So it's not any one, but it's probably all of it, Wendy, that we'd like to revisit. And maybe it's only subtly at some locations, and maybe a little bolder at others, but I think the general intent is that the design is going to generally hold, unless you tell us otherwise. We're willing to scrap, we're willing to redesign, we're willing to start over, but as you know, there's been a lot of design effort up to date, decisions by the town folks in the previous referendum that have already approved this, so that's a little cagey or a little dicey, that we'd have to work carefully through, but we're not, we're open to changes and suggestions and improvements and tweaks to this plan.
And to speak specifically to one area, I would say that this back corner that you're looking at now, we know we're dangerously close to the property line there. We have solutions already worked out in our mind. If that's an issue, we want to meet with the community, talk with those neighbors, see how they feel, also get this through the necessary public facilities that it needs to go through, but perhaps chiseling that back corner, shifting the steam addition slightly more towards the center of the site. We have options there that we can work through. That was one area in my mind where we might want to rethink things a little bit.
Thank you.
And the second thing was, I don't know that in your submission or from hearing you talk, did you touch upon at all about quality assurance, quality control type plan?
Okay. You kind of saw it with Bob really telling you what our construction administrator is doing. They're the people that know best what the contractors are looking for. They've been through the miseries of the changes and those unforeseen conditions. And part of our first step is the three-part process, is that Bob and our construction administrators are actually out there doing a lot of the field work with the architects and engineers. That's one. The second check is that the older guys, myself, because Dean and Chris are so deep in the design with that team, that A-team that I called, that I'll actually be doing the review, quality review of the drawings, as will Ken. So the principals are actually doing an in-house quality review as they're being finished.
He's the older guy.
And then third is Ready Check. A project of this size, without a doubt, needs a service like Ready Check or others like Gilbane are providing, which is a thorough plan check for not a lot of investment that, again, will ferret out issues before they happen.
Thank you very much.
Murphy's Law says that in 2025, we suddenly realize that the student projection enrollment goes up. Do you guys take into consideration that possibility? We say, well, we could go out back with additional space if we need it?
We did. Actually, we did look at that early on. We never wanted to landlock a design and limit future expansion. You know you have plenty of land between your building and your fields. That is an obvious location for development. We feel that at this point, it's probably going to be costlier to develop there than it is bringing it forward like we're proposing. But the space behind the building, although the grades would be challenged and you'd pay a little bit more for dirt to get that to work, it is still available real estate. So we still feel the site has more than enough real estate for any future expansion. We surely can't see this building ever getting over 400,000 square feet. 3 is pretty much a monster as it is today. Not many schools are in that 350 or 400 range, but your site could surely support it if you needed to.
Within the existing building, maybe your question also dealt with that, what do we program within the building? We are kind of guided, or you guide us. Do you want to exceed the state standards for space and what's allowable based on the maximum student population that the town is projecting for the next 15 years? We've designed it to that to try to assure, and I think we're at 100% reimbursement.
Just shy, 97%.
97%, so we're already over the state threshold. So to program in more space now, not really.
No, I'm not saying necessarily now. I'm saying,
okay.
Are there provisions of you?
For expansion, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the site can definitely support it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No questions?
I'm not sure that's good.
What's your feeling on the auditorium being long and narrow instead of wide and short?
Yeah, we looked at that. We actually looked at various schemes, and that's probably another area regarding Wendy's question is do we want to come back and revisit that? What drove this solution was the economical solution. We moved into the music room in that direction, took over that real estate, created the fly space. So what we really did with the auditorium was just extended it into that music program. It is an economic solution as opposed to going out in its width. There is calculations or formulas, I should say, of the preferred depth to width of the ratio of the auditorium, and we are still within those guidelines or those standards. So it's not that unique that it's a long auditorium versus a wide auditorium. Again, the goal here was 1,100 seats coming from your 580. It is a very large auditorium in terms of its seating population, but the proportions still fall within the design guidelines of what an auditorium should be designed to with its X and Y.
But we were very conscious of your goal for design in the budget. Even the budget was larger earlier on in the process, and it got cut by approximately $10 million. And so that's why we don't volunteer losing structure that you already have that already works well. But that's where we really should be talking with your performance people and those, which we already have to a degree, but really making sure that they understand what they're getting and will it effectively meet their needs, performance needs for the next 20 years. And still meet your budget.
Yeah, if you could just expand on your design to CMR interface and how you're going to work that with the team, and are you have any experience with the trade bid packages and so forth?
Yes, a lot of experience with reconciling budgets, working with CMRs early in the schematic design. It's great that you've already got it scheduled to start interviewing CMRs because we can't get them on soon enough, and especially if you're going to allow us to finish your schematic design in about 2 to 2.5 months, we need them on now. CMRs that we've, obviously you saw the long list. Right now working with Gilbane, FIP, Morganti, O&G are some of the bigger ones in the state that we are currently and working with them reconciling estimates. We trade data files electronically. Our Revit models, now even a higher level of CAD, are being traded directly with Morganti on Central High School so that they can do their takeoffs from our data files rather than relying on paper. It's a cooperative team work requirement that we work with them in helping them understand those schematic drawings or those design development drawings so their estimates are accurate so that we're not all chasing our tail after design development and trying to cut it by $10 million. So as much as we can communicate effectively with those construction managers, right now we're doing weekly meetings on Central High School. So it is frequent contact, team building that occurs as part of it, and that cooperation yields the product that you're looking for.
Okay. Last one's on costing and budgeting. I didn't see where you listed a cost consultant, so I assume you're probably doing that in-house. If you could just explain on how you're doing your costing and at what stages you do your costing analysis compared to our budget.
Okay, for at least during the study phase and kind of the pre-schematic that we've already done, we do most of our estimating in-house, except we did have it double-checked by O&G. So we did get that professional out-of-house cost estimating look as part of that pre-schematic type of phases. When you have a construction manager on board early on in the phases, they will be doing all the estimating. They are the primary estimator. We help them with quantities, et cetera, but you pretty much rely on them as that source. But even at Berlin High School, for instance, we worked with Leach Consulting up in Farmington, who developed a third opinion on estimating. So there are many ways of us cooperating with them. Usually the architects are asked to back out of the estimating and let those construction houses do it during the schematic design and design development.
However, in Ellington right now, we're designing 2 schools, about a $20 million program, and they chose not to go CM or CMR. They actually chose to go GC, and in that case, we're doing all the estimating in-house with our own staff. So we surely can and do estimate large school facility projects like this, but typically when there's a CMR on board, we're more supporting them as it's their responsibility for estimating because they're the ones who are, quote, at risk that are of CMR, and being at risk is dealing and mostly deals with the financial side. So we actually intentionally, contractually, don't want to infuse our numbers. It's their number because they're the ones at risk, not the architect.
But as you're starting your design, how do you know where you are against the budget and conceptual before we even get CMR on board?
For instance, because we already did at least that pre-schematic design for you in the town, that's where we had ONG do the double check for us. So balance between, I guess, our 22 years of experience and all these gray hairs, and you saw what Bob had put up, the tracking of those change orders. If you saw in our spreadsheets, we also track the budget versus bid performance, and that gives you a sense. Every one of those 23 projects were all estimated in-house. None of them were done out of house. So that gives you a sense of our confidence in our estimating acuity. And because, for instance, the towns like Milford come back to us for those 56 consecutive projects, there's that level of budget consciousness and care that we do take as part of it. But I think on a project of this size, you guys are already planning on construction manager. They will take the load on that estimating responsibility.
Okay, I just want to say I am real happy with your commitment to this project, both of you guys. I look at your workload here. Are they going to lose people from your team to come to our team? I just want some reassurance from
right.
you guys that you have enough staff to support this project.
Yes, easily. That was the slide you saw that I opened up with, because certainly it should be a concern. On all of these projects, for instance, I am not the project manager on any of them. I am not the lead on any of those projects. This one is the most important one to our group and certainly to me. Dean is finishing the designs on Crystal Lake right now, and it's now going into construction documents. That's when he relieves his responsibility. So I think you were asking pointedly at the two of us, but then when you look at the broader picture of the entire group, those schools, well, for instance, Berlin is now gone to the state. That takes no load on our staff except for starting on the construction administrators. I would tend to say those three at the bottom that are active are going to tie up about 15 of our 40 staff within-house, and it doesn't tie up any of the consulting team. And I think I prefaced this that there are 200 members in our collective firms that we draw from. So better than 60% of the firm is available for this most important project to us.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and I was very happy to hear the involvement that you have with the administrators and staff throughout the process. However, I do have one question on the design, and that has to do with the two bus loops. Is it the anticipation that the buses will be discharging students at the same time so that there are two locations?
The real intent of the second bus drop-off was the goal or the desire to have buses at the gymnasium side for visiting teams, for dropping off, for picking up. We have enough queuing at various locations around the site that we don't rely on that last 7, but the choice to put two separate loops was really driven by the PE program to have a drop-off. As you know right now, your students who come to the gym are unloaded at the upper level. They have to traverse through the corridor, go down the stairs to go into the gym. The goal really was to get an access directly off the north side of the building into that gymnasium. And as you saw through our images, how we were able to do that. So that bus loop really is just providing that that feature as opposed to the necessity of that being the loop.
Like a daily, it wouldn't be like used for the morning and the afternoon?
It would not need to be
used. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
But it could be used as program changes.
Correct. But at this point, that's not the intent.
Correct.
Thank you.
I just have two, actually one really. Did I hear correctly that you guys were also retained to look at the Fermi building?
Correct. We were just retained actually about 3 weeks ago to study the reuse of Fermi. Obviously after the consolidation of the Enfield High School, that building will be freed up. So we are studying the reuse of that facility directly for the town, obviously not through your committee. But it's an interesting point as that there's a lot of carryover. For instance, the swim team is still going to be using the pool at Fermi as part of their program. So obviously our understanding of both of those programmatic needs we feel is a huge benefit to you folks and to the town with us being your selected architect if you choose that, just because we have that knowledge of both of the buildings and surely the understanding of the programmatic needs as there's that overlap, programmatic overlap of those two buildings. But yes, we are studying Fermi, which will probably take another month to 2 months before we're done with this next phase.
And to give you a sense, it is a conceptual study. It's really, Chris has already interviewed all the departments, already started preliminary layouts. And again, we're keeping the same team that was involved in this project with the Fermi project as well. That one is not as much of a burden because it's more conceptual planning.
I was more excited about the fact that we have continuity of the team, because program-wise, it's going to affect both by having everything under one house. It's definitely would
surely
be
there's an
advantage.
understanding or a need to understand the relationship between the two buildings. Absolutely.
Are there any other questions? All right, if not, thank you very much for taking the time. And,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Anybody against? Anybody care to abstain? Okay, we are going to publicly open up. I could you read them. If we can.
No, I might not know how to read these.
Okay, then you read them. We're going to publicly open up the sealed cost proposals for the fee proposals for the Enfield High School Building Committee. The first one is from, let's see, it's from Silver Petroselli. Well, this is broken down. Just give me a minute here. Well, I'm trying to see. This is, they gave, based on current construction budget. All right. Doug, can you come here for a second? I just want to make sure you're familiar with this also. This is, they're given a total breakout, plus they're given hourly rates. I'm assuming after reading all this that this is the... Based on that value. Based on their cost. That's what, right. Yeah. Okay. So that is the construction fee, not the project cost. So their salary is based on the construction fee, which is correct. But I just wanted to make sure that this is how your ultimate. So we're not including. Okay, so we'll just read that out. It's going to be. We're going to probably have to analyze the. Yeah.
Open them. I would always open them. Read some of the. I would read the lump sum, and then we'll have to analyze them for final.
Yeah, these they may all not come in as one number, one lump sum. They may be qualifying what they're putting in.
Because it depends how they do their reimbursables and stuff too.
Right.
If they do.
So based on the current construction budget, which is $75,917, $75 million. Keep building. I'm sorry, long day, $75,917,000. Their total fee would be $3,378,400. They've broken it up into schematic design at $405,000, $5,400. The design development at $777,000. Construction documents, $1,250,000. Bid phase at $135,000. And the construction administration at $118,000. Again,
No, 811.
I'm sorry, $811,000. My goodness, it's been long. For a total of $3,378,400.
Then there's one alternate they got, maybe read
Well,
it.
then there's alternates, and then there's hourly rates, and
What is the alternate?
I would just read the
they
alternates.
had one add alternate, if, only if the town feels the necessity or current, let's see here. It's for environmental phase 1. If we're looking to have them do that, there'd be additional $4,500 for them if we wanted to do an add alternate for environmental phase 1 services.
Okay.
Just 4,500 though, right?
Yeah.
It is 4,500.
Is that what I said, or did I say?
And that's an ad.
This is from Design Partnership of Cambridge, Mass. Their total is $5,500,000. They didn't break it down. That's for all the services, additional services. If we wanted to try to get a certification of LEED, there'd be additional $114,949. Thank you very much. This is Fletcher Thompson. Better be good for that. Their fee proposal is based on an estimated construction cost of $76 million. Fletcher Thompson is pleased to propose a lump sum fee of $3,460,000, no cents. That's 3406000.
You said it two different ways. You said 346.
3406?
3406. 000.
$3,406,000.
No alternates?
Not alternates, no. They did provide different services. This is for JCJ Architecture. Oh, here we go. Wow. One lump sum, or one lump fee, would be $3,198,000. No, that's just breakdown of different reimbursables.
Is that based on a value that they put in there? No?
They didn't give me too much, no.
Okay.
We got a cover and a end and a paragraph. No. So those are the fee I'm sorry, those are the proposed cost fees from the architectural firms. We now need to go back into executive session based on the scores that were tallied. We will come back and make the committee's recommendation on what we were going to present in the town council and the Board of Ed. If somebody could please make a motion.
Go back into executive session.
Walter, is there a second? Gina? I'll show hands, all in favor? Anybody against? Okay, we will return in a couple minutes, thank you.
The score here.
Is there a second? Gina seconds it. Okay, thank you very much. It's been one long day. Let's see. I'd like to read off the selection interview rating calculation sheets in the order of highest scores to lowest scores. The highest score was for Silver Petroselli at 1,384. Second place was for JCJ Architecture at 1,306. Third place is Fletcher Thompson at 1,158. And fourth place was for Design Partnership of Cambridge at 1,080. Based on the fee proposals and the score ranking, can somebody make a motion to allow us to make our recommendation to the Town Council and the Board of Ed to enter into contract negotiations with Silver Petroselli for the Enfield High building renovations? And
So moved.
we have a Walter.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Wendy. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Austin? Mr. Daigle?
Yes, approve?
Mr. Filthy?
Yes, approved.
Mr. Cruzel?
Yes, approved.
Mr. Mattsellan?
Against.
Mr. Muller?
Yes, approved.
Mr. Nasuda?
Yes.
Mrs. Osada?
Yes, approved.
Mr. Rippish? Mrs. Stoll?
No.
Mrs. Sullivan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. To stay with the agenda, let's move on to, done those, item number 9, committee comments. Are there any committee comments anybody would like to say regarding today?
So we move on now to the CMR selection. So that's, not tonight, but I'm saying.
The CMR subcommittee will be meeting on Monday, I'm sorry, on this coming Saturday. Do we feel that there's enough information or enough subject matters to have a meeting this coming Thursday? Or do
we have anything we need to take care of? Or is the CM the next really big milestone?
The CM is the next milestone as far as establishing an RFQ to get out to the CMR firms.
Well, let me ask you, I assume this is going to go before council Monday? So if council approves it, then we're moving forward with Silver. Would they need to meet with us on Thursday already?
Yeah, it goes to town council on Monday, and I believe Tuesday is the Board of Ed. Was it the 12th? The 12th? It's
The following week, so next week, really nothing yet.
So then there may not be a reason to meet next Thursday if we're going to be doing a subcommittee on Saturday.
Don't break my heart.
We meet on Thursday night instead of Saturday?
I will be out of town.
Good call.
Sorry.
So we need a motion to cancel Thursday.
I make a motion that we cancel Thursday. I won't be here, so I...
Is there second?
Second?
Who seconded it? Laura, you?
I'll second that. I don't
Doug
care.
seconds. Okay, we're showing here and all in favor of canceling this Thursday's meeting. Anybody against? Anybody care to abstain? Very good. Are there any liaison comments?
We're just, in normal bidding procedure, you would have first and second, third place. I mean, suppose something happened with this company. I mean, you've got numbers, and if you based your decision strictly off your score, I could understand. But you're not. You're basing your decision off the score and
No, we're not. Based on the QBS quality-based selection, we're basing the recommendation on the scores. The dollar amount, if the dollar amount is not within reason, then we would not make a recommendation to go with number one, to go with number two.
Okay.
And the ranking of 1, 2, 3, 4 will be, once they try to get into a negotiation with the number one firm,
Yep.
if that fails, then they would move to the second ranked firm.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with the prices. The prices are based on if we make the recommendation to go with 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, so that's going to be the number one question is why? So, we'll explain to them.
Yes, we could, and Art and I will both be in the, at the meeting on Monday.
Randy?
Yes,
Just so it's on record, we're going to ask Lynn when she does these, because she's the final say technically to move it forward, that we're going to, even though we selected Silver Petroselli, they're going to negotiate some of the fine tuning parts of it, like the reimbursables and stuff, just to go on record before we enter into contract.
Yes. There are things that...
Well, I just want to make sure how it's going to get conveyed to Lynn.
Well, there's stuff that we can be bringing as a committee to Lynn and the town attorney that we would like to have clarified or spelled out in the contract.
But what's the mechanism to do that?
Myself and Art, but we would meet with the committee to go over that, and then we could talk with Art.
Is that information that the town council or the board of ed would want to have before they receive the recommendation?
No, because the negotiation is done through the town. Our recommendation is based on the scores and the interviews and the qualifications. The reimbursables, that's all part of contract negotiations.
Ed had a question.
Yes, sir.
Are we meeting this Thursday? First question.
We just canceled our Thursday meeting.
Okay, then what we should probably make sure tomorrow night that they're, it's very clear that not to start negotiations until hearing after the committee meets again. Because, if I'm Silver Petroselli and I want to start on Monday with negotiating with the town.
We have to wait till after the Board of Ed anyway. We have to
We
wait.
still need the Board of Ed.
Having a special meeting.
We have a special meeting on Tuesday. Right now, it's 16th. I am emailing Tim Neville.
Oh, see, I thought it was Tuesday.
Tim Neville sets the agenda. I, as a member, am asking for him to reissue this. He can say no. That is his authority.
Correct.
So let me get this email out, get it on the table, and I'll get back to you guys on Monday.
Okay.
And email
And if we need to,
I'll email
if we need to meet Thursday, then we meet Thursday.
That's my follow-up is that tomorrow night, it's recommended that Lynn doesn't go into negotiations until she hears a recommendation from the committee on certain avenues which we want to go down. Meaning,
Should we possibly rescind?
Undo the motion to cancel
Undo our
Thursday.
motion to cancel, just come here Thursday and then say, well, we don't have nothing, we can just adjourn.
Shall we wait to hear how things?
Yeah, let's
We
just,
plan to meet on Thursday, and then the Board of Ed can't get us on the agenda or whatever, we could cancel. If they get us on the agenda, if approved, we can meet and talk about it.
Yeah, might make sense.
okay.
So I make a motion to
Just
reinstitute our meeting. on-
rescind your motion.
I rescind my
motion.
I'll rescind my second.
What an Indian gave it.
Still not coming.
Do we have to vote? Do we have to vote?
Yeah, was there a secondary sound? Mr.
Doug
Wickers?
did.
Doug did, I'm sorry. Okay, we show our hands, and all in favor to rescind it and to meet Thursday if need be. All in favor, show of hands. Anybody against? Anybody care to abstain?
No.
So we can still meet on Thursday, or we have a 5-minute meeting.
Right.
Yeah, it could be.
Or if we don't have to, we can cancel as long as it's
Right.
24 hours in advance. So
Right.
we can let them know.
or nobody shows and we don't have a quorum. All right, liaison, annual comments, liaison? Okay, comments from the committee?
I just want to thank Kyle for putting up with us for 10 hours.
It's a learning experience.
I mean, he's probably has other things to be doing on a Saturday, so thank you,
I
Kyle.
have to say thank you to everybody who's got experience in this, because I learned a lot today.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the full day and doing this.
Going to learn a lot more.
I know, right?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Have a great weekend, thank you.